Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time to have the opportunity to stand in this House of Commons in the 44th Parliament to deliver my speech. So to begin, I would really like to thank all of the constituents of Elgin, Middlesex, London who re-elected me to come and be their voice here in Ottawa. Thank you so much. Oh, and thank you. You know, I'm going to switch right into the debate today because it is a very important debate that we're having. Bill C3 has been something that's been introduced that I believe has a lot of merit when it comes to some of the important efforts that we're trying to do. And I want to start by, Mr. Speaker, reading a quote that I read on Facebook. This quote comes to you from September 13th of 2021, and it was posted by the London Health Sciences Centre. And I quote, "We are the people who deliver your babies. We are the people who heal your injuries. We are the people who help you live with chronic diseases. We have worked tirelessly through the pandemic to keep you safe. The vast majority of Londoners have shown appreciation for our work and respect for our people, but a small minority has taken its protest to our hospitals, putting our patients, staff, and physicians at risk. While everyone has the right to free speech, our patients, staff, and physicians have an equal right to seek and provide health care without harassment. We have important work to do and care for our patients. We have therefore enhanced security and are working with London Police Services to keep patients, visitors, and staff and physicians safe during today's planned protests. We are closely monitoring this situation to ensure the continuity of patient care." And Mr. Speaker, I bring this forward to you because this is something that was occurring in my region back on September 13th, just days before the federal election. And as COVID continued to go, we continued to see these types of things. And in Ontario, 10 different hospitals at that day were all protested on. I continue by reading all of the different quotes on there because it was brought to my attention because it was a friend of my husband, Jason Da Silva, who was diagnosed with cancer, who he thought himself, what am I going to do? When you see places like this and you're in pain and suffering and in critical illness, it is important to know that those access to those types of buildings is there. So it was brought to my attention, and all I could think of is the people that are being impacted. I continued to read through all of the different quotes that were on there. I think there was something like 968 quotes, and I can't even imagine the number of retweets. But people were talking about this. And following that, there was a comment made by one of the patients. "Never ever protest a hospital. I've lived out the worst days of my entire life inside of a hospital when I needed medical care and healthcare workers the most. I had my insides cut apart, ovarian cancer painstakingly scraped out my abdomen, multiple organs cut apart and stitched back together, a crushed femoral nerve as I took a step into agony to make it into the car for a long ride home after cancer surgery, all while wearing a diaper as my insides continued to bleed and leak. Never, ever protest a hospital, no matter how you feel about things right now. People going through the hardest days of our lives and the staff that care for them shouldn't have to deal with you. There are other places to go for it, so go for it there." And with this, it had hashtag beat cancer and hashtag be a good human. Another message that I saw that came from this was, "Thankfully, my husband's appointment at the London Cancer Clinic was the next day. Please know that the majority of people were appalled that such a protest would be carried out at any hospital, and we all know that the very people that showed up at the protest would be welcomed and treated with compassionate care in the time of any medical need at the very place where they protested. That's what makes it even more sad. I hope they realize that this was a mistake and will never do this again. Thank you to all of London hospitals for being there for us all." You know, Mr. Speaker, this has been a very trying time, and I think when we talk about things like the hospitals being protested, we all can agree that when someone is going to the hospital, in many cases, it's the families and the individuals driving to these hospitals, and there's a great concern as they're driving there. Who knows what type of treatment they're going for? Who knows what type of, maybe it's coming to speak to the doctor to get the treatment plan that they were looking forward. Maybe that is cancer. Maybe they're having a new baby. Who knows what it may be? But we recognize at this time it's extremely stressful, and having the opportunity to not being able to get into that type of facility is extremely concerning for so many people. We also can thank our healthcare providers. And Mr. Speaker, throughout this pandemic and throughout the last 20 months, we have seen some of the finest really step up. I think of the healthcare workers that work in the St. Thomas Elgin General Hospital. I think of the people at the London Health Sciences Centre, and all across this great country, all of those people who stepped forward. What they heard is there's a virus and there's a potential way of being killed. And what did we see? We saw healthcare workers put on a little bit more extra caution, or put more extra gear on, take extra caution. And what they did was they served at the time where people needed them the most, when there was so much unknown and so much angst. Those people stepped up for us. So this is why, to me, I'm so passionate to ensure that those healthcare workers who for these last 20 to 22 months have been there on the front line helping us, that we're not putting them in this situation. It is not fair to the healthcare workers, it's not fair to the staff that works there, and it definitely is not fair to the patients and their families. I also, though, at this time want to say it's not just those people who have helped us out. Across this country, we have seen volunteers and we have seen organizations that have really stepped up. And because it's the first time being able to really talk about this, I want to thank my staff. My staff, we have Kathy, Jenna, Scott, Jillian, Charlie, and Reged. And we really believe over service over self. And that is exactly what we see here. We see that in our parliaments, we see that in our healthcare fields, and we see anybody who has stepped up during this pandemic about service over self. But returning to the debate on C3, I want to talk about a rational discussion where we can recognize that we can have peaceful protests but never lose critical services. The protests in London, as I said, took place on September 13th. And I was going through those papers, looking at those days, and reminded myself of this. This was a quote that's from the London Free Press that was on September 13th, written by James Chirani. When asked why they chose to protest a hospital, the executive director of the London chapter of Vaccine Choice Canada said it was a busy intersection and the group wanted to show support for healthcare workers. And I quote, "It's an opportunity for people of London to drive by this intersection and see that not everybody agrees with what the government is doing, and often our voice is not heard," unquote. I'm not here to try to debate whether they are right or wrong. That is not my choice today. I recognize we have to look at the big picture. We have to look at what happens when this is critical infrastructure. What happens when this is going to have an impact on our people? And because of that, sir, I would also like to remind you, I'd like to be splitting my time with the member from Barrie Springwater, Ora Mondante. So I will be giving up some of my time to him as well. These are ultimately critical times for families. And I think about myself because following this protest, my mom fell ill. She fell ill 2 days before the election. And, for me, it is very personal because when you talk about the health of my mother, that is what always comes first to me. When I went to go see her that day, I honestly say, and I'm sorry, Mom, I know she's watching today, I thought she was dead. I walked in there, kept on rubbing her, get her awake. When I finally got her awake, I called my sister, she said, get her temperature. I called the MPP, Jeff Urick, who said, make sure that she gets her temperature taken. But what I needed to do ultimately was get her to the hospital. And I think, what would it have been like? I know what I'm like, and I know anyone in this chamber, as well as anyone at home, knows the passion that I have for my loved ones. And so I think about what would have happened to me personally, what would have happened to others, and I cannot even imagine being in that type of situation. These are feelings that are very, very strong, and I know that throughout Canada, protests do continue to happen. It is important to have the right to be able to protest, but there is a time and there is a place. And when it comes to projects, when it comes to people's health and safety, those are not the time. Those are not the time to put people at risk. Now, sir, I know that I only have a few minutes left, or even less than that, so I'm going to quickly switch gears and talk about the other part of this, and this is where we'll be extending the health benefits for sick days to federally regulated employees. Here in Canada, we have approximately 910,000 federally regulated employees, and the majority of them actually are part of the big place here. It's part of our government. We know that there are 18,000 employers whose labor rights and responsibilities are defined by the Canada Labour Code. And these types of organizations include our Crown Corporations, Canada Post Operations, Port Service, Marine Shipping, ferries, tunnels, canals, bridges, and pipelines. I think it is very important, and as we saw through this pandemic, when you are sick, the ability to take time off is necessary. And so, Mr. Speaker, I see that you're going to be standing very closely, but it's very important that when we're looking at this, that we have to understand if somebody is sick, it's important that they don't go to work. And we do need to have some sort of backup plan. I know in many of the federal government policies that there is time and space for those, but for others, not so much. So I think it's a great opportunity to have this discussion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Have a great day.
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. Secondly, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And we do owe a great deal of gratitude to our healthcare professionals. In fact, you know, thousands of people from Saskatchewan and Manitoba came to Winnipeg yesterday to witness the Western semifinal. You'll recall, Mr. Speaker, where the Bombers were very successful and prevailed in beating the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And it's so encouraging to see my friend and colleague from across the way, the member from Regina Louvain, wearing a Bomber jersey. And if I could ask him a question, I would, but I would say to my colleague across the way, would she not recognize that this wonderful game took place yesterday because in good part of the healthcare professionals and the fine work that they did and the fact that Canada is doing so well on the full vaccination. By the way, let's look forward to the Grey Cup next Sunday.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, and I'll tell you, that's the nicest question I've ever had from this member. But he's got to remember that I'm from Ontario, so go Ticats. So sorry, buddy. So anyway, you know, it's absolutely the case. It's because of our scientists, it's because of our healthcare workers, it's because of all of those essential services that we are able to be here today, that so many, our children are able to go back to school. So I would like to thank each and every healthcare worker and everybody on the front lines throughout this pandemic. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague because I think what's happening in Canada is deeply, deeply troubling. We pride ourselves on our willingness to be good neighbours. That's who we are as Canadians. And yet we're seeing, with the anti-vax protests, a really disturbing rise in toxic behaviour. This last weekend in Edmonton, a mob attacking a children's store. What is with that? In my region, a small-town doc, who was a hero to so many people, shut her practice because of the online harassment. We've had young mothers attacked at vaccine clinics in my region. Something I could never have imagined in 1,000 years would ever happen, that a mother and her child would be attacked and shouted down by a mob for trying to keep her child safe. So we have legislation here for our frontline health workers, but I want to ask my honourable colleague about the larger level of toxicity and this kind of anti-science violence that we're seeing that's targeting families, that's targeting people who are trying to get through a really difficult time.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you very much for that question. And, you know, I believe that everybody probably went through the same thing through this election. I'm from Elgin, Middlesex, London, where unfortunately one of my constituents is that person that is being charged, and I shouldn't say it's unfortunate that he's being charged. He needs to be charged, but I look at the fact that he was the one who threw gravel at the Prime Minister. This is just not the behavior that gets things done. This is toxic behavior and needs to be dealt with. Those are things that I will and do not support. We saw that type of temperament throughout the entire campaign in Elgin, Middlesex, London, and we had to be aware of it. For me, safety of Canadians has to be first. And if we could get back to less divisive discussions and more willingness to work together, we will have a better country once again. Thank you very much.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to thank the honourable member for her speech today. One of the areas in my riding, Mr. Speaker, is both Kelowna General Hospital, the regional hospital, as well as Penticton Regional Hospital. Both of them have been built up to the footprint of the road, and there's not a lot of space. So again, I'm very supportive, as is the member, about freedom of expression, the ability to share one's political views, regardless of what they are. We're a free and open society. But let's bear in mind that these particular infrastructures are not built for those kinds of protests. I'd like to hear if whether or not she has some other examples of other infrastructure where it may not be appropriate for people to utilize those spaces.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the member. You know, I think that there's any time that we have critical projects that are going to be good for this country, we have to be very cautious there. Safety is one of those things that it's interesting because you watch people who start to protest, and it can start off very soft and calm, and then the next thing you know, you have a person up on a tree throwing stones. This is just common decency, and I wish to people that recognize when you want to have your voices heard, do so. Just be respectful. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to all my colleagues for such a warm welcome on a less than cheerful Monday morning here in Ottawa. So, thank you, Dan. Fellow colleague. It is an honor to rise here today for my first speech in the 44th Parliament as the member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte. Mr. Speaker, as this is my first time rising to speak during this new session of Parliament, I would like to take this opportunity to share my sincere thanks to my wife Lisa and my sons Wyatt and Luke for their unwavering support. I would also like to thank my campaign team and the many volunteers who selflessly gave countless hours of hard work, my dedicated EDA, and the residents of Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte for once again placing their trust in me to represent them here in Ottawa. I am and will remain committed to working tirelessly on behalf of my community, both locally and in Parliament. I am pleased to be speaking today about Bill C-3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code. Mr. Speaker, Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte is home to the Royal Victoria Health Centre, also known locally as RVH. RVH is known as a place for receiving safe, compassionate, advanced care. It is a place of exceptional health care led by an unwavering commitment to safety and quality. RVH has been awarded accreditation with exemplary standing in 2019 by Accreditation Canada, the highest level of recognition awarded and only achieved by 20% of Canadian healthcare organizations. Among many other local, provincial, and national recognitions, RVH has also received a Gold Quality Healthcare Workplace Award from the Ontario Hospital Association for RVH's continued focus on fostering a healthy and safe workplace that promotes a positive work-life balance. The current president and CEO of Royal Victoria Regional Health Centre, Janice Scott, has led the health centre for 17 years and has recently announced her much-deserved retirement. I personally want to wish her the very best in her future endeavours. Alongside Ms. Scott is a visionary board of directors, exceptional senior team and leaders, skilled physicians and nurses, compassionate volunteers, and a supportive community. Mr. Speaker, hospitals across Canada, including RVH, are places of healing. They are places where we face difficult days, seek treatment, say hello and goodbye to loved ones. They are places of solemn solace and of beautiful beginnings. My wife Lisa and I were thankful to welcome our two sons in the birthing unit at RVH. When my youngest son required immediate neonatal care, it was the wonderful healthcare workers at RVH who supported and cared for our family. During my son's 17-day stay in the neonatal intensive care unit, it was imperative that we had unencumbered and free access to the hospital throughout the day to provide our son with much-needed nourishment. Over 16 years later and completely healthy, I am pleased to say that he'll be graduating high school next year. Mr. Speaker, hospitals should remain peaceful places for staff, patients, visitors, and volunteers alike. I truly believe that harassment of our frontline nurses, doctors, and healthcare workers is completely unacceptable. We all owe a huge debt of thanks to these frontline workers who have been healthcare heroes both before and throughout this pandemic. They deserve unending appreciation and respect. Unfortunately, this is not always the case. Catherine Smart, the president of the Canadian Medical Association, said just last month that this past year there has been an unfortunate escalation of hate directed towards the medical profession and all health workers. Linda Salas, the president of the Canadian Federation of Nurses Unions, said that before the pandemic, 90% of nurses reporting being exposed to physical violence on the job. During the pandemic, 60% of those nurses reported that the level of violence had increased. Shamefully, as recently as September of this year, staff, patients, visitors, and volunteers were faced with an anti-COVID-19 restriction rally outside of the hospital's doors. Regrettably, RVH was among the hospitals which was targeted. In a statement from Janice Scott, President and CEO of RVH, she said, and I quote, "Canadians have a right to peacefully express their opinions, but rallies in front of hospitals have been disheartening, frustrating, and offensive to healthcare workers who have worked tirelessly throughout this grueling pandemic. While protesters have lined the sidewalk opposing the safety measures intended to keep our communities safe. Exhausted staff and physicians inside Royal Victoria Regional Health Centre in Barrie continued to work long hours under extremely difficult conditions caring for sick patients, including those with COVID-19. A crowd of largely unmasked protesters is also extremely intimidating for the patients coming to RVH to seek care. Dedicated healthcare workers should not be the target of angry protests. A global pandemic is a time when Canadians should stand with our healthcare workers, not protest outside the hospitals in which they are doing heroic work. Since the pandemic began, RVH has cared for over 600 COVID patients. Many of them have been critically ill. Some have spent months recovering in hospital, and sadly, 98 have died due to COVID-related complications. Our employees and physicians have seen firsthand the tragic and heartbreaking impacts of this virus, and RVH supports any effort to keep our patients, our team, and our communities safe," end quote. Dr. Colin Ward, the Chief of Surgery at RVH, echoed Ms. Scott's concerns regarding Bill C3. He said, quote, "The last 2 years have been extremely challenging for the healthcare community as we have worked tirelessly to provide healthcare under difficult and sometimes heartbreaking conditions. We appreciate the efforts made by Bill C3 to help protect both the patients and all the workers who provide care for them," end quote. Mr. Speaker, RVH was not the only hospital affected by these protests. Hospitals in Toronto, Ottawa, Sudbury, and London were also targeted by protesters. Our healthcare centres are essential infrastructure. Access to them must not be blocked for any reason. The staff delivering critical care in these centres must be allowed to access the resources required to deliver necessary life-saving care without threats, intimidation, or harassment. Jamie Gallagher, a Canadian emergency room nurse, shared her experience working as a nurse while protests were taking place outside of hospital doors. She said, quote, "One of our patients actually passed away and emerged behind a curtain with his family, which was gut-wrenching because that should never, ever happen. They had no privacy to mourn," end quote. Ms. Gallagher also explained that the protesters could be heard in the ER and called the disruption, quote, "a slap in the face," end quote, to grieving families and patients in need of emergency care. Likewise, Dr. Rod Leam, a pediatric emergency room physician in London, Ontario, had this to say about protests outside of a hospital. "The protests are demoralizing. There's a lack of common decency to protest in front of a hospital, to delay people who are trying to get the care that they deserve. They have nothing to do with these protests, nothing to do with government policy, and they've been adversely affected. This is absolutely maddening," end of quote. Mr. Speaker, as a past member of the Barrie and Area Physician Recruitment Task Force, I'm aware how difficult it is to recruit medical staff. With current labour shortages, human resources teams are currently facing a very competitive job market, which is a challenge for recruiting new frontline employees. Vicky McKenna, president of the Ontario Nurse Association, said that prior to COVID, there were hundreds of RN vacancies in the province. Ms. McKenna said, "That hasn't improved, it's gotten worse. RVH is no different than any other hospital. They have vacancies, it's tough out there." Having protesters outside of healthcare settings does not help this issue. Mr. Speaker, I know that freedom of speech is an important right for Canadians, but the foundational principles of Canada is peace, order, and good government. When protests turn into blockades and threaten the ability of people to access services critical to their lives, the government must appropriately step in, not to diminish or destroy our liberties, but to ensure that people are living to enjoy them. The staff at RVH and at hospitals across Canada have been working tirelessly throughout this pandemic to care for our communities. Staff from RVH and other healthcare settings across Barrie, Springwater, Oromonte spend their off hours during the pandemic staffing COVID-19 testing centres and vaccine clinics. They have risen to the challenge of supporting us through this pandemic, and they deserve our support now and always. Mr. Speaker, healthcare settings are not an appropriate place for protests that threaten patients' well-being, disrupt quiet recuperation, and block access to much-needed medical services. Slowing down or not permitting healthcare professionals to gain access to their places of employment is completely unacceptable. We need to respect the healthcare heroes who have supported and cared for our communities before this pandemic, throughout this pandemic, and who will be there long for us after this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
And comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for, let me turn to the right page, Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I have not had the opportunity to congratulate you on your appointment, so congratulations. I'm convinced that you will lead these debates with all your talents. Now, I would like our Conservative colleague to comment. I had thought, does he not believe that if the government had not taken so much time to recall Parliament after they called the elections, it was so urgent, of course. 2 months later, we are having a bill that covers two totally different subjects. Is it because the government wants to push two bills through in one, but ultimately, if it had recalled the House earlier, right after the election, 2 weeks later perhaps, we could have had two bills that it's quite redundant in terms of the criminal code since these offenses already exist.
Barry Springwater or Medante.
Well, thank you for that good question. Actually, I'll go one step further. We don't feel there should have been an election called in the first place. And we should have remained here working throughout all of that. So, yes, we should have been here working much over the summer and much earlier into the fall. And I agree, we could have been here dealing with this over many weeks prior to this. So thank you for that question.
Questions and comments.
Member for, I know I had it, Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And, you know, during the pandemic, medical health professionals were really clear. They said that, you know, they want us to social distance, to wash our hands, but they made it, they wanted politicians to implement paid sick days and people to get vaccinated. Here we are 20 months later. Finally, we have Conservatives and Liberals implementing paid sick days. And, you know, I think about the other health crisis that was happening previous to COVID, the opioid overdose crisis that's taking place in our country, Mr. Speaker. Health professionals have been saying they want to see decriminalization, a safe supply, as immediate first step, and that we need to listen to the sound advice of these health professionals. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, does my colleague agree that politicians have failed in listening to medical health professionals? And as a result, we've lost lives, whether it be not implementing paid sick days, not implementing policies to address the overdose crisis that's happening in our country. I'd like to hear his perspective. Thank you.
Member for Barrie, Springwater, or Medante.
Well, thank you for that question. Hindsight is 20/20 on a lot of issues. I think, you know, we can look back and say we failed on many things, but as long as we're trying to do our best, I think is what is very important. Speaking of the opioid pandemic, Barrie, Springwater, or Medante has been devastated by this, and right now the city of Barrie is looking at opening up a supervised consumption site. I will take all information into account over that and try and make a proper decision, keeping good words like my fellow colleague mentioned today. But I always try and get all the information I can together, Mr. Speaker, make a valid and true, honest decision, and I'll go forward on that. And that's the way I've always tried to conduct myself, and I will continue to do that going forward.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to be able to enter into debate on this important subject today, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. The question that I would ask him through you, Mr. Speaker, is quite simple. I've heard from a number of colleagues in a number of parties that have raised concerns that this bill addresses two very, very different issues. That although both very, very important to discuss and to debate in this place, the fact that they are quite different, one related with the restricting healthcare workers from being able to protecting them from being restricted to enter hospitals and whatnot, and then the other regarding paid sick leaves. I'm wondering if my colleague has any comments about whether or not these two distinct issues should be debated separately, and if there's value in that to ensure that it has the fulsome discussion that's required to make good policy that comes from this place.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte, in about 30 seconds.
Well, I thank my fellow colleague for that question. You sometimes have to deal with what you've been given, and they are together in this one, so we'll do our best to come together and deal with these. Hopefully, if and when they go to committee, they'll be able to deal with properly, but we do have to look at what we've been given, and I think I concentrated more on the healthcare portion today. I'm looking forward to getting that implemented. Knowing that I have such a large health institution in my area that was given a very rough ride in the summer with protests, I'm looking forward to seeing that get passed as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup. I'm glad to be speaking to you here in Ottawa from the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. My riding of Parkdale High Park that I'm proud to represent in this chamber rests on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat, the Métis, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit. Toronto is now home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Mr. Speaker, these past 22 months, it goes without saying, have been defined by a global pandemic, COVID-19. But these past 22 months have also been defined by exemplary work on the part of healthcare professionals working extremely hard to keep all of us safe. So the very first thing I want to say in terms of addressing Bill C-3 is to say thank you. A very heartfelt and sincere thank you to all of those healthcare professionals who have been doing so much for all of us in our time of need. I'm speaking of doctors, I'm speaking of nurses, I'm speaking of auxiliary health staff, I'm speaking of researchers who have brought us vaccines. I'm speaking of the people in my riding of Parkdale High Park, at St. Joseph's Hospital, at the Parkdale Community Health Centre, at Four Villages, at Runnymede Rehab, all of the countless nurses, practitioners, doctors, and other healthcare professionals who call my riding home. I'm speaking also very personally of my wife and her team at the Public Health Agency of Canada. I've spoken about Suchita before. She has the distinct duty of, during this pandemic, being in charge of quarantine and border health controls for the Public Health Agency for all of Ontario and for the North. It is a critical job at the simplest of times, but during a pandemic, it is a pivotal job for what we do in keeping all of us safe. So thank you, Suchi, for what you've been doing consistently for these past 22 months. What all of these people deserve is our appreciation, our gratitude, and our respect. Yet things have unfortunately been inverted in these last several months. Those who should have been receiving praise are receiving scorn. Those who should be empowered to keep us safe are being actively prevented from entering hospitals and clinics. They are sometimes being threatened, harassed, or even assaulted. It extends beyond just those who provide health care, Mr. Speaker. It also applies to those who are seeking health care. Patients themselves are being intimidated and prevented from entering into some of these healthcare facilities. The impact, Mr. Speaker, is severe. Healthcare professionals feel they've gone from heroes to villains, and it is indeed demoralizing. Mr. Speaker, you can tell it's a new parliament because I'm off of my game. I'm sharing my time with the member from Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But what I was talking about, Mr. Speaker, is the impact. And the impact is that people feel they have gone from heroes to villains. And it is indeed demoralizing for these healthcare professionals. It is also an impact that is being borne by Canadians themselves who are seeking to do the right thing in following public health guidelines, in accessing care to help keep themselves safe and keep our communities safe. They are at the same time being vilified for daring to follow those public health imperatives. How has it come to this, Mr. Speaker? How have we gotten to this state of affairs in Canada in December 2021? There are those who have embraced the science behind COVID, the public health measures that are needed to help keep all of us safe, the utility of vaccines in the fight against this virus. There are those who have not, those who challenge the utility of vaccines, the science, and the scientists, and all of the healthcare professionals that support these endeavors. But let me be clear about one thing, Mr. Speaker, and this is pivotal in this chamber of all places. That is their democratic right to disagree, to dissent. That is what freedom of assembly, that is what freedom of association and freedom of expression means as it is protected under Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, something that I had the privilege of defending for 15 years while I was in practice as a lawyer. That is the hallmark of any democracy, let alone this democracy, Mr. Speaker. But there are and have always been limits to such expressive rights. The old legal adage, Mr. Speaker, is that you have the right to swing your arm, but that right ends at my nose. And the notion that it conjures up is that, Mr. Speaker, your expressive rights end when they can cause harm to another individual. It encapsulates this idea that threats, harassment, physical assault have always been against the law and remain against the law in this country. Via this important piece of legislation, Bill C-3, what we are proposing to do is enhance these very protections, Mr. Speaker, particularly in the case of healthcare workers and those who seek to access health care. With Bill C-3, we are proposing to take decisive action by amending the criminal code as well as the labor code. I'm speaking today of the criminal code amendments. The amendments to the criminal code will ensure significant consequences for those who use fear to prevent healthcare professionals from doing their jobs and for those who prevent patients from receiving such care. Bill C-3 will create a new specific intimidation offense for healthcare workers and those who seek healthcare, as well as an offense that would prohibit someone from obstructing a person from accessing healthcare facilities. What this means, Mr. Speaker, is that individuals who intend to use fear to stop a healthcare worker from performing their duties or prevent a person from accessing health services could be charged with this proposed new offense. In addition, Mr. Speaker, there are aggravating factors that are considered in the criminal code on sentencing, and an aggravating factor would be added to require courts to consider more serious penalties for any offender who targets healthcare workers engaged in their duties or who impedes others from accessing health services. This new sentencing provision would also be created, requiring courts to consider more serious penalties of up to a 10-year maximum from the current 5-year maximum in the code for offenders who would target such healthcare workers engaged in their duties or those being impeded from obtaining healthcare services. That, in precise terms, is what Bill C-3 will capture. But for those who are still skeptical, Mr. Speaker, let me be crystal clear about what it does not capture. Bill C-3 would not capture peaceful demonstrations or the right of healthcare professionals themselves to protest to improve their own working conditions. Instead, it protects such people from the violence they are unfortunately currently facing, and it would help to ensure a safer workplace than they have right now. Canadians' freedom to voice their concerns and protest in a safe and peaceful manner is critical, as well as obviously a worker's ability to take labor action and organize, the healthcare workers themselves. That would be respected by these proposed changes in the criminal law because a communicative defense or communication defense is being entrenched in Bill C-3. That helps ensure, Mr. Speaker, as always, as the Charter was originally designed in 1982, that you have a balance. You have a balance between the protections that we need and the protections in terms of expressive rights of Canadian citizens, including the healthcare workers themselves and those who would peacefully protest against them. That balance is the legislative change we need to see in this country, Mr. Speaker, because what we are seeing, unfortunately, is an escalation of hate. Let's call it what it is. It is hatred directed towards these workers and towards those who would access their services. The right to protest and dissent is one thing, and it is critical, as I've outlined. But obstructing and trying to strike fear into the hearts and minds of patients, of healthcare personnel, is something that cannot and should not be tolerated in this country in 2021. We have seen people getting in the face of vulnerable patients, trying to access care, yelling at them, spitting on them, Mr. Speaker, following healthcare professionals to their cars, vandalizing their vehicles. We have seen healthcare professionals targeted by threats of death, Mr. Speaker. Let me repeat that, threats of death against the people that are working always to keep us safe, but in this pandemic, to keep us alive. Those death threats, whether in person or through social media, campaigns are designed to intimidate and to frighten those people. This is an unacceptable state of affairs, Mr. Speaker. And what I would inject in these final 2 minutes is that we are not talking just about COVID, Mr. Speaker, because when we talk about the healthcare apparatus, we have to think about all of the healthcare services that are provided, not just in addressing the pandemic. The impacts extend to all those who seek other medical treatments at hospitals and clinics across this country, those who rely on nurses, physicians, and surgeons to perform things like transplants, hip surgeries, knee replacements, Mr. Speaker. The list could go on and on. Those Canadians are being victimized right now by the type of escalating hatred we are seeing and witnessing around the country, because those surgeries are being delayed or they're being canceled outright because of the chaos that is being unleashed at healthcare facilities around the country. The result is that Canadians awaiting such surgeries are forced to wait that much longer, prolonging their pain and prolonging their suffering. Again, Mr. Speaker, an untenable situation. What we have is a situation where these healthcare workers have taken a Hippocratic oath. I'm sure prior to 22 months ago, they thought they understood the contours of that Hippocratic oath, to serve other people, to care for them, to provide assistance to them. That has been turned on its head these past 22 months with COVID. And what I want to underscore again and again, we've heard from other speakers in this chamber, is that these people, in this time in particular, deserve our gratitude, our appreciation, and our respect. I've made it a personal mission. If I see somebody wearing scrubs in my riding, I point it out to them, I ask them where they work, and I stop them and I thank them for what they're doing. Because these people are always brave in the face of adversity, they're always selfless, they always devote extended hours to their craft, but now they need our support more than ever. That is what Bill Seal 3 will achieve, and that is why I hope all members of this House can get behind this important bill. Merci beaucoup, Mr. Speaker.
Kamal Tyre, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity first time after the election, and I take this opportunity also to thank the healthcare workers that serve us all the time, and especially in difficult time during COVID. The question to the honourable member through you is this. He spoke about a balance, that this bill C3 will provide a balance as far as the right of the people and as far as the protection of the healthcare workers and the facilities and so forth. Where does he see the bill strike that balance, if the honourable member can advise us on that? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development, and I'll take the shorter one next time.
It's a long title. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome my friend opposite back to the House and congratulate him on his re-election. The balance is both in the legislation and it's in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, so that's the twofold answer. In the legislation itself, it entrenches a defense of communication. And communication for the sole purposes of expressing dissent in a peaceful format is entirely protected within the contours of this bill. But it is also subject to what's called the Charter, and the Charter has Section 2 expressive rights that are protected, and Section 1 is what's called a saving clause, which allows for reasonable limits on such expression. That is the balance that is carved in the Constitution and as it has been interpreted by the jurisprudence of our Supreme Court. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires à l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Personne n'est contre la tarte aux pommes.
No one is against apple pie. This morning, we're legislating to stop bullying healthcare workers. I'm sure that everybody agrees with the principle. My question has to do with the timing. We're talking about this morning. We're in a worldwide pandemic. The healthcare system in Quebec is bleeding and needs funding. Underfunding has been ongoing. At the Bloc Québécois, we think it's time to make massive reinvestments. When you talk to people in healthcare, there's burnout and people leaving. It's like an exodus. There are people who take care of the healthcare system. Is it not time to reinvest and to increase investments to 22%, the share that the federal government pays, to go from 22 to 35% in order to take care of healthcare workers?
Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I would like to congratulate my colleague on the other side for his re-election. Now, when it comes to the timing of this bill, during the election campaign in October, we promised to work very quickly on some priorities, and one of them was how to better protect people who work in the healthcare system. Now, when it comes to funding, his suggestion, his subject are good ones. We want to support people in the healthcare system. We've always been there to listen to those people and to meet their needs.
Kamal Tyre, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And Mr. Speaker, again, we heard in the health crisis, throughout the health crisis, from health professionals, they've said two really critical things are people get vaccinated and that we have paid sick days, and governments bring that in. So the people aren't making the difficult choice of whether they're going to pay their bills or go to work sick and spread it to their colleagues. As a result, people have actually died, Mr. Speaker. And I think about the parallel health crisis that's taking place in our crisis, the overdose crisis due to fentanyl poisoning. Mr. Speaker, medical health professionals have made it very clear. The first steps are decriminalization and a safe supply. Through you, Mr. Speaker, does my colleague support moving forward and supporting his own Health Canada expert task force on substance use and supporting decriminalization, or are they going to wait for more people to die? Because, Mr. Speaker, they need to take action. They need to listen to their health professionals to give them guidance on policy, and they need to take action on the steps that are recommended by them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, 30 seconds or so.
30 seconds, very quickly. welcome back to to the member opposite. In terms of paid sick days, obviously we legislate in areas of our jurisdiction. Many of the responsibilities that he's identifying relate to the provincial level of jurisdiction. What we're doing for the federally regulated sector is 10 paid sick days. As promised, we're committing to that promise. With respect to opioids, and our perspective has always been with respect to safe supply, safe injection sites, meeting people where they are with a harm reduction model. That is the policy I will continue to advocate for. Merci.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Secretary to the Minister of Veterans and Associate Minister of National Defence. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate you on your new role during this legislature. I know that this is going to be an unforgettable experience, and I would like to congratulate you and wish you an excellent experience. I sure hope that you will have 4 years of service.
I'm very happy to speak on this bill. I feel that it's a very important bill about peace and order and good government. And I have to say that I'm very pleased with the comments and the questions around this House by the opposition, as it is clear that everyone in this House is looking at this bill as being an extremely important bill to move forward on. And as you know, we will be making amendments to the criminal code to protect the healthcare workers and those that are also accessing those services. And that I will speak in length about that as well. And the second piece is the changes to the sick leave, if you want, and encourage the labor code amendments, which will allow us to implement sick leave. But before, Mr. Speaker, I go into the depth of this bill, I do want to share with the House some comments around pandemic. And as my colleague said earlier, 22 months of a world global pandemic has been challenging on every country in the world. It's been challenging on every Canadian here in Canada. And it is difficult not just for those who have had some bad luck, but also all those families and friends and colleagues around that. But I think back, I remember my dad telling me back, many years ago about the Spanish flu that hit Canada and the world, really, between 1918 and 1920, and 21, maybe even as far as 21. And that was a real big challenge. And you know what came out of all the pandemics that we will talk about, of course, is the heroes, the people, the healthcare workers, the people who have, the individuals who have done their part and more to support Canadians, but to support their neighbors, to support their families and friends. And it's crucial, and I want to talk about that a little, because I remember my dad telling me that a certain person in our community with the Spanish flu, if someone was exposed, they could die within days. And yet there was people in the community putting their life and their family life at risk to try to help their neighbors or friends. That by itself is just unbelievable. I can't say enough about those individuals and also the healthcare workers. I want to talk about now between in the 20s and the 50s, polio, because I think most Canadians would have heard about polio as well. And this was a national, an international, a global pandemic as well. And again, we have seen all kinds, or heard all kinds of stories, but I have a personal one to share because my mom would tell me often, my grandfather was a doctor, so you felt that he should have been able to do more. I'm sure he wanted to do more, and that's some of the challenges. But my brother, my mom's brother, whose name was Leo Patrick, did contact polio. And again, your contamination exposure could lead to death. And one was, if you ate from the same spoon or something, it was noted as a carrying process or possibility. And I remember so much my mom telling me the story that she would feed her little brother, and once in a while would actually take the spoon, because he didn't want to eat, of course he wasn't feeling well, and take the spoon, have a bite to show him how to do it, and then he would laugh and then take a bite as well. And you know, the amazing part, I lost my uncle I've never seen, of course, named Leo Patrick. But remember the story like it was yesterday from my mom, who said for some reason she never got polio. And she had done things, you know, by sharing the spoon and whatnot. But I guess in the family, they always try to keep, you know, life going to some extent. So one of my brothers now is called Leo Patrick. So they wanted to continue, I believe, and he's a very special person as well. So Madam Speaker, there are heroes everywhere in our country and in the world. You know, I read an article back on April 20th, 2020, of a lady in Halifax, Gloria Stevens, and she actually was a nurse in Halifax at the Victoria Hospital, and she talked about her experience as a nurse, which she did for 46 years, if you can imagine, and the similarities in a global pandemic, and she shared some of them. And I was really touched by that, you know, that she would wear a mask and a gown and gloves, and she'd work 12 hours a day, and then she would come and remove all of those clothing. Again, when polio took place, similar to here, some of the areas, some pockets of the country, schools were closed, playgrounds were closed. You know, it reminds you, it brings you back to those times, and it also reminds us of our healthcare workers and what they've been through. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that during April, May, June, July, August, September of 2020, people were scared to leave their homes. They just didn't know what they were risking. And yet, every day, doctors, nurses, frontline workers would leave their home and do their job. That is special. And those are the individuals I want to thank personally, to tell them thank you. Because it's one thing to risk, you know, your life, but it's another thing that it's a job and you're doing it every day, and your exposure could lead to even greater difficulties for you and your families. It is just unbelievable. So this bill here, you know, when I think about people protesting, stopping workers from going to the hospital to help others, to offer services, or even individuals wanting to access health care and being unable to do it, is unacceptable, and this bill is what's going to allow us to move forward. Intimidating healthcare workers or individuals accessing is unacceptable. Obstructing their access is unacceptable. This bill deals with that, and we also have increased the sentencing to up to 10 years rather than 5 years. That's extremely important. I know there's lots of questions around Charter of Rights and freedom, but again, there are places to protest. There are places that you can do that, but doing it to healthcare workers and people accessing healthcare is absolutely unacceptable. And Mr. Speaker, as well, in closing, the 10 days of sick leave, people say, is there a link? There's absolutely a link between both these this bill, which touches on the criminal code and the labor code, because the labor code is about sickness and pandemic and going to work and bringing the illness to your co-workers and colleagues in that department. That as well is not what we want. We want them to stay home if they're sick, And by moving forward on this, it's going to ensure that the safety of Canadians is our top priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
I'll look at it this way. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, online.
Pardonnez-moi, now on off mute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary. I'm wanting to put on the record how strongly I support this bill and Greens support this bill, and ask the honourable member, he spoke so movingly of the Spanish flu. I'm named actually for my great-grandmother who died in the Spanish flu epidemic. But I'm really concerned right now in the here and now with our nurses, with the healthcare professionals, but particularly the nursing profession, which is feeling beleaguered, unappreciated, and we are losing nurses because we haven't done a good enough job as a society to thank them and support them. And I think this bill may be even more important for what it says to nurses across Canada about our respect and gratitude. And I ask the honourable member if he has any thoughts on the current situation of nursing in Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her important question. Exactly as she said, that this, in my opinion, is one quick way of showing nurses and frontline workers their important role they play, and that we need to do as a government to keep them safe and keep all Canadians safe. This is another indication in how we appreciate our healthcare workers. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill that we're studying today is important. It will help protect not only our healthcare workers, but also patients. And it's a bill that could be applied even more broadly when it comes to family planning clinics, for example. People are often intimidated outside of those facilities. So regardless of your vaccination status, this type of protesting is a criminal act. So how can we describe that this really should apply to everyone without exception? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her question. It's an important one. Now, this bill aims to protect all Canadians. Yes, it refers to healthcare today. But, of course, this is a bill that aims to help all Canadians, and so we want to ensure that no Canadian faces intimidation in this way. And we need to be there to protect them. Thank you. Questions and comments?
For Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I commend the member for his passionate speech today. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, for almost 2 years, workers have been forced to work sick. As is the case in many constituencies, in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, many constituents rely on their wages to feed their families and to keep a roof over their heads. Mr. Speaker, we've lost too many lives as a result of government inaction. And I'd like to ask the member, does my colleague find it acceptable to have forced workers for almost 2 years to report to work while unwell by refusing to provide them with the sick leave they need to keep everyone safe? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her important question, but I also want to share with her that in 2019 we moved forward on 3-day sick leave, and then we had the sick leave benefit, and then here we're moving to 10 days. So I believe that we're doing exactly what she is proposing. Thank you.
We have time for a quick question and answer. The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just a quick question. I was just wondering if this legislation would help those people who are actually have contracts, if this extends to the people who have contracts with the Government of Canada, or if it's just the employees of the government or of governments. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague as well, and I got an opportunity to listen to her speech this morning, which I much appreciated as well. I know she does great work in the House, and I want to thank her for that. My understanding is that the federal employees are already getting these benefits. These are federally regulated employees, so this would be an extension of. And then I should say, Mr. Speaker, that the objective of our government is to have discussions with the provinces and territories so that we can move forward maybe towards the private sector and find ways to support all Canadians so that they would have access to sick leave. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, the honourable member for Essex.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the House allow myself to share my time with the honourable member from Mégantic-Larabel. Mr. Speaker, we're here. We're here. Some of us have spoken in the House. Some of us haven't had a chance to speak in the House yet. So, Mr. Speaker, this is my maiden speech for the 44th Parliament, and thank you very much. And, Mr. Speaker, it's been quite a journey. It's been quite a journey for 2 years, my last 2 years, but it was quite a journey last night, too, just getting to this place. And many of us are probably going on 2.5 or 3 hours sleep. But regardless, we're here. We're tired, but we're here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, congratulations to yourself, sir. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker, on your appointment as Deputy Speaker. I think it's fantastic, and I think you're doing a fantastic job the first couple of weeks to this House. Before I get into Bill C-3, Mr. Speaker, I really need to thank a few people. It's important that I do. And the one that I'm going to thank first and foremost, as I did in the 43rd Parliament, because without my Lord and Savior and my God, I would not be here, Mr. Speaker. So thank you very much for the opportunity to serve Essex and for my health. Mr. Speaker, secondly, to my family. Probably my greatest supporter is my mother, but she's also my biggest critic, and she's probably watching right now. So, Mom, I love you. Thanks for keeping tabs on me. Thanks for all that you do. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will go to the third person I need to thank. Because I'm only afraid of 3 people in this world. They're in this order, Mr. Speaker. My Lord and Savior, my wife, and my mother. And so, Allison, you're probably not watching. You're probably taking care of Levi, my grandchild, our grandchild. Allison, I love you so dearly. Thank you for giving me the freedom, the opportunity to come and represent, to do what I know in my heart of hearts is right. And thank you for the sacrifice that you give this country along the way. I love you so dearly, my dear. To my staff who have been working tirelessly, they're tired. They have 2 years of being tired, and hundreds and thousands of phone calls and emails and text messages to each and every one of you. You're absolutely fantastic. Thank you for serving my constituents, our constituents, so well. To my colleagues, to those that have grabbed a dinner in the House, and I don't even mean necessarily Conservative colleagues, across the aisle, I say thank you to you as well. You've made a really, I'm going to say a difficult time a little more easy and a bit more enjoyable. So thank you to each of the colleagues. And also, Mr. Speaker, I would also say to all those re-elected, congratulations. And to those elected for the first time, hang on, because it's a lot of fun up here, and you can do some really great things. So congratulations to each and every one of you. 2 more, Mr. Speaker, before I get into Bill C-3. Number 1 is Hill, our Hill staff. The onboarding during a pandemic compared to the onboarding during, I guess if you want to say normal times in Ottawa, was second to none. So to our Hill support, the onboarding process, I say thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you for your sacrifice. And thanks for making our jobs just a whole lot easier on the Hill. And lastly, and I suppose most importantly, Mr. Speaker, other than my Lord, is my constituents of Essex, for giving me the honor to serve you in your seat. It's not my seat, it's your seat. Thank you for the honor. Thank you for sending me back to Ottawa, and I promise my devotion to each and every one of you. So thank you very much, Essex. Mr. Speaker, this Bill C-3 really we could call it Bill C-3 and Bill C-3.1. Mr. Speaker, because really it should be 2 bills, in Chris's opinion. And so it really talks about harassment, which falls under the criminal code. And it also talks about labor, which falls under the Canada Labor Code. So I'm going to speak to harassment first, so the criminal code first. And then at the end of my speech here, of course, I'll finish up with that. So, Mr. Speaker, I got to tell you, on the day of the election, Mr. Speaker, I had an unfortunate accident. And the accident was, so the world knows, I fell off my horse. But I was spending time with my wife. And was a little bit more banged up, Mr. Speaker, than maybe perhaps she even knew. And long story short is I went to a place called, what I call the Leamington Hospital, the Erie Shores Healthcare Unit. And Mr. Speaker, the doctors were second to none. The nursing staff was second to none. I've actually had meetings with the CEO of the healthcare of the hospital to try to advance this forward. Mr. Speaker, then I go to the Windsor Hospital, and in a couple of months I get to go get shoulder surgery. And the orthopedic surgeon, mine, is second to none. Mr. Speaker, I was a firefighter. I know what frontline service is all about. I'm really, really blessed to say that my Aunt Eva was the Nurse of the Year on a couple of occasions. My mother, Mr. Speaker, was a nurse as well. So, Mr. Speaker, before I jumped on a plane that finally got me here after hours and hours and hours to no fault of Air Canada, before that, I held on to my grandchild, Levi, for about an hour. And as he slept there so peacefully and innocently, I thought, Mr. Speaker, about this conversation today. And how am I going to influence to leave the world a better place than I found it? And what can I do for Levi today to ensure that he comes into a world that's less hatred, that has less harassment, that respects all genders, that respects our frontline workers? And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I am excited about the harassment side of Bill C-3. I think it's something that we as a generation have maybe perhaps lost a little bit of focus on, or perhaps a lot of focus on, Mr. Speaker. And I also think, to a greater extent, that we all in this place agree with that. And that's something very monumental in Chris's opinion. Mr. Speaker, I'm also a freedom fighter, just so you know. I believe in freedoms of Canadians. I believe that Canadians have the right to voice their opinions. I believe they have the right to protest. But I also know that with that freedom comes nothing less than responsibility, Mr. Speaker. And what is absolutely vital right now is that people are not shamed into doing something, that our frontline workers that are ultimately taking care of our parents and grandparents, and in my case, myself, we give them full access and we give them full support. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not acceptable. It is absolutely not acceptable for these folks, this profession, to have anything less than this House's support. With regard to the Labor Code, Mr. Speaker, and I know that I'm running out of time, and I suppose I could have spoke for another 25 minutes on the harassment side, Mr. Speaker, but with regard to the Labor Code. So in my capacity as Deputy Shadow Minister for Labor, I'm very, very happy to be able to stand here and speak to this today. And you know, I started my speech, Mr. Speaker, saying many of us are tired. Well, I can only imagine how tired our frontline workers are, the ones that get us on the planes, our air service, the ones that get us here via rail. And they're not only tired physically, Mr. Speaker, they're tired mentally. And so to ensure that there's a floor, there's 10 days. Many of these companies already have more than 10 days, so quite frankly, it won't affect them. But Mr. Speaker, they also deserve nothing less than this House's support. We're all tired, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not saying that from a function of, oh, boo-hoo, Chris had to spend some time on a plane. No, I'm saying that as a country, as a world, we're tired. And so now is the time to bring the support forth. whatever support that looks like, and ensure that gets that done. So rest assured, Conservatives will certainly be here for labor. Conservatives will be here for physicians, for nurses, for all their support staff. Very proud to be back in the House, Mr. Speaker. My time is up. Thank you, Essex, for sending me back to this place.
Question et comment.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Nunavut.
In Nunavut, we don't have very much access to health care. We only have one hospital out of the 25 communities. So a lot of the rest of the 25 communities have to get health care services through health centers. Not many with doctors, mostly nurse practitioners. So a lot of our patients from Nunavut, when they are going to access the same level of health care as everybody else in this room, like the member spoke so eloquently as well, they have to go on medical travel. They have to be sent to places like Ottawa, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Yellowknife. So when these strikes are happening in these other major centers, they're also impacting patients from my constituent. So it's this is an important issue for me. So knowing that healthcare professionals in the South are being impacted by protests or not being able to take paid sick leave up to 10 days is a great concern. So I would like to ask the member through you, does the member agree that it's time for a 10-day paid sick leave?
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And through you to the honourable member, thank you so much for the question. I think it's a dynamite question. And so, Mr. Speaker, I guess it was just yesterday, so WECU, Windsor Essex County Health Unit, and I believe this to be true, the first in Canada, just came down with more restrictions again for Windsor Essex, which is a very sad thing. And that the Erie Shores Health Unit that I was speaking of, they're actually pleading with people, with folks, please, if you can go to a different area to get some care, go there. We are brimming, like it's flown over the top. So I think all of Canada, quite frankly, deserves to have proper health care, deserves to have proper physicians. We need to ensure that we put the proper stop guards in place to make sure that everybody is dealt with equally. And I really hope that for the member's sake that her situation, their riding gets better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague and friend here from Essex on his re-election, and as well as in good speech. I think what I heard in his speech is a message of unity over dealing with the challenges that we're facing all together as a country. So if you can somehow elaborate on that, would be great. Thank you.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to my honourable colleague for the question. And actually, you nailed it. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And I do congratulate my colleague, Mr. Speaker, on the fantastic outreach that he does not only in Canada but across the world. So thank you to my member for that. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I think now, if there was ever a time for unity, if there was ever a time to rally the troops, if there ever a time to pull together, stop the divisiveness, now is the time. But that is our responsibility. That's one of the things that we can actually bring to our country through this House. And with his help, we'll all endeavour together, moving forward, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that that takes place.
Question et commentaire, the honourable député.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Yes, good morning and congratulations on becoming Speaker of the House. So essentially, this bill doesn't change a whole lot. There are some new offenses that already are part of the law. You know, intimidation is illegal in any context, so this is essentially just reiterating that. But I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about this. It seems to be the government seems to be giving the impression that it's working on the healthcare issue, even though there are much more important issues like increasing the health transfers to the provinces, for example, increasing it to 35% of total cost, as the provinces have asked for.
Member for Essex, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, through you, to the honourable member. Thank you for the question. I guess at the end of the day, it kind of goes like this, Mr. Speaker. If there wasn't a $600+ million election that, quite frankly, nobody wanted, Mr. Speaker, we'd be in committee. We'd be discussing these things. We'd be moving this agenda forward. But unfortunately, that's not happened, so I would strongly suggest that we get back to committee, we get back to the business of the House, and perhaps we can address many of the things my honourable colleague has brought up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, before we do that, the honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, December the 14th, 2021, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings to permit the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to make a statement, followed by a period of up to 10 minutes for questions and comments. After the statement, a member from each recognized opposition party may reply for a period approximately equivalent to the time taken by the Minister's statement, and each statement shall be followed by a period of 10 minutes for questions and comments. After each member has replied, or when no member rises to speak, whichever comes first, the House shall adjourn to the next sitting day.
We've all heard the motion put forward by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, this being a hybrid séance. All those opposed to the Honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Not hearing any noes, adopté.
Carried.
The Honourable member. Continuing debate, the Honourable member for Mégantic L'Érable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, on December 6th, I would like to take a few moments to pay tribute to the horrible tragedy that occurred at the Montreal Polytechnic, where 14 young women lost their lives, Mr. Speaker. It is a day on which we need to always take a few moments of reflection, not just about what had happened back then, but what continues to happen in our society. Violence against women continues to exist more so than ever. We need to take the time to remember this tragedy so that we can look towards the present, what has been done and what we continue to do, each of us at home, in our streets, for our neighbors, and across the country to ensure that this never happens again, but smaller gestures as well, gestures where there is domestic violence occurring in a home, men and a woman are dealing with an unacceptable situation where women often have no resources and no assistance because they don't have the means and the resources they need to be able to speak out against this situation and to get out of those situations of domestic violence. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind all those listening, and particularly all women in my riding, there are numbers to call if, in fact, they are in a difficult situation. In Appalaches, the Maison des Appalaches can be reached at their number. For those in Granite-Labouée, MRC, there is another number as well to call. I would salute the women in the Granite MRC region who today are walking, in fact, to speak out against violence against women and to ensure that they can move that forward. And for people in Centre Quebec, the Maison de Hébergement can also call another number. And there are other people in Quebec who might need help, and there is a number that they can also call. SOS Violence Conjugale has a number as well that can be phoned. So the resources are available. People are there to help. It is about finding a moment to pick up the phone and call for help. I think it is absolutely something that each of us is aware of. And the other invitation I would make, Mr. Speaker, is this: to all those who know someone, families where there is violence. Too often we shut our eyes. We turn away. We act as if it wasn't happening. And since the beginning of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, we have had many or a higher number of murders of women. And I think that if each of us took the time to really look at what was happening and to take action and to help those women who are dealing with violence against women, we could make a difference. We could perhaps save a victim or someone who might otherwise be a victim. We don't know when and where it might happen because people just turn away. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank all those who allowed me to speak today to say a few words on this December 6th, this day. It's very important. And it's directly related to the bill that we're talking about here today. This is a bill to fight against harassment and intimidation against healthcare workers. Once again, it's another kind of intimidation that has no place in our society. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote the annual report of the Thetford Mines Police report concerning 2020. Why am I talking about this? It's because we're going to ask police officers to apply legislation that will ensure that there is a decrease or a stop in the incidents of harassment and intimidation against these healthcare workers. And they are well aware of the problem. These officers also want to have the means. Police officer had to intervene 315 times, an increase of 17% between 2020 and 2019 for situations concerning mental health issues. So the number of suicides and suicide attempts dropped by 3, but they expect, and it's set out in the report, they think that there will be an increase in these incidents in the upcoming weeks and months. Mr. Speaker, that is the reality that these police officers have seen. They have been present since the beginning, and we need to also think about these officers. These officers have to apply these measures and these laws while allowing people to still retain their right to demonstrate peacefully, because in fact, if we look at what has happened since the beginning of the pandemic, for healthcare workers and our guardian angels, a lot of them spoke because they had been faced with an illness they'd never seen before. They didn't have enough protection. They were worried about their loved ones. They had to do additional hours, 16 hours straight of work. So it was very exhausting for all healthcare workers. And as the situation evolved, unfortunately, we saw increasing numbers of people demonstrating against these same workers who were fighting body and soul to save the public, save our neighbors, our uncles, our aunts, our mothers, our fathers from this terrible virus that has hit our society since March 2020. Added to the stress of work, the stress of this unknown disease, illness, and professional burnout, I think it was time then that the government take action to ensure that these workers were protected and to recognize them above all. And I want to recognize all of the nursing profession, but not just nurses who have done extraordinary work and who are also exhausted, but I want to talk about the caregivers, the attendants, the support workers, people who work with infections in our hospitals. So we don't talk about it a lot, but they are on the front lines and they deal with COVID-19. The administrative staff, they are there. They greet us when we come into the hospitals. And they also had to experience very hard times, Mr. Speaker. Lab techs who manipulate the virus in order to determine who are those who are infected with COVID. These people deserve the respect and, above all, the protection from their government from threats and harassment. Doctors who are dedicated specialists, the daycare specialists, we know that young children don't have access to the vaccines. Young children are a target. They don't necessarily suffer as greatly from COVID, but they are a vector. And the daycare workers take care of our children, and they must also every day deal with this additional stress throughout the pandemic. Teachers, police officers, I talked about them earlier, ambulance workers, social workers, they also have to go and meet with many people who have mental health issues. So this is the least that can be done for these workers, that is to get from their government protection against this harassment and intimidation. And, Mr. Speaker, I will support this initiative, all the more so because it was a proposal that came from the platform tabled by the member for Durham during the last election campaign, the leader of the official opposition, who wanted to table, in fact, this bill to protect essential infrastructure, including healthcare infrastructure. I'm also doing it for my daughter. My daughter is currently studying. She wants to become a nurse, and she has the vocation, the passion she wants to serve, and I think we have to support her and encourage her and not discourage her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that we agree how important it is to protect healthcare workers and to protect everyone, be it the attendants or the maintenance workers. They are very important. They were intimidated because they want to do their work well, and that's unacceptable. So we agree on that. But the bill has another aspect to it, and that is the 10 days of annual leave for workers, federally regulated workers. And I'd like to hear my colleague's comments on this because he didn't mention it before. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to say that when it comes to healthcare workers, in fact, this bill is a bill that must be passed. We also wanted to include the 10 days for federally regulated workers. In fact, when you go through a pandemic such as the one we have just gone through, it's important for workers, no matter what jurisdiction they fall under, to have access to sick leave so that they can continue their work, take care of themselves, and take care of their families. Questions and comments?
And comments? You might as well tell you. There's got to be a question here somewhere, right? There you go. The Honourable Member for, get the right, Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his great presentation on this. And, as somebody, my grandmother works at the hospital, and we saw, the intimidation during these protests a lot of times. And I'm just wondering if the member could speak upon, the importance of ensuring that we stand behind our healthcare workers during this very difficult time. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
My colleagues for asking this question, very important question, because they are counting on us to do the right thing, to protect them from those bad attitudes that we see in the public life sometimes. And if we are not there for them, how can we count on them after that to protect us, to take care of us? So I totally agree with my colleague that we have to do what we need to do to achieve the goal to protect them from all those bad behaviors that we are seeing in our society.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask my honourable colleague a larger and broader question. I think we can all agree that we need to make sure that the nurses of this country and our healthcare professionals and all frontline workers know how much we're grateful and how much we support them. But does he have any reflections on what it says about us as a society that anyone would attack nurses or try to block them or ill patients in an ambulance from making it to a hospital? What on earth has happened to us? I can't believe we need a bill like this, even though I recognize that we do.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-D'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for that question, which would require more than 30 seconds in order to be able to do the analysis of what our society currently is, Mr. Speaker, because in fact, and I will come back to it once again, that is to what I said at the beginning of my speech when I talked about violence against women. That remains part of our society today, despite the tragedies that occurred, like the one at the Polytechnic, like other ones that we increasingly talk about in the media. There seems to be a disease within some people that is very hard to treat. Society must deal with it. We must find a way to protect the victims, but we must also, I believe, work in order to prevent this kind of thing from happening even before women become victims of it. I think there are movements that exist to prevent violence among men with these kinds of issues. They have to recognize that this exists inside them. And what I was saying earlier is that that's our duty. Each and every one of us must talk to our neighbors and inform them of the resources that are available for them so that no one is ignored. We don't close our eyes to these issues. We take action and we help people and direct them to the right resources. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since it is the first time that I rise to speak in the House after the election, I too, in turn, would like to thank the constituents of LaSalle, Imard Verdun, for having put their faith in me for a third time, and I will do my best to serve them as their Member of Parliament. I would also like to pay tribute today. It is December 6th, and as a Montrealer, as a Canadian, as a Quebecer, I must say that I continue to be moved and emotional when I think about what happened on December 6th in Montreal when 14 young women, young students, young engineers lost their lives. And I am doing my best and will do my best to ensure that this will never happen again. Thank you.
Pleased to speak, Mr. Speaker, on second reading debate of Bill C-3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code, which I introduced alongside the Minister of Labour last week. I will focus my remarks on the Criminal Code amendments contained in the bill. I'm proud of Bill C-3, but I will be honest, I'm disappointed, as was the member of Saanich Gulf Islands a moment ago, that we are having to propose criminal law reforms to explicitly protect healthcare workers and patients against intimidation and obstruction. Since the start of the global pandemic 20 months ago, the health sector in Canada has faced unprecedented challenges. Health professionals have been working relentlessly and under extraordinarily difficult circumstances to save lives. A Statistics Canada survey revealed that 7 in 10 healthcare workers reported worsening mental health due to the pandemic. But that's only part of the story. On top of the strain on mental health, our health professionals are also facing violence in the workplace. Dr. Catherine Smart, president of the Canadian Medical Association, told Canadians during the news conference on this bill that preliminary results from the 2021 National Physician Health Survey suggested that 3 out of 4 physicians have experienced intimidation, bullying, and harassment in the workplace. She went further, and I quote, 1 in 3 say this happens regularly, and that this number jumps to 80% of female physicians. Mr. Speaker, these numbers are telling me a deeply disturbing story, especially when you look at the impact on people who identify as female in the health profession. La plupart des Canadiens ont fait preuve d'un grand respect.
Most Canadians have demonstrated great respect for our health sector workers and followed the advice of public health officials. Unfortunately, a small number of individuals refuse to believe in or to follow science-based public health measures. Among them, an even smaller group has made threats, including death threats. They've also committed violent acts towards healthcare workers simply for showing up to do their jobs and providing essential services to Canadians.
La violence à l'encontre des travailleurs de soins de la santé.
Violence against healthcare workers has existed for some time. Since the beginning of the pandemic, healthcare workers have expressed their worries when it came to their ability to continue to practice their profession, and some have even been forced to leave it. Furthermore, people who need health services have expressed fears that are similar in the sense that they're not sure about being able to access healthcare facilities safely. I cannot express just how disappointed I am in the face of these acts. There is no room in Canada for that type of behavior, and we will not tolerate it. Freedom of expression and freedom of assembly is a very precious freedom in this country. However, Canadians understand that there's a difference between expressing one's opinions and threatening those that we disagree with.
We have seen the consequences of this abuse. For example, Dr. Gretchen Rood of Latchford, Ontario, has decided to retire early due to online abuse. This small town could lose a doctor because of this kind of behavior. Shockingly, this abuse and harassment even extends to children. Nolan Blaszczyk, a 7-year-old boy, faced a torrent of verbal abuse when he went with his mother to get his vaccine. Abby Blaszczyk was told that she was murdering her son and she was committing genocide. Mr. Speaker, how is this acceptable? Nous savons que le Code criminel, par le biais d'une large...
We know that the Criminal Code has a large number of offenses to protect Canadians. It already forbids some of these monstrous behaviors that we've observed. Criminal harassment, bullying, threats. Today, we're seeing just how urgent it is to go even further.
Measures by explicitly prohibiting this conduct in the healthcare sector has become necessary and urgent. During the recent election campaign, as COVID-19 related protests began to intensify around health facilities, the Prime Minister committed to protecting our healthcare workers and ensuring all Canadians had access to healthcare without fear of threats or intimidation. The measures introduced in Bill C-3 fully address these commitments and ensure a broad range of responses to various forms of harmful conduct facing the health sector. This bill creates 2 new offenses specific to the health context. First, a new intimidation offense would be enacted to protect both health workers and health seekers. Intimidation is already criminalized as a general offense, but these amendments would give police and prosecutors additional tools to specifically protect our healthcare workers and users. Furthermore, they would provide a higher maximum sentence for intimidation, that being now 10 years, that being proposed 10 years. The current intimidation offense carries a maximum sentence of 5 years. This new offense will extend to healthcare workers similar protections to those of justice system participants, people like judges, jurors, and witnesses, as well as journalists who report on organized crime. Intimidation is treated as a more serious offense when committed to impede them in their important functions. That specific intimidation offense was created in response to a series of incidents in which prosecutors, witnesses, and others were intimidated by criminal organizations in order to destabilize the criminal justice system. Similar to what we are doing now, Parliament's response then was to enhance criminal law protections for such intimidation with a distinct offense and an enhanced penalty. It is important to protect those who are working to improve our country, whether through the healthcare system or the legal system. The new intimidation offense will prohibit any act intended to promote fear in a healthcare professional in order to stop them from performing their professional duties. As noted above, this will include healthcare professionals working at abortion clinics, other frequent target of threats and intimidation. Anyone who works to assist a health professional in the performance of the health professional's duties will also be protected by the intimidation offense. Depending on the circumstances, this could be a professional support worker or clinic staff working alongside a physician or a nurse. Mr. Speaker, it takes a community of health workers to deliver health services in this country, and so those that assist healthcare professionals to carry out their duties are rightly covered by this offense. L'infraction proposée protégera également.
The proposed offense would also protect anyone who seeks to obtain or receive healthcare services. Any behavior designed to instill fear in a person seeking healthcare services in order to coerce them to not obtain that service would be expressly forbidden. The creation of this new type of offense, or this new offense rather, would allow us to increase the maximum sentence for this behavior. This would be a hybrid offense, and in case of indictment, it could carry a maximum sentence of 10 years imprisonment. There's a higher sentence than the general intimidation offense, which is 5 years. By increasing the sentence in this way, we're sending a very clear message indicating that Parliament firmly condemns these behaviors directed towards the healthcare sector. There's another point on which I wish to be very clear. The intimidation offense could be committed by a person through electronic means, including social media or other types of online communication. Media in every country reveal that those who receive healthcare services are threatened and intimidated on social media. Medical associations, including the Canada Medical Association and the Ontario Medical Association, have confirmed that threats and intimidation happen not only in person but also online. The intimidation offense would therefore apply regardless of the means of communication.
To protecting the heroes in the healthcare sector where they are, the bill also creates a new offense that will prohibit intentionally obstructing or interfering with a person's ability to access a health facility. The offense will protect access to any and every place where health services are provided, including a hospital, a mobile clinic, an abortion clinic, a vaccine clinic, a doctor's office, and even a doctor's home if that is where they provide their services. This new offense is hybrid and will carry a maximum penalty of 10 years of imprisonment. I want to be very clear, Mr. Speaker, about one thing. Nothing in the proposed legislation would undermine workers' ability to strike or Canadians' ability to peacefully protest. Our government stands by the Charter and the freedoms it guarantees, including freedom of speech and the right to strike. That is why this offense would expressly exclude communicative activity that remains peaceful and lawful, such as strike action or peaceful protest, even if it has a minor impact on access. Minor inconvenience for those seeking to get into buildings is a fair price to pay to protect our cherished liberties. But behavior that is threatening or violent, or that creates a major impediment to access, is rightly criminalized. This is the current state of our criminal law, and the bill will only enhance that. The legislation provides for a definition of health professional to clarify the scope of the offenses and how they are intended to be applied to police and prosecutors. A health professional would be defined as a person who is entitled under the laws of a province or territory to provide a health service, such as doctors or nurses. Given that the provinces and territories are responsible for the health sector and regulation of health professionals and services, the definition is intended to be broad and capable of being applied in accordance with each jurisdiction's health system. J'aimerais maintenant parler des réformes en matière de...
I'd now like to move on to sentencing reforms included in Bill C3. These changes respond to long-standing concerns among healthcare professionals and in fact, parliamentarians on both sides who've presented similar reforms in the past through private members' bills. The bill would require that sentencing courts would have to consider as an aggravating factor evidence that an offense was committed against a healthcare provider exercising their duties. The sentence would also be heavier if the offense led to preventing a person from obtaining healthcare services. Both groups in our healthcare system must be protected, those who provide healthcare and those who receive it. Personal support workers are also vulnerable to violence in the workplace. Although they are not regulated in many regions of the country as being healthcare professionals, they still do provide care and essential support to many Canadians. Therefore, aggravating factors proposed here would expressly include personal care services.
Are based on long-standing calls from stakeholders. Indeed, during our news conference following the introduction of the bill, the presidents of the CMA and the Canadian Federation of Nurses Unions affirmed the importance of these measures to our health workers. The aggravating factors also implement a recommendation of the 2019 report conducted by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health entitled Violence Facing Healthcare Workers in Canada. The report requested the Government of Canada amend the Criminal Code to require a court to consider the fact that the victim of an assault is a healthcare sector worker to be an aggravating circumstance for the purposes of sentencing. The same report documented that healthcare workers have 4 times the higher rate of workplace violence than any other profession, despite most of this violence being unreported due to a culture of acceptance. While the pandemic has created new challenges for healthcare workers and exacerbated the violence they face, as I mentioned before, those who provide abortion services and the women who access them have also experienced unacceptable threats and violence. It was not so long ago, in the 1990s, that several physicians in Canada were shot because of their work providing abortion services. Abortion clinics have been attacked and they have been blocked. Those seeking abortion services have been harassed, threatened, and intimidated by individuals opposed to abortion. The safety and security of abortion healthcare workers and patients continues to be a troubling issue. Our government will protect abortion service providers alongside other health professionals. We support the rights of women to control their bodies and have unimpeded access to abortion services along with other health services. J'ai l'espoir et sans doute qu'il est partagé par...
I hope, and doubtlessly others do as well, that health workers will one day be able to do their work free from violence while feeling safe and valued when they take care of us. As we all know, the pandemic is not over. Our need to protect healthcare workers is not over either. These workers play an essential role in the health of every Canadian. It is thanks to them that we've been able to fight this devastating pandemic and to make plans to reestablish our society and our country. The proposed reforms would improve existing measures in the Criminal Code and benefit from a great deal of support in the medical community for these reasons. I encourage all members in this House to support this important bill and which we need to pass quickly. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the fact that the Minister was talking about the importance on these protests that we protect the rights of Canadians. And I couldn't agree more. My private member's bill that was going through the process and made it very close to the finish line in the last Parliament, Bill C-205, to protect the rights of farm families and ranch families from protests on farm and on their property. So when we talk about the rights of Canadians, I think that goes both ways. I was honoured to have the support of the Liberal Party at committee. The Agriculture Minister supported that initiative during the election. I'm wondering if the Justice Minister will also support Bill C-205 if I'm able to bring it back this Parliament.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and it's always wonderful to field a few pucks from his part of the House. Mr. Speaker, we were open as a party in the last Parliament, as a government in the last Parliament, to that bill. While I can't commit as a minister of my cabinet to doing that right now, I can assure the honourable member that we will be open. There is a general protection, Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member knows, against intimidation and violence, which I mentioned in the course of my speech, carries a five-year penalty. We have taken specific measures in the judicial sphere. We are now proposing to take specific measures in the healthcare sphere. And I would assure the honourable member that we would be open to considering this measure in other places and spaces. Thank you.
Et commentaire, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le gouvernement du Québec n'a pas attendu le gouvernement.
The government of Quebec didn't wait for the Liberal government to pass legislation and deal with these types of protests around institutions. But there's no harm in adding suspenders to one's belt. Now, about 2 weeks before Christmas, we're discussing a bill like this. And I can't help but make the observation that this government, which quoted the Standing Healthcare Committee's report in 2019, 2 years ago, which also quoted the fact that 7 out of 10 workers are experiencing deteriorating mental health. It's not intimidation and bullying that is the only factor at play. How is it that this government called an election and then after this election dragged their feet to recall Parliament, and now, today, we have a situation like this? Of course, we are in favor of the principle of this bill, but this government is slowing down other bills that are very important for this Parliament, namely the Émilie Sans Façon to extend number of sick leave in case one has cancer. This government took a year to submit a report. We're going to have barely 4 months to discuss crucial issues. Doesn't my colleague think that it's difficult to be part of a government that keeps delaying serious, significant problems like this? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you for the question. I'm always pleased to work with him on many bills, including the medical assistance in dying. It's always important to take the pulse of the public. We use the Westminster system. It's worked well for Canadians over the years. Elections are part of that system. Now, I can reassure him that we're going to work hard on this bill and to achieve our common goals, such as ways of improving the medical assistance in dying bill, in order to improve what we did in 2016 and 2020. I would like to reassure him that we are here to work together.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister of Justice for his comments. As he knows, the NDP is supportive of the principle of protecting healthcare workers, undoubtedly, and the member from Burnaby South, the NDP leader in the NDP caucus, have been the strongest advocates for the 10 days of paid sick leave in this Parliament and fought to have the temporary sick leave program to be brought in. The government implemented that badly, I think it's fair to say. And in this bill, though we support it very much in principle, there are 2 weaknesses that need to be addressed. First off, in terms of protecting healthcare workers, there is no amendment yet that has been accepted by the government that explicitly protects legal union activities from the risk of prosecution under the new criminal code amendments. And then in terms of paid sick leave, as you know, Mr. Speaker, we actually have a delay, even if the program and the bill is implemented, that means that first day of paid sick leave will take over a month for a person to actually access, and it'll take 11 months for a worker to access the 10 days of paid sick leave that is so important to protect the worker and the family, but also to protect the public. So I'll ask through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Justice, will the government explicitly say that they will accept those amendments at committee stage?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable House Leader for his question. With respect to the question on sick leave, I will defer to my colleague, the Minister of Labour, who I believe spoke in this place on Friday, to work with members of the opposition with respect to making sure the bill is in a satisfactory form to achieve the goals that we have in common. With respect to the Criminal Code amendments and the right of Labour to organize, Mr. Speaker, I would like to assure the honourable member that we actually crafted the bill with the actual language from the jurisprudence in the cases that explicitly protect a worker's right to picket, to go on strike, to organize, and to express themselves, to express their view, political view, social view in that format. Of course, I'm open to working if there's a way to make the language more precise, but we do feel that we have taken the actual wording from the cases that enshrine this right.
Question et commentaire, the Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for recognizing me, and I want to thank the Minister of Justice along with the Minister of Labour for bringing forward this very important piece of legislation. I think, Speaker, a lot of us can recount just horrible incidences and that we saw during the peak period of vaccination, where our hospitals that are so critical for the health and well-being of our communities being picketed by individuals who were just trying to prevent people to get access to medical care. In my riding of Ottawa Centre, where the Civic Hospital is located, we saw pickets taking place with the sole intention of preventing people from getting important health care. So this type of legislation will ensure that members of our community can get health care, whether to get a vaccine or just to visit their loved ones. My precise question, Speaker, to the Minister is around protecting abortion services as well, which I fully support. And in fact, when I was the Attorney General in Ontario, we brought a similar piece of legislation called Safe Access to Abortion Services Act. I was wondering if the Minister can elaborate as to how this particular piece of legislation, if passed, will interact with provincial legislation such as in Ontario, I believe British Columbia and Quebec is the other province which has similar protections for women to access abortion services. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I congratulate him for his recent appointment to the position of Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, first of all, again, to repeat, abortion services are healthcare services, abortion clinics are healthcare clinics, and hence they are protected. With respect to the larger interoperation between the federal use of the criminal law power and provincial use of property and civil rights protections and other heads of provincial power, the answer is they interoperate together very well. Provinces can enact measures to protect spaces. What we are doing with the criminal law power is protecting the impeding of access, as well as the threat of intimidation. Each has its own standards, both in terms of the mental and actus reus elements of crime, and they fit very well together with what provinces have done.
I have time for one quick question and answer, and I see the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
This is a very important discussion, and I would like to ask the Minister of Justice about an issue very important to Nunavut, and how Johannes Revour was allowed to leave and is protected in France. And I'd like to hear from the Minister what they plan to do about this person that is a criminal that's hiding in France at the moment.
The Honourable Minister of Justice with a quick.
I thank the honourable member for her question. As I have stated a number of times publicly, and has been stated publicly, those proceedings were stayed by the prosecution service. Those specific proceedings against this person, Johannes Revour, they were stayed. I can't resurrect a stay, Mr. Speaker. However, there is always the possibility that further evidence might be brought forward by other complainants or other witnesses, and that then would be something that the police, the prosecution service, and ultimately the Justice Department and international group would have to look at that point.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to let you know that I'll be sharing my speaking time with my dear colleague, the member for Beauport-Limoilou. I would like to take just a few moments today, because it is December 6th, to mark the sad anniversary of the Polytechnique massacre. It was 32 years ago now. 14 women were killed simply for being women, and I would like to offer my support and my solidarity and my remembrance. So we're dealing with Bill C-3 today, a bill that has two aspects to it. On the one hand, it aims to modify the Canada Labour Code, and on the other hand, it aims to modify the Criminal Code. So these are two bills with quite different aims. But I believe what the government is trying to show with this is that, as it expressed during the last election campaign, which probably shouldn't have happened at all, but the goal of the government is to show that they are supporting workers here and that they are strengthening the criminal code in order to punish more severely people who attempt to hinder other people from accessing healthcare services, or people who intimidate healthcare workers. Now, I believe this bill should be studied in committee. And so I do wonder where we should be dealing with it. First of all, on the side of the criminal code, the government decided it would be important to significantly strengthen criminal code provisions against anyone who would harass, intimidate, or terrify healthcare workers or patients. Now, is this the right solution to the problem? Well, I think that we would need to study the bill in committee to get the right answer to that. I think the intention of this is pretty clear. The goal is to send a message to healthcare workers and to people who need those healthcare services that there will be a zero tolerance policy toward anyone trying to intimidate them. I think we've understood that message, and I think it's an important message. Now, I was myself a healthcare worker some time ago now, and I'm just wondering, when it comes to harassment against healthcare workers, do our labor laws not already sufficiently protect people against that type of behavior? I think that might be something that we might want to look at. Now, I think we're all aware here of events that have happened in various provinces and in Quebec. There were instances of harassment and intimidation, and I think that the unions have been calling for action on this for a long time. Because employers, of course, have an obligation to ensure that their employees have a safe workspace. You know, in Quebec, we certainly witnessed a lot of anti-vaxxers behaving badly, even near elementary schools. There were situations in front of hospitals, fortunately on a somewhat smaller scale, We even saw people disrupting things outside of vaccination clinics. And listen, the government of Quebec didn't wait around for the federal government to take action. They cracked down on this, and they increased safety measures. That's why I sort of wonder whether this is the best way to solve the problem through a modification of the criminal code. You know, the Canada Labour Congress was clear, and we've been clear as well, that this absolutely must not infringe on the fundamental right to gather, to protest, to strike, to picket, and to demonstrate. I think those are rights that are guaranteed by the Constitution, and that part of the bill does need to be written properly. Now, when it comes to the aspect dealing with the Canada Labour Code, the minister said straight off in his speech that there's a shortcoming here. There's a hole in the social fabric. I don't think that's any big epiphany, because if you look at labor laws in Canada, they certainly need to be modernized and brought into the modern era. 58% of workers in Canada don't have proper paid leave. So obviously it's time for these people to have paid sick leave. We also could have increased the minimum wage while we were at it. That's something that the federal government had promised in the last budget. I think that would also send a strong message when it comes to protecting workers' safety and workers' working conditions. And when you talk about the hole in the social safety net, the minister forgot to talk about the EI system. If ever there was a shortcoming, it's that system. The government is consistently abandoning thousands of people who have neither paid sick leave nor access to EI, and they only get 15 weeks if they're sick. That is a major shortcoming in our social safety net. So why did the government choose to focus on this bill, which targets the criminal code and the Canada Labour Code, rather than taking the opportunity to deal with the shortcomings of the EI system and that social safety net? Because we need to be able to protect people who are sick, who have serious illness, and don't have any protection. So although the intention of this bill is good, I don't think that it properly protects the constitutional rights and doesn't really solve the problem in the best way. This is something that we can study in committee, of course, but at least I will say that we are favorable toward the general principle of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for, I know I'll get it right eventually, Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech and really appreciate her talking about the importance of protecting workers. And Mr. Speaker, you know, we heard throughout the health crisis, again, you know, I've asked other parties the same question, that medical health professionals cited that the top two things that could be done to stop the spread were for people to get vaccinated and for governments to implement paid sick days. And the government chose to drag this legislation out. Here we are 20 months later, and they're finally implementing paid sick days. In the meantime, people have lost their lives. The same parallel crisis that's happening, the overdose crisis that's happening in our country, medical health professionals are saying that we need to decriminalize the personal possession of illicit drugs, and we need to provide a safe supply. First steps to end the stigma against people that are using illicit drugs. Does my colleague agree, Mr. Speaker, through you, that the government has failed to listen to health professionals when it comes to guidance on the overdose crisis because of the stigma, and also, Mr. Speaker, that they can end it, and that we need to listen to health professionals when it comes to guidance to respond to emergencies much faster because people are dying as a result of inaction?
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, I think there are a number of questions that could have been studied. I won't say anything specifically on what the government could have done. There are many things the government could have done, which would be far beyond the scope of this bill. You know, when it comes to sick leave, I think that's the bare minimum. The province of Quebec already took action on those issues. Other provinces haven't. I know the federal government is trying to send a message here, but when it comes to protecting workers, you have to do more than just deal with the criminal code. It's much broader than that.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. We're still in the middle of a pandemic, and many medical associations are recommending that employers not require a doctor's note for people who may have COVID-19. This bill gives employers the power to require doctor's notes, regardless of the number of days that were taken. Does my colleague not believe that this requirement might reduce the use of paid sick leave and might increase the risk of transmission of COVID-19? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. So when it comes to the terms and conditions of the sick leave, now there are only 2 articles concerning the Labour Code in this bill. One has to do with how you accumulate the 10 days, and I think that creates a lot of questions already. And on the question of doctor's notes, I mean, you know, I've always believed and said that doctors are in the best position to decide you know, what the state of illness of a patient is.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to make note in terms of the importance of the 2 issues that are being dealt with. First and foremost, recognizing the important role that our healthcare workers play and how important it is that whether you're a patient or a healthcare worker, that the underlying principle here is that they should be able to go to a facility and feel safe and secure in doing so. And that principle is something that I believe all members of this House should be supporting. And if she can just provide her thoughts in terms of just why that's so important.
L'Honorable Député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, it's an important issue, but I mean, the issue is always an important one. When it comes to healthcare workers who are giving so much of their time, who have fought COVID-19, they deserve recognition, they deserve protection. But at the same time, all employers deserve this, or employees deserve this. We can't just recognize them because they're essential. We also need to support them. That's why it's so important to look at our labor laws to see if they really protect them all the time properly. And then we can try to ensure that in case of serious intimidation, you know, that the message be clear. But it can't just be a single message.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today is December 6th. As my colleagues have done, I too would like to take a few moments to think of the victims and their loved ones of the murder at the Polytechnic in Montreal. I was 12. I have a good memory, and I remember how I felt. And I remember very clearly how stressful and distressful it was, and how I couldn't understand it, even though I was 12, to learn that women had been murdered because they were women. And I think that it was something that I will never forget, and unfortunately today it still happens. all too often. I would also like to take a few moments, because it's the first speech that I am giving in the House. I have asked questions, but it's the first time in the 44th Parliament that I have risen to give a speech, and I would like to take a few moments to thank the volunteers and the people of Beauport-Limoilou for electing me for a second time and allowing me to continue to serve and represent them. To the volunteers, you were of tremendous support throughout this second campaign that I experienced. Great support when we look at what happened in the first campaign, where there were only 2 of us. So I want to thank you all. You made quite a difference in my experience, and you were there even during the heat wave. It was extraordinary. I would also like to acknowledge my loved ones: Pierre, Zoe, Louis, Benoit, Simon. You are extraordinary, my loves, and my life without you would simply not be complete. I love you very much. I could go on and on about the help that I received during the campaign and how grateful I am to each and every person who gave their precious time, people from all ages, 18 to 77. Today, just as these people have helped me, it is my turn to help improve the lives of people by contributing my thoughts on Bill C-3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code. I must admit that when I read the preamble and the 8 clauses of the bill, I wondered how this bill would actually help people. So I will share with you the analysis that I made when I read the bill and I analyzed each section. Clause 1 adds to the definitions of offenses the offense of intimidation of healthcare services. In short, the definition of the offense makes it an offense to intimidate health services. This is just one more addition to a long list of what is already considered an offense. Surely it could be simplified by stating that any form of intimidation, regardless of the status or employment of a person, is an offense. However, I understand that it's an election promise, and it is necessary to specify that any bullying of healthcare services is an offense given the last few months. The second section inserts a new section into the Criminal Code, section 423.2. This section specifies that bullying is an offense when it is committed against a person seeking health care, so a patient, seeking health care from a healthcare professional, or any person working to support a healthcare professional. So this includes attendants, administrative staff, the maintenance, and others. In short, any bullying that is intended to prevent a person from receiving or giving care is an offense. In my opinion, this section makes sense, not only in relation to vaccination, but also in relation to other unfortunate situations that patients and health service staff may and can encounter. Think, for example, of women who want to go to a family planning clinic, and they are greeted outside the clinic by people who shout angrily and scream at them. I'm thinking of clinics that have been vandalized or staff cars that have had their wheels slashed. All these acts are unacceptable and show a singular lack of respect, civility, and dignity, while having a negative impact on the physical and psychological health of the victims of these acts. The new section 423.2 in the second and third paragraph specifies that it is an offense to block access to a place where health care is provided, and that a maximum sentence of 10 years can be given now to a person guilty of this offense. And I had some questions about this. What about workers striking outside their own workplace? Will their right to strike be respected, or will it be considered a form of intimidation? The question arises, especially since Bill C-3 specifies that a person cannot be guilty of an offense if he or she is on the premises where an offense is committed in order to give or receive information. In short, we can think of journalists. If a person is going to give or receive information, cannot be guilty Why isn't it made clear that the right of healthcare workers to strike is not impaired and cannot be an offense? After all, a strike is a form of protest in front of places where healthcare services are provided. The third section adds a definition to Part 15 of the Criminal Code. This part deals with special powers and procedures, in particular forensic DNA analysis. This addition ensures that Section 423.2 is also included in the definitions of secondary offenses. This covers all possibilities so that there are as few avenues as possible for a person using health service intimidation. I question, however, the need for DNA testing in the case of bullying. The link here is not clear. The fourth section amends Section 515.4.1, which specifies the aggravating conditions of a charge. It adds that intimidating the health service is one of the aggravating conditions. That's good. The fifth section specifies that the offense was committed against a person providing health care, personal care, and that it resulted in harm to a person in need of such care. So it covers all individuals who are tied directly or indirectly to a health service. Nothing to say about that. But what does all this mean exactly? It means that from now on, as Quebec did a few months ago, protests are not allowed in the vicinity of places where health care is provided, and that it is not allowed to intimidate healthcare personnel, nor is it allowed to intimidate a person who has made the decision to receive any kind of care, no matter what age they are, or the health care, as I said. As I said earlier, I think that this makes sense because bullying, no matter who it is perpetrated against, is indecent, unacceptable, degrading, and stressful, lacking singularly in dignity and respect. Yes, I think it's important that we remember this. Such acts should never be committed against anyone, regardless of social status or employment. That said, bullying was already included in the criminal code, so why do we have to make these clarifications? And I still wonder why. If bullying is unacceptable and it is an aggravating condition, it is for everyone. Are we not all equal before the law? Was there really any point in having a bill to make it clear that bullying of the healthcare service is criminal? If we are all equal before the law, if we are victims of bullying, we are all, regardless of our age, occupation, status, victims of a criminal act. Bill C-3 also amends the Labor Code by eliminating part of Section 206.6.1, which states that an employee is entitled to up to 5 days of sick leave per year for the purpose of treating an illness or injury. This part is eliminated because we are talking about 10 days of sick leave per year. So some people in Canada would be affected. My question is as follows. If it is under federal jurisdiction, does this clause, could it influence negotiations by unions and workers? We have to ensure that the right to strike and the right of unions to negotiate their working conditions are not subject to this bill. In short, the Bloc Québécois agrees with the principle of protecting healthcare workers and allowing workers under federal jurisdiction to be able to get medical care. However, there are clarifications that will have to be made in committee, including by amendment, so that the other rights of workers, including the right to demonstrate and the right to negotiate their collective agreement, are respected. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Answers the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the, let me get it right, to the Leader of the Government, House Leader in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened carefully to the intervention by our Bloc colleague today, and I would submit to her that there should be a distinction between those who are trying to protect public safety when it comes to the issue of protests and quite frankly aggravated protests that were happening out front of hospitals and what we're seeing during this pandemic. There's a certain level of intimidation and fear that is trying to be portrayed upon individuals who are by their most basic function trying to protect society. Would she not agree that it is extremely important to make sure that these individuals are not being subject to that during a time when their sole responsibility is for the to ensure and to promote public safety?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I shouldn't put words in my mouth that I didn't say. Everyone is entitled to be protected. It is unacceptable for people who are dedicated and give their lives to to helping others be harassed. It is our case as well. Intimidation has no place. What I said, and it's important to protect the healthcare workers, but it's also important to make the distinction between a demonstration that is violent with intimidation and the right to strike. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Like I said in my earlier intervention, Nunavut doesn't have very much access to physicians and health services. More than 1/3 of the government of Nunavut's department budget is spent on costs associated with medical travel at $109 million, and with physical and hospital services outside of the territory costing $69.5 million. So as such, I have quite an interest in how workers are treated outside of Nunavut. And in relation to the Bloc's positions, with their demand to suspend the CRB and their silence on the 10-day paid sick leave, the gap between the demands of workers and the leader of the Bloc continues to widen. Why is the party's position regressing on their defense of workers' rights? Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Having grown up in Fairmont and having viral meningitis at the age of 6, because there was no hospital in Fairmont, and having to be transferred by ambulance and an air ambulance, I know, and I know very well what it is like to have your life in danger and to have to wait because there's no services available. With regard to the CRB, it's already suspended. We had asked that it be continued for the cultural sector and tourism. So I don't know where it's coming from that we asked it to be stopped. With regard to the 10 days, we agree with the principle. What we're saying is that we also have to take into consideration the realities of small businesses that also have needs, just as much as workers do, and health must come first and foremost. Do we need to reinvest in order to ensure that people, like the people of Nunavut, or like I at the age of 6, have access to adequate rapid health care services, despite the fact that we're remote? Of course. It's more than high time. Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. I would say the Honourable Member for Milton stood up there, but I guess not. L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her wonderful speech. I give her my congratulations. We are seeing a serious housing shortage in Quebec. There are 500,000 people who, households who need housing. There's a climate crisis. There are also issues related to the health crisis that are very important. We need to refund the healthcare system. And also, there's an issue. We haven't talked about it yet in this House. I hope we will soon talk about it. There's a major linguistic crisis in Canada, in Quebec in particular, a major decline in French. So the question I'd like to ask my colleague is this. I'd like her to talk a little bit about the relevancy of talking about this bill here today when there are so many urgent issues that we could be talking about. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. In less than 30 seconds, please. Okay. It's important to talk, yes, about the protection of healthcare services, and all the subjects that my colleague mentioned are also important. When it comes to healthcare, if you don't have good housing, you don't have enough food, and your family's finances are difficult, it has an impact on your mental and physical health, which also has an impact on your mental and physical health. So it's a series of things. So it's very difficult. So it took a long time to come back after the election. And now we're talking about this instead of being able to continue to move forward on very important bills. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Secretary to the Minister of Justice and, I always want to get this one right, the Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Kingston and the Islands. And let me start by acknowledging what an important day today is. It's a day of action to end violence against women, and I recognize all those women who've died in Canada and around the world, and also those incredible women who continue to fight each and every day. And as a society, we have a long way to go to end violence against women, but it's also a day for us to redouble our efforts in this regard. I am glad to speak today on Bill C-3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code. And I will be speaking primarily on the amendments to the Criminal Code of Canada. The last 19 months or so have been particularly difficult for frontline workers, particularly those in the healthcare sector. They've been working around the clock to help us, to help Canadians get through the pandemic. They've been putting their families, in many ways, at risk, and they have been away from their families during this period. And we're very grateful for their service. In my home community of Scarborough, I know the members of the Scarborough Health Network and those at Taibu Community Health Center and many other local organizations have been instrumental in supporting us. But sadly, the work of many of our frontline workers, especially those in the healthcare sector, have recently been they've been the brunt of a great deal of issues over the past few months. And I want to speak to that, and I believe the amendments that are proposed today will address that. It should be a fundamental right to go to work free of harassment and free of any form of disruption by the public. But sadly, through anti-vaxxers and many others that we've seen our healthcare workers who are scared to go to work. I have been able to speak to many nurses, many PSWs, many physicians who are at their wits' end, who are stressed and who are going on leave or considering going on leave because they can no longer bear what's happening to them. But Mr. Speaker, I think all members would agree that it is unsettling to see reports in the media of bullying, of threats, of violence and intimidation directed towards healthcare workers and seekers. I was shocked to see reports of individuals in Canada using online platforms to incite others to shoot healthcare service providers who vaccinate children. And let me be clear, such a conduct is criminal and there's no place in our society. Hear, hear. This past weekend, I was able to get our second daughter vaccinated. She had her first dose of vaccination. It was administered by Dr. Jaya, who's been at the forefront of the fight on COVID. And I know her and her colleagues want to work in an environment where they're free and safe. And we're very thankful for what they've done so far. Bill C-3 seeks to provide enhanced protections to healthcare workers and seekers at a time where the fight against COVID-19 pandemic is ongoing. Unimpeded access to health services is critical to moving Canada beyond the pandemic. And as Ontario right now has reached the important 90% mark of vaccination for those over the age of 12. I think it's more important than ever that we have these protections extended to all Canadians who are working in the healthcare sector. While BC3 creates two new offenses in the criminal code, a new specific intimidation offense and an offense of obstructing access to health facilities, I want to focus my remarks today on the sentencing amendments advanced in this bill, namely the proposed aggravating factors. In short, aggravating factors are facts present in any given case that increase the gravity of the offense or the offender's degree of responsibility. Existing criminal code examples include when an offense is motivated by hate or prejudice, and when an offender abuses a position of trust. In order to arrive at a fit sentence, a sentencing court must weigh all aggravating and mitigating factors present in the case at hand. Before speaking to these proposed legislative changes in more detail, Mr. Speaker, I want to provide some additional context in relation to the sentencing amendments being advanced. In 2019, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health studied the prevalence of violence faced by healthcare workers in Canada. They reported that healthcare workers have a 4 times higher rate of workplace violence than any other profession. What is particularly alarming about this figure is that stakeholders in this area also reported that most of the violence that workers experience remains unreported due to a culture of acceptance. In its report entitled Violence Facing Healthcare Workers in Canada, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health made several recommendations, including that the Government of Canada amend the criminal code to require courts to treat the fact that victim of an assault is in the healthcare sector worker as an aggravating factor for sentencing. In advancing this recommendation, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health heard testimony from the Canadian Federation of Nurses that such amendment would serve as a deterrent for individuals perpetrating violence against healthcare workers. The sentencing amendments in Bill C-3 would respond to the long-standing calls for healthcare sector stakeholders and the recommendation of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health to codify assaulting a healthcare practitioner acting in the course of their duties as an aggravating factor at sentencing and would reflect the common law in this area. Let me make a moment to explain why. Existing sentencing laws already provide sentencing courts with broad discretion to account for all relevant aggravating and mitigating factors in determining a sentence that is proportionate, having regard to the gravity of the offense and degree of responsibility of the offender. The list of aggravating factors provided in Section 718.2 of the Criminal Code is not exhaustive, and courts can and do expand the list by recognizing new aggravating and mitigating factors at sentencing. In fact, Mr. Speaker, reported cases in Canada have already recognized that assaulting persons working in the healthcare system is an aggravating circumstance at sentencing. Consistent with this existing treatment by courts, Bill C-3 would create 2 new aggravating factors applicable in the healthcare context, which would apply when a person is being sentenced for any criminal offense. The proposed measures in Bill C-3 would include an aggravating factor where the offense was committed against any person who, in the performance of their duties and functions, was providing health services. The concept of health services would not be defined in the bill, but courts would have flexibility to apply it in appropriate cases. The aggravating factors also make clear that personal care services are captured within the concept of health services for aggravating factors. Mr. Speaker, personal support workers provide health services that are essential to the well-being of all patients. The House of Commons Standing Committee on Health reported that an alarming 89% of all personal support workers had experienced physical violence on the job based on a poll commissioned by the Ontario Council of Hospital Unions. Codifying this aggravating factor signals Parliament's view that criminal conduct directed at personal support workers must be recognized and denounced. Mr. Speaker, there's a great deal more I can speak on this issue, but I do want to emphasize the importance that this is an important piece of legislation and which stands for healthcare workers who are essential for Canadian society to recover and thrive, especially during a global pandemic. This bill is long overdue and delivers on an important commitment the government made to Canadians. For all the reasons identified above, I urge all members of this House to support the swift passage of Bill C-3. And I look forward to questions and comments from our colleagues.
Question et commentaire. The three of you to fight over it, but I'll go with the one that probably hasn't asked a question yet. So, Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my friend across the way for his intervention today. And I want to congratulate him on his new role and wish him well. I'm sure we can work well together. I'm just curious to know the perspective. As I'm sure he knows, we obviously support the healthcare workers who have worked so diligently over the last couple of years, and the need for protection of our hospitals and them to come and go from work. And I'm wondering whether there would be consideration from the Justice Department, from him and the minister, to also extend this same sort of protection to our infrastructure, like pipelines and rail facilities, and including hospitals. And that would expand that to make sure that those infrastructure projects and the livelihoods around those are protected as well.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that question, and I want to just emphasize the need to protect healthcare workers and facilities that serve our healthcare sector. It is such an important aspect of the fight against COVID. When physicians or nurses or PSWs or any support staff go to work in the morning to help Canadians, they should not be facing intimidation or risk or threats to their lives. And that's why we're bringing forward this important legislation. The matters that he's discussing can be furthered in other pieces of legislation, but for the purpose of today, this is very important that we pass this as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, and I certainly agree with this part of the legislation that protects our healthcare workers, and I appreciate the member speaking of that. Mr. Speaker, we know the government has been guilty of outsourcing at a rapid rate, especially Veterans Affairs, where I was critic before, and the government promised to restore the jobs cut by the Conservatives in the previous government, yet they've continued to hire people on short-term contracts, and those that have impacted by contract flipping practices could lose their paid sick days accumulated in their previous contract. So this is what's going to happen to a lot of those workers. Through you, Mr. Speaker, would my colleague be open to amendments that would ensure that all federal sub-jurisdictional workers have access to the 10 paid days of sick leave? And also, will they do something about stopping outsourcing from their own government?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to emphasize what's in this legislation, which is to make sure that healthcare workers are protected and healthcare facilities are protected. I think it's important that the federal government play an essential role in ensuring that those who intimidate and those who abuse our frontline and essential workers and healthcare workers in this important time during the pandemic are protected, and that's exactly what we're doing in this legislation, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend, Parliamentary Secretary. I wanted to zero in on something that hasn't been discussed yet today on C3, and as I've been able to state previously, I'm very supportive of protecting our wonderful nurses and healthcare workers. I wanted to focus on another aspect of sentencing, which is the flexibility that a judge will have. I've noticed some commentary in the media that this may be too harsh a way to protect our nurses by having as much as a 10-year sentence. I just wonder if the honourable member wants to comment on the fact that the judge will have a lot of discretion. It can be an offence by summary conviction. It can also be an indictable offence of up to 10 years. There are no mandatory minimums here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to our colleague, Mr. Speaker, and I want to emphasize that the legislation in front of us does give judges the discretion and allows them to look at aggravating and mitigating circumstances in sentencing. It's an essential tool that judges are able to use. We believe that the judiciary is well positioned to make those decisions and impart sentence at that point in time.
Hands up. Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor today to rise to speak to Bill C-3, a very important piece of legislation that covers the two aspects of providing for our healthcare workers, especially now during this pandemic that is before us. The latter half of the bill addresses specifically the issue of paid sick leave and how important it is to ensure that people out there don't have to choose between paying their bills and going to work. We don't want people when they're sick, as we've learned through this pandemic, to be going to work and to be participating in an environment that they could potentially be passing along illness to other people. And so when we are sick and when we don't feel well, it is important that we stay home. And to that end, we need the proper legislation in place to protect workers and to give them that flexibility so that they can take the proper measures to protect themselves. The other part of this bill, which I think I'll focus a little bit more on, Mr. Speaker, is specifically ensuring that the proper measures are put into our criminal code to protect individuals from having to be harassed on their way to work, to and from work, in particular healthcare professionals. And when this bill was introduced, I was extremely happy to hear about the measures that were put in place. During this election, unfortunately, we had an extremely unfortunate incident at Kingston General Hospital right towards the beginning of the election when these protests were gaining speed and gaining traction, of a group of people who chose to protest right in front of not just Kingston General Hospital, but would you believe it, Mr. Speaker, right in front of the cancer clinic at Kingston General Hospital. So literally, we had folks that were going to receive their cancer treatments, and whether they were coming or going, were being harassed by a protest group and were being yelled insults in addition to those who were going to serve on the front lines, the nurses and the doctors, as they were coming in and out of the hospital. And it's absolutely ridiculous that I believe we even need to be having this debate and we find a requirement for this legislation. But the reality is that unfortunate incidences have been popping up, such as this one most recently in my community of Kingston and the Islands. And perhaps it was the nature of the election that was taking place at the time that really added fuel to the fire, because the unfortunate part about this is that it was taking a political lens. It was the People's Party of Canada that were really promoting this event. They had the People's Party of Canada signs out in front of the hospital during this protest. By and large, on Twitter, it was the People's Party and their supporters that were really promoting for this event to take place. And of course, they do it all in the name of civil liberties, believing that somehow liberties have been breached during this pandemic, which I find extremely alarming. And even though the People's Party didn't win any votes or any seats in this place, I do still find it concerning when members of this House attempt to play footsies with this particular issue. The issue of civil liberties being in jeopardy during this pandemic. And unfortunately, I'm reminded of the more recently formed conservative caucus, Liberties Caucus, Freedom Fighters Caucus, whatever it's called, that consists of approximately 15 to 30 conservative members of parliament and senators that find it their job to somehow stand up for the liberties that have been infringed upon during this pandemic, when the reality is that I believe, Mr. Speaker, every person in this House believes strongly that people are entitled to their certain rights that are afforded to them under the Charter, and that indeed no person's rights have been infringed upon during this pandemic. But the reality is that this is not the way that it's being interpreted. And when we have leaders out there that are helping to fuel this fire through their actions and their words, it only further instills within the people who are leading these protests to go out there and to charge and to suggest that they somehow need to be protected. And so we end up with what I described in my riding of Kingston and the Islands in front of the Kingston General Hospital, an event where there were about 50 people who were yelling and screaming and hurling insults and accusations towards not just healthcare professionals, the nurses and the doctors that were coming and going from the hospital, but indeed people who were entering the cancer clinic at Kingston General Hospital and people who were leaving immediately following treatments. You can just imagine the public outcry against this type of activity that was going on. It was quite a bit, and there was a lot of anger and frustration from the community. But at the same time, it provided an opportunity for a certain degree of empowerment amongst this particular group. And so this legislation specifically seeks to make this type of activity something that is not permissible in the criminal code, and indeed that people can be held accountable to. So I am extremely happy to see that this legislation that we committed to during the election come forward so quickly. I want to see this get to committee as quickly as possible so that it can be properly studied. And I know that some of my colleagues, as I've been listening to the debate today, have raised some questions about the content of the bill and how that will affect. I think back to just the previous question from the NDP member. And these are good questions and things to study in committee to hash out the details to ensure that this legislation is the best that it can be. And the reality of Bill C-3, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a commitment to Canadians. It's a commitment to Canadians that we will not tolerate this kind of behavior in front of or around our healthcare facilities that are providing services. The frontline workers are there providing services to our communities. We will not allow them to participate in activities that intimidate, harass, or threaten their ability to move freely in and out of such a facility in order to provide these frontline services. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I come up close to question period, and I'm happy to begin my 5 minutes of questions, but I did want to say that I'm very glad that this bill is before us. I want it to move quickly to the committee so committee can thoroughly examine it and report back to the House so that we can pass this into legislation. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to once again ask a question in this important debate. This is now I do want to just note, I think that this bill does address what I think are two very, very distinct areas. And I asked earlier whether or not it would be relevant to maybe have this bill split into two separate things. But specifically regarding access to healthcare facilities, I think that it brings up a very, very important point. No Canadian, no healthcare professional should be allowed to or should be hindered from being able to access their workplace. Canadians be able to access care. But specifically, I'm wondering if this member would support that being expanded to include something like critical infrastructure, to ensure that pipelines and railways and whatnot, when it comes to ensuring that Canadians, especially at a time where there is serious supply chain challenges within this country, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if this member would be open to including that in this legislation. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Only a Conservative would suggest that the work of our frontline workers should be compared to that. The security around that should be compared to that of a pipeline.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Mr. Biddle. St. Catharines.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Now I've heard it a couple of times from the Conservatives that they're likening hospitals, vaccination centres, abortion clinics to pipelines. Mr. Speaker, I'm a cancer survivor. I've had many of my constituents that go daily to the St. Catharines General Hospital to receive treatment. I'd like to ask the honourable member how ridiculous it is, and if he agrees how ridiculous this argument is from the Conservatives, to liken a hospital, a cancer centre, a vaccination centre to a pipeline.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, it's either in documentation they've been provided in advance of this debate, or it's just a common theme amongst Conservatives, because the last two members have literally asked questions comparing pipelines to the security around pipelines to those around healthcare facilities. I thank the member for his question. As I indicated in my speech, in my own constituency during the election, there was People's Party of Canada candidates with anti-vaxxers protesting out front of the cancer clinic of Kingston General Hospital. How ridiculous is it that we even have to bring forward this legislation?
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Healthcare workers have worked tirelessly through the pandemic to provide life-saving care for our loved ones. As a result of underfunding and under-prioritization through the Liberal government, healthcare workers in Nanaimo Ladysmith, my riding, were already overworked and underpaid. Adding to this, we've seen an increase of bullying and hatred of healthcare workers. Our healthcare workers are tired and deserve better. Mr. Speaker, when will this government support the NDP's plan to increase health care for workers and to increase training, recruitment and retention of healthcare workers? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in less than 45 seconds.
Well, I can respect the fact that the question is slightly off topic of this particular debate, but I think that the member raises a good point. You know, if we have not learned from this pandemic that we need to strengthen the resources around hiring, recruiting, and bringing more frontline workers on board, then I don't think that we have truly learned the lesson from this pandemic. So if the NDP is set to make proposals in this regard, I certainly am one that would be interested in hearing what they are.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il y a 30...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 32 years ago, 14 women were killed at the École Polytechnique. We remember them. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Dino, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maude Havergenic, Maryse Lagagné, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard,
Annie Sant'Anno, Annie Turcotte, Barbara Kruznik-Wodajevic. End misogyny, end patriarchy, stop violence against women.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about diversity. Did you know that one of the fastest growing communities in Canada today is our Filipino heritage community, at approximately 1 million strong and growing, Mr. Speaker? Winnipeg was where I would suggest is the heart of the Filipino community. That's, after all, where we got our very first Jollibee here in Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have more good news. When we think of diversity and we think of businesses, Winnipeg, not the first, this time, Edmonton beat us on the first angle. But, Mr. Speaker, we now have Potato Corner, another successful franchise that comes from the Philippines, Mr. Speaker. I think it speaks volumes in terms of one of the things that gives Canada its greatest value is our diversity. So let's give a hand for Canada's diverse community, the Filipino heritage community here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to warmly thank the good people of South Surrey White Rock for re-electing me, and give an enthusiastic shout out to the friendship of many volunteers and my campaign manager that made it all possible. Public service is both a solemn duty and a great honor, and today I remember the wonderful Benno Friesen. He represented my community for a record 5 terms as MP from 1974 to 1993 and passed away in September at age 92. He remained very sharp when it came to politics, history, literature, and theology. An eloquent English literature professor and founder of Trinity Western University, he was highly respected in this place. Predeceased by his wife Marge, my sympathies to his daughters Cindy and Lynn and their families, including 7 grandchildren. Benno was a mentor and friend, Mr. Speaker. I am truly blessed to have received his wisdom and advice.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise today for the first time in the 44th Parliament to say thank you. Thank you to the residents of Ward 5 in Hamilton East, Stony Creek for the 26 years of support as their city councillor. It was an honor and privilege to serve them for so many years. Thank you to those very same residents in Hamilton East, Stony Creek who elected me this past September as their new Member of Parliament. I look forward to addressing the challenges and opportunities that face our community and our great city. As all elected representatives know, we owe our success in large part to our family, friends, and volunteers. Oftentimes, our service to the community conflicts with special occasions at home or simply spending time with those we care about the most. To my wife, Mary, and our children, Chase and Reese, thank you for the unconditional love and support and the sacrifices we made as a family to support my time in public office. To my parents, Shirley and Bob, and my sister, Candace, and her family, thank you for being there every step of the way. I couldn't have done it without you. To my friends, volunteers, and supporters in the community, many of them, Mr. Speaker, like part of an extended family, it continues to be an honor and a privilege to serve you.
L'Honorable Député. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, 32 years ago to the day, a man obsessed by his hatred of feminists opened fire on the Polytechnique campus in Montreal, killing 14 women and injuring several others. This sad anniversary for the past 32 years has been an opportunity for us to denounce violence against women and also gun violence more generally. We denounced it last year, Mr. Speaker, and the year before that, and the year before that. I don't think there are any words to express the level of exasperation that survivors have been living with for 30 years. The more time passes, the more things stay the same. Sometimes it feels like we're going backwards. In the name of those who died, those who have been killed in the streets in the last few months and weeks in Montreal, we need to do more in terms of gun control. But we're going to need the government's help. The federal government must not wait for another gun death to take action. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I call on the government to do more to curb gun violence. We owe it to the victims. We owe it to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 104th anniversary of the Halifax explosion. On the morning of December 6, 1917, the SS Mont Blanc, an incoming munitions vessel, collided with SS Emo, an outgoing Belgian relief vessel in Halifax Harbor. 100-foot flames erupted from the ships as the volatile cargo violently exploded, the largest human-caused explosion until the atomic bomb. 2,000 people were killed, 9,000 people were injured, and every structure in an 800-meter radius was flattened. The hearts of Haligonians were shattered too, as they mourned the loss of their loved ones and their neighbors. The explosion also damaged the tower clock and bell of Halifax City Hall, but this year that bell was repaired and triumphantly returned to service, where it can now be heard at Grand Parade, a testament to the enduring efforts to rebuild our city. Mr. Speaker, it was community and love of place that helped us build back better following the explosion, and a century later, we haven't forgotten. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, it was 100 years ago today, the first woman, Agnes MacPhail, was elected here to the House of Commons. Born in Grey County, Agnes was first elected to represent the riding of Grey Southeast and later represented the riding of Grey Bruce. She worked hard to represent farmers and rural interests here in Ottawa. She knew what mattered to rural communities and was instrumental in the establishment of old age pensions and the reform of our Canadian prison system. Agnes's achievements did not end with being elected to the Canadian Parliament. She was the first woman to represent Canada at the League of Nations and was one of the first of two to be elected to the Ontario legislature in 1943. Today, her legacy and work continue with organizations like Elect Her Now, who aim to increase women's representation in municipal politics across my riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound by connecting aspiring women with some of the great role models in the riding. I hope all members will join me today in recognizing the historic and inspiring contribution Agnes made to Canada and here to the House of Commons.
Yeah. The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise for the first time in the 44th Parliament, I want to express my sincere and profound gratitude to the residents of London North Centre for electing me to be their Member of Parliament for a third time. Mr. Speaker, a concern consistently brought to my attention by those constituents is the affordability of childcare. The average London family is paying more than $15,000 annually per child. This hits close to home as my wife Katie and I welcomed our first child at the end of September, a healthy baby girl named Ava. Here, here. We are currently planning for what's next, and though we are in a privileged position, many parents are struggling with how to pay the child care bill. Mr. Speaker, it's time for $10 a day child care in London, in Ontario, and across Canada.
That's right.
I therefore implore the Ontario government to get a deal done with the federal government now. It's time to join other provinces and territories who have signed on to make childcare affordable for all. Doing so is vital for equality of opportunity, gender equality, and economic competitiveness. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Brassard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, today is the 32nd anniversary of the Polytechnique massacre. I don't think there are many people in Canada who don't know about this tragedy and what it meant for Canada, but it had a particular impact on the 50% of Canada's population who were born women. Femicide is now recognized for what it is, the deliberate killing of a person simply because of their gender. There are many murders in Canada, many of them linked to organized crime. But what remains particularly disturbing about the event that took the lives of these 14 young women who wanted to become engineers is that their only crime was their gender. And the main motive for femicide is still the fact that a woman is a woman. This is beyond me. I'm a grandmother of 2 boys. I hope that they will learn to recognize and appreciate the intrinsic equality of all people, and that they will grow up in a society that recognizes that we are all responsible for advancing equality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
You're here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'm very proud to share the story of Coach Cal. That's a hashtag, please use it. A 6-year-old from my riding of Peterborough Kawartha. Cal was selected after auditioning for the Next Gen program. He was granted a single-game contract with our OHL team, the Peterborough Petes, to give the pregame pep talk. Oh. Well, his pep talk went viral and has been trending across North American media. It has over 3 million views on NHL's TikTok. Wow. Now, I can't deliver the speech as well as Cal, but I want to share some of my favorite words from his passionate speech. Everyone in this room has a dream, but those dreams don't just come to you. You have to earn it. This is a team, and each one of us brings something to the team. Cal, your words are a powerful reminder of what we should be focusing on and off the ice. As your MP, I'm very proud of your hard work, and I'll do whatever it takes to get the W for Peterborough Kawartha.
The honourable member for Cambridge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to speak to the recent accomplishments by the Canadian nuclear industry. Ontario Power Generation has announced that Darlington will construct a small modular reactor in partnership with GE Hitachi Nuclear Energy. This is a significant step in the development of SMRs, delivers jobs, and helps us meet the climate crisis. In addition, the Canadian Nuclear Association recently signed 2 MOUs with Romania and the French Nuclear Energy Society to promote the growth of civil nuclear energy. These are decades-long relationships that will continue to grow as Canada works to address climate change with its international partners. These announcements demonstrate the leadership of OPG, CNA, and the nuclear industry's creation of jobs and economic, environmental, and technological benefits for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, please join me in helping welcome them and congratulating them on their incredible work. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, since the flooding began in British Columbia, Canadians have stepped up. The heroic efforts of first responders, members of the Canadian Forces, and just regular people have helped save lives and protect property. Faith groups and civic organizations have also stepped up in a big way to provide food and shelter to evacuees. As we work to rebuild the Fraser Valley, Canadians want to know what is going to be done to ensure something like this never happens again. They want to know why critical infrastructure that could have prevented this disaster wasn't built, and they want to know that the government will have their back and act proactively to mitigate these disasters in the future. Whenever trouble arises, Canadians never fail to live up to our reputation. We are a generous people, always ready to help those in need, even when it means putting our own lives at risk. Conservatives are committed to a Team Canada approach. We will work hard to rebuild, to protect British Columbians for generations to come. It's time to get the job done.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Canada, 50% of women have been victims of sexual or physical violence. Last year, on average, a woman or girl was killed every 2.5 days, with Indigenous women being disproportionately targeted. The vast majority of identified perpetrators are men, and in many cases, a current or former intimate partner. Mr. Speaker, as we mourn the loss, we must direct our efforts into preventing future tragedies. We must ensure abusers face real consequences, while providing vulnerable women and girls with access to safe housing and other support services. In our personal lives, we must stand against domestic violence, abuse, and coercion. We must hold ourselves and our friends accountable, listen to the survivors in our lives, and offer support to women looking to leave abusive partners. Mr. Speaker, we all have a role to play in ending violence against women. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an exceptional maritimer, someone who has had a lasting impact on journalism in Canada. Earlier this week, Steve Murphy delivered his last sign-off as anchor of CTV Atlantic News at 6 after a broadcasting career that spanned 4 decades. He has taken us through many historic moments during his time. Tragedies like the crash of Swissair Flight 111, massive storms and weather events like Hurricane and White Swan, historic visits from the Queen and American presidents, and milestones like the opening of the Confederation Bridge. Steve has also reported on many elections. His interviews were known for being tough but fair, and indeed he has held many prime ministers and many MPs in this House. He's held their feet to the fire on issues of the day. In fact, Steve's interviews were seen as a rite of passage for elected officials, and one of my own regrets as a young MP was the ability to not have the ability to actually have one of those interviews and to be questioned by Steve. I would like to ask that all members of this House wish Steve Murphy all the best in his retirement in the days ahead.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan.
Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maude Aviernick, Barbara Klusnis Vidajevic, Maryse Laganière, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte.
14 young women with a promising future whose lives were lost because they were women. 32 years ago, they were shot by a man who hated women, particularly those who stood up for themselves. That was 32 years ago, but have we really made a lot of steps as a society since then? In Quebec this year alone, there have already been 18 femicides, 18 women killed by a violent partner. We need to do more. We need to continue to educate people, make resources available, and limit access to guns in our communities. We owe this to our sisters, our friends, our daughters, and to these 14 young women who lost their lives far too young.
L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, on December 4th, Quebec lost one of its most important literary figures, François Hébert, who co-founded the publishing house Les Herbes Rouges in 1968. When you think of Quebec literature and poetry, you can't help but think of the almost mythical figures of the Hébert brothers, Marcel, who died in 2007, and François. François's more than half a century of Quebec literary memory has suddenly been lost. And although he had delegated some of his duties, he continued to stay on as editor right up until this Saturday. Les Herbes Rouges is a magazine, a publishing house. It published over 600 works, not only poetry, but novels, essays, and plays. It was a place of groundbreaking literary work, a place of questioning and renewal, a place of possibility. It was a big family. François, my editor, my mentor, my friend, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On this day, 32 years ago, 14 women were murdered at École Polytechnique in Montreal. 14 bright young women whose lives were senselessly cut short. These women were explicitly targeted because of their sex. They were murdered for no reason other than the fact that they were women. The blatant sexism that motivated the attack continues to haunt Canadians and the women who still face unacceptable high volumes of violence. Today, on the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, Canadians must unite against sexism, remember the victims of the dark day in 1989, and resolve to do better. We need to work together to create a Canada that is free from violence against women. We owe it to the victims, and it's time we make it a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honorable. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I am every year, I'm spending this December 6th in my riding at a vigil mourning with my community. It's been 32 years to the day since 14 women, 14 students from the Polytechnique lost their lives. I want to pay tribute to these 14 brilliant young women who had their whole lives in front of them. And I'd also like to pay tribute to survivors like Nathalie Provost, who was shot that night and who has continued to work with the organization Police se souvient to have better gun control in Canada.
Very solemn day, I commit in this House of Commons to the survivors of Polytechnique, to the families of Myriam and Thomas, and all those who have been impacted by gun violence, to continue to fight for stronger gun control measures. Whether it is a mandatory buyback for assault weapons or a national ban on handguns, the mandate that my community sent me to Ottawa with will guide my every step. Le 6 décembre 1900.
December 6th, 1989 was the date when 14 exceptional young women were brutally shot. Let's never forget.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence.
I now invite the House to rise and observe a minute of silence in memory of the victims of the tragic event that happened 32 years ago at École Polytechnique in Montreal.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Women being victims of violence simply because they are women should be decreasing, but the evidence shows it's just going up. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the incident of domestic violence has drastically increased. Many women have been victims of violence and abuse. Many have suffered at the hands of an intimate partner. Violence against women in all of its forms tears families apart, and the impact goes beyond the victim, hurting children and our society. Today, as we mark the 32nd anniversary of the École Polytechnique massacre, one of the most horrific examples of gender-based violence, can the Deputy Prime Minister please update this House on what the government is doing to combat violence against women?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, let me thank the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party for that very important question. And let me just say that while we disagree about many things in this House, I hope that on this very somber anniversary, we can all agree that violence against women is simply unacceptable, et que c'est très important.
And that it's very important today to remember the 14 young women at the Polytechnique in Montreal who were killed simply because they were women.
Made unprecedented investments in fighting violence against women, and we've just had a moment of silence in this House, but I wonder if people think it would be appropriate, and if you, Mr. Speaker, think it would be appropriate for all the women MPs to rise for one moment now to remember them.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you very much, and I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, inflation is out of control, and with Christmas just around the corner, Canadians are really feeling it. And all it seems this Liberal government can do is throw up their hands and say there's nothing that we can do. Well, I want to remind the Minister of Finance that government does have a say in setting the inflation control target. So will the Liberals do just the bare minimum to address inflation and stick to the 2% target for the Bank of Canada? And if they won't do that, why not?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the renewal of the mandate of the Bank of Canada, which happens every 5 years, is indeed a serious and important moment for our economy. The Bank of Canada has undertaken an extensive process to consider this decision, and there have been very good discussions between the government and the bank. We look forward to announcing our agreement with the bank on the mandate in due course.
Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Well, we hope due course is soon, because even the governor of the Bank of Canada said, and I quote, "Canadians can be confident we can control inflation." It seems it's only the finance minister who either doesn't understand that part of her job or doesn't care. There are things this government can do to get inflation under control. So, Mr. Speaker, we've been asking this question for a week now. We're going to keep asking it. What is the government going to do to stop out-of-control prices that are affecting Canadians right across the country?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government has every confidence in the Bank of Canada, and we respect its independence. We also happen to know on this side of the House the difference between fiscal and monetary policy. And we would never cast aspersions on the Bank of Canada like those we have heard from the Conservatives, describing it, for example, as an ATM.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, the government has borrowed and spent blindly while repeating to us that they can do nothing to control inflation. In reality, because of the Liberal mismanagement, we are seeing an astronomical rise in the price of food, gas, and housing. The cost of living is now a concern for a vast majority of Quebecers and Canadians, with the exception of our Prime Minister. When will he table a concrete plan to tackle inflation, which has hit all Canadian families hard? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand full well that affordability is a major issue for Canadian families. We also understand, like Stephen Poloz, the former governor of the Bank of Canada, appointed by Stephen Harper, that inflation is a global phenomenon. Here are a few figures. In October, inflation in Canada was 4.7%. In the U.S., 6.2%. In Germany, they've just announced 6% inflation, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, here is the reality of the figures. Just in Quebec, inflation is 5.1%. Prices have exploded. Gas has gone up 35%, housing 4%. And according to the latest figures, Canadian families will have to spend more than $695 more for groceries for next year, 2022, as the holidays approach. Food banks are seeing an explosion in requests for help. So I would repeat my question to the Prime Minister. When will he table a concrete plan to tackle the high cost of living affecting families, seniors, and the most vulnerable members of our society? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to spread fear irresponsibly and try to criticize the Canadian economy. But Canadians are smart and they know the facts. And the fact is that our GDP in the third trimester was 5.4%, which went beyond the forecast and the performance of the U.S., Japan, the U.K., and Australia. And we have now recovered 106% of jobs lost during the COVID-19 recession. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, 32 years ago today, Quebec was hit by a feminicide, taking 4 lives among the students at Polytechnique. In the light of these 18 feminicides this year alone and the wave of shootings rocking Montreal, the lack of progress on gun control since that massacre is even more glaring. I'm quoting a survivor of the Polytechnic, Natalie Provost. She said it's a disaster. There is less protection in 2021 than in 1989. When will the government assume its responsibilities for gun control? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her question and her words on this solemn anniversary of the Polytechnic massacre. Our government has already supported many concrete measures in relation to gun control. At the same time, we must recognize that we have to look further and find more concrete solutions. We must work together with the Quebec government and all the MPs in the House in order to ensure that everybody can live safely in their communities. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, according to the coordinator of Police Sauvian, I quote, gun control is being weakened while we are seeing an increase in the number of women murdered and shootings. 32 years later, we are lagging instead of moving forward. It's so discouraging. And that's what the survivors of the Polytechnic massacre are telling us today. We owe a debt to these women. What strong action can the Deputy Prime Minister take today to ensure that the victims can stop condemning the fact that the federal government is doing nothing? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is right, and that is why we will continue to work with them, with families of victims, with the government of Quebec. Last week, I had 2 meetings virtually with leader of Police Sauvian and with my Quebec counterpart in order to encourage greater collaboration, to find concrete solutions to address this issue. And that is why we will continue to work in close collaboration with all. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, opioids are devastating Quebec as elsewhere. We are seeing a lot of overdoses happening. Hundreds of people have died. For all those who have looked at the issue, including police, public health, World Health Organization, the solution is not complicated. Decriminalizing simple possession of drugs. The people affected don't need to go to prison. They need help. A number of major cities, including Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, are asking the federal government to take action. What are the Liberals waiting for to tackle seriously the overdose issue? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm obviously very pleased and grateful to be able to respond to this question. My colleague knows full well, because we have spoken about this on a number of occasions, that we need to work on several levels to reduce harm, safe supply when it comes to drugs, work with the community to ensure that the services are available for those most in need. My colleague, the Minister, the first Minister responsible for addictions, is working on this, and we will provide more details shortly.
Speaker, the Public Health Agency of Canada reported an 88% increase in opioid-related deaths last year. The Prime Minister has repeatedly said we need to listen to public health officials to get through the pandemic, but when it comes to the overdose crisis, he's ignoring those same health officials who are clearly saying that the decriminalization of personal possession of illicit drugs and providing a safe supply is an essential first step in ending the stigma and saving lives. Mr. Speaker, the stigma starts with the Prime Minister. It's been 6 years and over 20,000 people have died from a poison drug supply. When will he finally take action?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that substance use is a health issue. We are looking to ways to divert people who use drugs away from the criminal justice system and towards supportive and trusted relationships. We will carefully review any request to decriminalize the personal possession of drugs on a case-by-case basis, as well as the new ways to address the toxic drug supply. We will continue to use every tool at our disposal to end this national public health crisis.
Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, do you know how many buildings the federal government owns? 37,246. Wow. Do you know how much land the federal government owns? Almost 41 million hectares. Wow. Now, Conservatives had a plan in the last election. It was to tie infrastructure dollars to housing prices. The Liberals' plan, create more housing inflation. Can the minister tell us how a 20% rise in housing prices is actually helping Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. And with respect to the honourable member's question, I'd point out that that's precisely why our government brought in the National Housing Strategy, which has seen more than $72 billion planned to help ensure Canadians get the housing that they need. Since 2015, in just the past 6 years, Mr. Speaker, our government supported the creation of nearly 100,000 new units and have repaired over 300,000 more across all housing programs, representing $27.4 billion. There is no shortage of investments we've made, Mr. Speaker, to make sure Canadians have a place they can afford that is safe to call home.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Unreal, Mr. Speaker. Does that member not realize that in downtown Toronto, the average home price of a single detached family home is $1.8 million? Well, let's compare Canada with the rest of the G7. Building housing supply, the highest or the lowest. So, Mr. Speaker, housing inflation, the highest. New builds, down 5.2%. House prices up 20%. Under what metric in the world is this plan working?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
It's hard to point out which metric he's pointing to when we're confused about which is higher and which is lower, Mr. Speaker. But with great respect, what's not wavered is our commitment to ensuring that we're investing in building supply, investing in programs like a new rent-to-own so people who are renting can actually afford a place to call home, which will have generational impacts. Investments that are actually going to make homes more affordable for first-time buyers. Mr. Speaker, whether it's housing affordability or building more affordable housing, our government has been committed like no other government in the history of Canada from the very moment we first formed government, and that's not going to continue, not going to cease, Mr. Speaker. We know it's a problem, and we're going to continue to address it.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Despite the fact that Canada has the second biggest housing bubble in the world, according to Bloomberg, and Vancouver and Toronto are the second and fifth most unaffordable housing markets on planet Earth, according to Demographia, the Liberal media and the Liberal government wants me to stop talking about housing inflation. Well, you know who doesn't want me to stop talking about it? Raj, who is an IT worker from Brampton who has to drive Uber in order to save up over 15 years to make a down payment on the average house in his community. Will the minister tell Raj and other Canadians, do we have a housing bubble, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, we have to acknowledge that there has been a rapid and serious rise in the cost of housing across Canada, but we were wise to this fact long before the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, that's why we advanced a national housing strategy beginning 6 years ago, which didn't seem to get the support of the opposition parties at the time. We're going to continue to make the kinds of investments that has already seen 100,000 new units constructed, that has already seen 300,000 new units retrofitted. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to make the kinds of investments that will increase supply and reduce the costs so more Canadians like Raj can enter the housing market in Canada.
Honourable member for Carleton.
No surprise that the finance minister is running away from her record on housing inflation. After all, since she took the job, prices are up by 20%. Since this government took office, they're up 58%, almost $300,000. They really started to rise when the government started to flood financial and mortgage markets with $400 billion of easy money that have raised not only house prices, but land prices. So with the second biggest housing bubble in the world, will the finance minister finally recognize Canada has a housing bubble? Yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once upon a time, the Conservatives liked to cast themselves as the party of sound economic management. But now they have a finance critic who, as one columnist recently put it, quote, has breezily bent facts past the breaking point, notably by asserting that Canada has run the largest budget deficit in the G20 and that Canada's inflation rate is far higher than all its peers except the U.S. Neither assertion is true, of course, so why should we listen to anything the member for Carleton has to say?
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, the member loves to quote the Liberal state-funded media to defend herself. Well, let's do that. Let's do that. Let me quote the Globe and Mail. The Liberal government is asking Parliament to approve billions in new spending during a brief 4-hour sitting in Ottawa, but is facing questions because it has not released full accounting of how it spent more than $600 billion last year. Mr. Speaker, we don't know how this deficit ranks because they won't release the public accounts. All we know is that they have flooded the economy with over $500 billion of deficit spending, driving up, for example, housing prices to the second highest in the world. So I will go back to the same question. Does Canada have a housing bubble, yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, maybe the Conservatives' truth problem starts at the top. After all, a recent press conference by the Leader of the Opposition was littered with misleading statements about the economy. I won't get through all of them, but I'll start. He said Canada has the lowest growth. The truth? Q3 GDP numbers show our economy is growing faster than the US, UK, Japan, and Australia. He said Canada has the worst record on employment. The truth? We have recovered over 106% of jobs lost since the pandemic, compared to just 83% in the US. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but I've run out of time.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, I wish she would, because she loves to quote Liberal media commentators. One of the articles she quoted earlier actually talked about how she put manipulative media onto Twitter, making history as the first minister in Canadian history to be sanctioned by social media companies for misinformation online. So enough with the misinformation.
The question concerned the price of housing. Mr. Speaker, we have the second largest housing bubble in the world. According to Bloomberg, will the minister recognize, yes or no, that there is a housing bubble in Canada? The Deputy Prime Minister.
Speaker, it turns out it's not just the member for Carleton or the Leader of the Opposition who has a truth youth problem. Last week, the member for Kootenay, Columbia, claimed that we are experiencing hyperinflation. But, Mr. Speaker, hyperinflation happens when inflation hits 50% a month. Mr. Speaker, the member for Lambton Kent Middlesex claimed we are experiencing stagnation. But, Mr. Speaker, in the third quarter, our economy grew by 5.4% a month. Yet again, the Conservatives are showing Canadians they just can't be taken seriously on the economy.
The Honourable Member for Avignon. Matisse Matan Matepédia. Mr. Speaker, the press published some troubling testimony this morning, anonymous statements by ordinary citizens, including a mother who were looking to get a gun to defend themselves. I quote the mother, "Weapons have become so common in my neighborhood that I wonder why I shouldn't learn how to use it and have this protection myself at home." Even mothers of families think that the solution and the way to protect their kids is to buy a gun. Does the minister understand how important it is to take action against gun trafficking? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her question, particularly on this solemn anniversary. We must double our efforts to address this issue, and that is why our government has already taken concrete action, for example, putting in place a ban on assault-style weapons, controlling the borders, working in close collaboration with the Quebec government in order to create safe spaces for all. That is the commitment being made by this government. We will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Matisse Matan Matepédia. Mr. Speaker, it's a pivotal moment when people think that the solution to violence is to buy a gun themselves. There is a line being crossed. It's a failure that we're seeing from this federal government. The minister is consulting, discussing, waiting. And in the meantime, we're seeing the American-style gun culture coming here. And our society is sliding into the worst of what our neighbors have. What is it going to take for the government to wake up? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I share the concerns by my colleague, and that is why in the last few weeks I have had 2 virtual meetings with my Quebec counterpart and with the leader of Police se Souvient, particularly today when we recognize the challenges with regard to this subject. We must double our efforts and continue to try to find concrete solutions, and that is the commitment being made by this government to work together with all MPs in the House. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Matisse Matan Matepédia. Mr. Speaker, it is urgent to take action, but many assault-style weapons are banned. But those who have them can keep them. It is urgent to take action, but the mandatory buy-back is not one of the government's priorities. It's urgent to take action, but banning handguns is not a priority either. The government rather wants to push that back onto the provinces. 32 years today after the Polytechnic massacre, does the minister realize that the survivors are sick of commemorative ceremonies and hands on their heart that lead to no action? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure my colleague that it is a priority for this government to introduce a gun mandatory buyback program. That is the commitment being made by this government, was during the election and now. And we will continue to find other solutions, to continue to add resources at the borders and continue to work to find solutions and create safe spaces for all, particularly today on this solemn anniversary. That is the commitment being made by this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government seems to have learned nothing in the past 20 months of the pandemic. It's not enough to announce border measures to protect Canadians. We have to ensure they are effective. Let's talk about the ArriveCAN application. It's supposed to protect Canadians, but in reality, it only is making things worse at the border. People are not informed. No one is answering the phone to provide assistance. Seniors without a smartphone cannot travel. We are hearing stories of mandatory quarantine for people with 3 vaccine doses. Can the Prime Minister come back to earth and straighten out what he's told the borders? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I must reassure my colleague that this government is taking the necessary steps at the border to protect all Canadians. And that is why we have introduced restrictions for travelers. And that is why there needs to be more testing at the borders in order to protect everybody. And with regard to ArriveCan, in the last few weeks, I spoke with the border to offer more advice and options when it comes to people arriving at the border. Thank you.
Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, in order for Canadians to cross the land border from the U.S. into Canada, they have to upload their proof of vaccination to the government's official app called ArriveCan. But this requirement has been poorly communicated, to say the least. Now, if you fail to do this, Canadians are finding out at the border upon returning home that they will be punished by their government with a mandatory 2-week quarantine, and there's absolutely no recourse for them. MPs have received hundreds of complaints about this, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians deserve reasonable accommodation at their own land border. When will they get it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague and all members in this chamber that this government will never hesitate to put in place the public health care measures which are required at the border to protect all Canadians, particularly now as we continue to learn more about the variant of concern, Omicron. It's absolutely necessary that we exercise an abundance of caution at the borders to protect everyone so that we can protect the progress that we've made thus far. And with regards to ArriveCan, I want to assure my colleague that I've spoken with the CBSA so that there's additional guidance to provide the opportunity for travelers to provide the information that is necessary on ArriveCan in person at the borders.
Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, if you've received mandatory quarantine for spending, say, 30 minutes at the grocery store in the U.S., there's your government's response. They have no plan to help you and are by all accounts pleased with their punishments of Canadians. And we need to look at the facts. The ArriveCan app has crashed for some users. Many can access it from poor cell service. Many seniors don't have smartphones. For others, costly data plans are out of reach for them. And keep in mind, all of these people are double vaccinated Canadians, and yet there's no recourse for them, and they're forced into quarantine because of poor communication from this government. Something needs to be done about this, and something needs to be done about it now. Exactly. And again, Canadians deserve reasonable accommodation. When will the Liberals start treating Canadians with respect, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure you the best way to treat Canadians with respect is to protect them and to ensure that we are introducing the public health care measures that are necessary at the border in the wake of the variant of concern, Omicron. Perhaps my colleague would just simply discard evidence and science. On this side of the House, we use that as the North Star to ensure that we are protecting the health and safety of Canadians. We've done that throughout the pandemic, and we will continue to do so going forward.
Just want to remind the honourable members it was going so well, and suddenly, I'm trying to hear the question. I don't want to tax the honourable minister and ask him to repeat so that I can hear it. So I'm just going to ask anyone to be quiet when they're being questioned, or the questions are being posed, and when the answers are being put forward. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
The Guaranteed Income Supplement is designed to help seniors living below the poverty line pay for rent, for groceries, and for medication. Losing the GIS because they received the CERB benefits that they were entitled to means that the most vulnerable, the poorest seniors in every riding in this country, can no longer afford to get by. While the Canadian seniors are losing their homes, the Liberal government continues to drag its feet rather than fix this problem. Will the minister immediately exempt CERB income from the GIS calculations so Canadian seniors can stop suffering?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree just how challenging this pandemic has been for our seniors. But Mr. Speaker, every single step of the way, our government has been there to support seniors, especially those most vulnerable, by strengthening their GIS. Mr. Speaker, we moved extremely quickly to provide immediate and direct financial support for seniors. When it comes to CERB GIS, Mr. Speaker, we know it's hard on some seniors this year, and I can assure the honourable member that we're working hard to find a solution to ensure that those affected have the supports that they need, Mr. Speaker. We've always been here for seniors. We're going to continue to be there for them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want travel rules that keep us safe from the Omicron variant. Instead, this government has introduced measures that are unclear and inconsistent. It's caused chaos at the airports and it puts travelers' safety at risk. Last week, the U.S. introduced stricter testing requirements for Canadians, and Omicron has now been identified in over a dozen states. But Canada's new testing rules don't apply to flights coming from the U.S. Can the minister explain why?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every opportunity to answer such questions is a welcome opportunity. I thank the member for providing one. He is right. Now we need to be focused on the health and safety of Canadians. We need to do this in a science-based manner, and we also need to follow public health advice. So while I hear some interesting comments from my Conservative MPs, I would like to ask them whether they have heard about the science of vaccination and whether they want to implement that in their own caucus.
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Monsieur le Président, il y a 32...
Mr. Speaker, 32 years ago today, Canadians were shocked and horrified to learn that 14 young women with promising futures were murdered in a senseless act of misogyny and gender-based violence. Their only crime was that they had the audacity to move forward. Can the Minister of Public Safety inform the House what our government will do to prevent such tragedies from happening again? Thank you.
Le ministre de Sécurité publique.
The Minister of Public Safety.
Président, je remercie ma collègue pour...
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question. These 14 young women who were murdered because they were women is a horrible chapter in our history. We are now implementing lifetime background checks for people who wish to purchase firearms, especially those who have been found guilty of conjugal violence. We are going to do everything we can to put an end to gender-based violence and help women achieve their full potential every day.
Mr. Speaker, last week I asked the government when it would make a decision on banning Huawei. No answer, so I'm going to try again. Canada's most trusted security partners, including the U.S., have banned the use of Huawei technology in their 5G networks. Our country is the only one yet to say no to Huawei. The Prime Minister promised to make this decision before the 2019 election. Here we are 3 years later, and another election behind us, still no decision. So when will this government and this minister make a decision?
Get on with it.
Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to ensure that Canadian networks are kept safe and secure, and Canadians can be assured that we will not compromise on matters of national security. While we cannot comment on specific companies, an examination of emerging 5G technology and the associated security and economic considerations is underway. We've been clear that this analysis will take into account important domestic and international considerations and will make the best decision for Canadians.
Hear, hear.
Well, member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, failing to act is compromising national security. Right. Last month, the minister met with President Biden's technology advisor to collaborate and talk about national security. There was a lot of talk, but no action by this minister. Meanwhile, our telecoms have spent close to $1 billion on Huawei equipment, and now they want to have taxpayers compensate them for that. Can you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? So will the minister say no to compensation, and will the minister finally say no to Huawei?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been clear that the work that is underway takes into account the important domestic and international considerations, and we will ensure that we will always make the best decision for Canadians, and we will not compromise matters of national security.
Hear, hear.
L'honorable député de Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président, ça fait 3 ans.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 3 years that on this side of the House we've been telling this government that Huawei is a threat to Canada's national security. In 2019, Ralph Goodale promised that he'd make a decision. All members of the Five Eyes, except Canada, have banned Huawei. Even Canadian industry has severed ties with them. Will the Prime Minister finally make up his mind, or will he leave the decision to the next Conservative government?
For international trade.
Mr. Speaker, our government will always ensure that our Canadian networks are safe and that they're secure, and that Canadians can be assured that we're not going to compromise on matters of national security. We're not going to comment on specific companies, but know that the examination of emerging 5G technology and associated security and economic considerations are underway. We will always act in the best interest of all Canadians.
The Honourable Honorable Député de Chabot-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président, je ne sais pas si la ministre a
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the minister has the right information, but national safety inquiries have already been made. We all know the answer. We all know that Huawei is a threat to Canada's national security. Could the minister be honest and give us a date as to when Canada will finally say no to Huawei?
Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement
Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to guarantee the safety of Canadian networks. Canadians can trust that we will not compromise on national security issues. We've clearly indicated that we will take an approach that takes national and international considerations into account, and we will take the best decisions possible for Canadians.
Député de Shefford.
Monsieur le Président, le Québec.
Mr. Speaker, Quebec has announced that it will impose the use of tracking bracelets to keep perpetrators of domestic violence away from their victims. That's great news. But the federal government must follow suit. This device was recommended by the coroner in the wake of the horrific murder of Marie-Laine Lévesque in 2020. But if Ottawa chooses not to implement the tracker, Ms. Lévesque's murderer would not have had to wear it anyway because his parole was under federal jurisdiction. Will Ottawa follow Quebec's lead and impose the tracking bracelet on violent men? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I wish to reassure my colleague that this issue, the issue of implementing the use of an electronic bracelet, is one of the things I just discussed with my counterpart in Quebec. Those discussions are already started. We need to invest and find additional resources in order to counter gender-based violence, and we will continue to do so to work towards that goal. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, fine words are not enough. Perpetrators of serious crimes, people who commit the most serious crimes against women, don't yet have a tracking bracelet. Quebec can make criminals under its jurisdiction wear a tracker for sentences less than 2 years, but those accused of more serious crimes, which fall under federal jurisdiction, the ones that pose the greatest danger, could get away without having to wear it. It's hard to imagine a worse double standard. Mr. Speaker, this tracker could save lives. Can the minister commit today to introducing a tracking bracelet for criminals under federal jurisdiction?
Le ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've already said, I'm going to continue discussions with my counterpart in Quebec on the issue of introducing tracking bracelets. However, until then, we're going to continue to look for other solutions to find ways to fight domestic violence and make sure that our communities are safe.
For Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Afghan refugees who managed to escape to third countries are being deported back into the hands of the Taliban because their visas are expiring. This liberal-made immigration backlog is delaying their applications and putting their lives at risk. Canada had months to prepare for the situation in Afghanistan, but this Prime Minister called a selfish election, abandoning those who served Canada and avoid any accountability. On what date will the promised 40,000 Afghan refugees come to Canada, or will they become another abandoned Liberal promise?
The Honourable Minister of Education, or Immigration.
Thank
thank the honourable member for his question. The situation in Afghanistan is nothing short of heartbreaking. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we've made a substantial contribution by committing to bringing 40,000 Afghan refugees. But I'd point out to the member that the effort is well underway. More than 4,000 Afghan refugees are living in Canada today. Another 1,200 are in third countries that have been approved to come to Canada, and another 9,500 that are still in Afghanistan have been approved for onward travel. And I'm pleased to take the occasion, Mr. Speaker, to share with the honourable member that Thursday evening of last week, the first cohort of privately sponsored refugees landed in Toronto with 243 new Canadians that will be calling our country their home going forward.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, on August 15th, Afghanistan fell to the Taliban, endangering thousands of Afghans that worked and fought beside Canadian forces. The same Taliban that had hunted and killed our soldiers over the past 20 years. This government is committed to taking 40,000 Afghans, but to date has taken less than 10% of that number. In the meantime, another 10,000 are frantically wondering who will get to them first, the Canadian government processing their paperwork or the Taliban. Mr. Speaker, why is this immigration minister playing roulette with 10,000 Afghan lives?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Speaker, I take enormous exception to the allegation that any member of this House is playing roulette with the lives of some of the world's most vulnerable people. The reality is Canada stepped up to make a world-leading commitment to bring 40,000 Afghan refugees here. As the member pointed out, there are more than 4,000 here today, 1,200 more in third countries, 9,500 more in Afghanistan. But, Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy behind the question is something that the member should be ashamed of when he campaigned on a commitment months ago during the election to completely eliminate the government-assisted refugee stream altogether, which brought 4,000 people here.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, an Afghan refugee in my riding has been struggling for years to get her husband to Canada. The Taliban have now frozen their funds. My staff have been communicating with another hopeful refugee. On August 16th, when the Prime Minister called an unnecessary election, her little girl was tragically trampled to death in the chaos at the Kabul airport, where our government was utterly unprepared. What can these desperate people who have endured such terrible suffering when they can finally clear liberal bureaucratic backlogs and get safe passage to Canada?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, with great respect, the attempt to politicize the question of the resettlement of 40,000 Afghan refugees is entirely inappropriate. The reality is, every morning when I wake up and every night when I go to bed,
I'm sorry, could I ask the honourable member for immigration to maybe start from the top? I've got somebody yelling in my ear and I can't hear a thing.
As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the honourable members opposite will take the occasion to allow all members to speak when it is their turn. Mr. Speaker, the reality is the opposition is making questions about the timing of an election when we're dealing with the worst humanitarian crisis that could be happening in the world today. We have made one of the most substantial commitments to resettle 40,000 Afghan refugees in our country. More than 4,000 are here today. In the election that he referred to, he personally campaigned on a commitment to eliminate the government-assisted refugee stream. Mr. Speaker, with respect, during extraordinary challenging circumstances last year, Canada resettled more than one-third of the global total of refugees settled anywhere on the planet. This is a good story. Our commitment will not waver.
L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
Monsieur le Président, la violence par...
Mr. Speaker, crimes linked to firearms is becoming more and more of a problem in my community. We have to reduce access to firearms to improve public safety. As a government, we owe it to Canadians to take action and prevent all ways in which firearms are illegally diverted, whether it be theft, straw purchasing, or cross-border smuggling. We've heard about the need for investment and government cooperation to stem the flow. Can the Minister of Public Safety inform this House of the measures being taken to protect Quebecers from illegally smuggled firearms? The Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for Saint-Laurent for her question, and I stand with her against gender-based violence and misogyny that led to the tragedy at École Polytechnique. This will be forever embedded in the consciousness of Canadians, and I commit to removing access to weapons designed for war. Our government banned these weapons. Although we cannot change the past, we can certainly learn from it to prevent similar tragedies from happening again.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, the former CEO of CMHC claimed that this government should tax Canadians' primary residences to cool the housing market. No. This policy would devastate millions of Canadians and many in my riding who rely on their home equity to fund their retirement. Will the Minister of Finance commit today in this House to Canadians that it will not impose new taxes on primary residences to fund this government's runaway spending?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Yes, I will, Mr. Speaker, and any suggestion otherwise is absolutely false.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were shocked to learn that the government failed to engage the Americans through the International Joint Commission to find a solution to repeated flooding in British Columbia. The flooding of the Nooksack River in Washington state has spilled over into Canada, resulting in billions in damages to British Columbians. Reports indicate that a mere $29 million investment could have prevented this damage. Why did the Liberal government fail yet again to engage our closest ally to protect Canadians from this disaster?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And while I commend the member opposite for the clarity of his hindsight, the reality is that there are always ongoing important discussions between ourselves and our American partners with respect to keeping our communities safe. Now, with respect to this flooding of the Nooksack River, there has been and will continue to be ongoing discussions and work to ensure that water overflowing that river does not impact upon our communities. It's the work that's ongoing now.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, there is a massive labour shortage across this country, especially in my riding. Local and small businesses in Edson and Hinton are challenged to fill positions in convenience, clothing, and hardware stores, to name a few. Small businesses are major contributors to local employment, and they are hurting. Some have closed, others have even lost their businesses. Mr. Speaker, when will this Liberal government start making all local and small businesses a priority in our communities?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Small businesses are absolutely a priority of our government. In fact, it's thanks to them that Canada gained 154,000 jobs last month. Mr. Speaker, our unemployment rate has gone down for the 6th consecutive month in a row, and in fact, we've gained 106% of the jobs lost during the pandemic. We do have labor shortages. We have a plan to address them. We've made the largest investment in training. We're investing in childcare. We're investing in youth employment. We're investing in bringing talented workers to Canada. We will not rest until we address this. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, 32 years ago, 14 young lives were taken at École Polytechnique, and Canada was changed forever. My thoughts are with the families of each victim as we remember this somber anniversary. Gender-based violence has devastating impacts, and the pandemic increased existing challenges for women fleeing violence. Can the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth share with the House how we are addressing the rise of gender-based violence in Quebec and across Canada?
Mr. Women.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her hard work.
World shut down from COVID-19. Frontline workers did not stop. They rolled up their sleeves and they got to work. They were there. That's why our government moved quickly. We saw what was happening in real time to support more than 1,200 women's shelters and gender-based violence organizations, including sexual assault centers. Through Budget 2021, we're building on that work, Mr. Speaker, $3 billion in 5 years to advance those initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
The Liberal government has spent years reacting to automotive announcements like plant closures and job losses after the decisions were already made. And here we go again, with our government reacting to news that the U.S. incentive on electric vehicles will effectively penalize our local workers and Canadian products. While workers are left worrying about their futures, the Liberals are waiting to start a lengthy court case that will take years to resolve. It's well past the time to protect Canadian workers in our auto industry. If the U.S. implements discriminatory policies, will the Prime Minister remove American vehicles from continuing to receive the currently publicly funded Canadian Vehicle Incentive Program? Will the minister or will the prime minister do that and stop the American incentives from Canadian taxpayers? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for that question. And just a few days ago, I returned along with colleagues on all sides of this House to advocate in the U.S. on this particular issue, standing up for Canadian workers, standing up for Canadian businesses. This work continues. I want to thank all of my colleagues on all sides of the House for this advocacy. Over 50 meetings took place, and we are going to continue to do this really important work for our workers and for our business.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week we had another overdose alert in Waterloo Region. In just 3 days, frontline workers responded to 42 suspected overdoses. So far this year, we've lost 120 community members to a poisoned drug supply. Each one was a preventable death. Even the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police have joined calls to decriminalize simple possession of illicit drugs. They've recommended removing mandatory criminal sanctions, replacing them with harm reduction and treatment services. When will the government move forward with decriminalization and save lives?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for his question and congratulate him on his election to this House. Our government will do anything it takes to save lives and reduce the harms of the worsening toxic drug supply and opioid and overdose crisis. The Section 56 exemption from British Columbia as well as Vancouver and are reviewing them on an urgent basis. Our government knows that other jurisdictions are also looking at health-based approaches, and we're working with our partners to find innovative solutions. We know there's much more to do, including addressing issues like safe supply, and will remain engaged with the member and his community to advance these health-based approaches.
I'm afraid that's all the time that we have for today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons pour aujourd'hui. I understand the Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay is rising.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I hope that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That given that entrepreneurs are the heart of the Canadian economy, creating jobs and supporting local economies, Poor program design has resulted in startups who opened at the beginning of the pandemic being unable to access most federal COVID supports, forcing them to struggle through the pandemic on their own. Well,
one moment, l'honorable député de la...
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Point of order.
Je m'excuse, j'ai pas entendu.
Pardon? I did not hear. Could the member repeat what he has just said? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I did not hear. I did not hear what the Honourable Member for La Prairie said. Well, Mr. Speaker, we weren't hearing any interpretation, and we'd like to be able to follow what's happening. Oh, all right. It seems that we have a sound issue. I don't know whether the interpretation is currently working. It's working on the floor channel. Could the member speak again into his microphone? Mr. Speaker, I would like to signal that the interpretation was not working. We were not hearing what the colleague was saying in French. Oh, all right. I've understood. It was an issue with the sound system, not with interpretation.
For South Okanagan West Kootenay to start from the top with his request for unanimous consent, and then we'll go from there.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I hope that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That given that entrepreneurs are the heart of Canada's economy, creating jobs and supporting local economies, B, that poor program design has resulted in startups who opened at the beginning of the pandemic being unable to access most federal COVID supports, forcing them to struggle through the pandemic on their own while facing competition from established businesses that had access to multiple supports. That the House call on the government to provide supports for these startup businesses who've been left out of the government help as the pandemic continues. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. No, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de...
Statements by ministers.
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. On this day, 32 years ago, an unspeakable tragedy shook Canada to its core. A gunman walked into a classroom at Polytechnique Montréal, separated the women from the men, then opened fire on the women. 14 women were murdered, 13 more wounded, and many communities shattered. Aujourd'hui, nous nous souvenons.
Today, we remember Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan,
Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daignon, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maude Havignac, Maryse Lagonière, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Honor, Annie Turcotte, et Barbara Klusnik-Wildeshwitz. My heart goes out to the families and friends that lost a loved one on December 6th, to those who were wounded, and to all those whose lives were turned upside down by this tragedy. Aujourd'hui et tous les jours.
Today and always, we honor the incredible courage of the survivors who found the strength to carry on.
All Canadians deserve to feel safe in their communities, but gun violence is on the rise in Canada's largest cities. We've taken strong action on gun control, but we recognize that there is still much work to do. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, no one should face violence because of who they are. Yet, this is the terrifying reality for far too many women, youth, and people of all gender identities and expressions.
I stand in solidarity with all survivors and families of those impacted by gender-based violence. As we reflect on the ongoing impact of gender-based violence, I want to acknowledge that some communities are impacted more than others, Mr. Speaker. I think of women and girls, notably women and girls who are Indigenous, Black, racialized, newcomers, women and girls living in northern, rural, and remote communities, women with disabilities, seniors, LGBTQ2 people. The devastating impact of gender-based violence expands beyond those who directly experience it. Violence has long-lasting health, social, and economic effects that can span across generations. This creates cycles of violence within families and sometimes among communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has amplified the inequities in society and the urgency for a national action plan to end gender-based violence. I want to inform Canadians that we are on track to getting it done. We have heard from survivors, advocates, experts across the country that we need to do more. That's why we swiftly supported Canadian organizations providing life-saving services for anyone experiencing violence during the pandemic. Our government committed to $300 million in funding to more than 1,200 organizations. This has meant, Mr. Speaker, that 1.3 million women, mothers, and young children had a safer place to turn to. We supported women's shelters, Indigenous off-reserve shelters, sexual assault centers, women's organizations, and other organizations providing supports and services to those experiencing gender-based violence. And we are committed to doing more. In the past few weeks, I have met with gender-based violence and I have listened to them. I've listened to the needs of partners right across the country, and I am determined to continue supporting survivors. These organizations have worked tirelessly to serve women and families in city centers, in rural and remote areas throughout the harshest months of this pandemic. They didn't get a break. They rolled up their sleeves, put their masks on, and they got straight to work. I assured them, and I assure all of you here today, that our government will be by their side. We will make sure they have the necessary resources to sustain strong, viable, and inclusive services for survivors. Our work does not stop here. After all, it's on all of us to be part of the solution, because everyone, in fact, has a responsibility to stand against misogyny, sexism, and hate. As my honorable colleagues know, we are nearing the end of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, which runs until Human Rights Day, which is on December 10th. This year's theme, 16 Days and Beyond, challenges every single person in Canada to step up, to speak out, and take action against acts of gender-based violence, not just during the 16 days of activism, but each and every day. Gender equality benefits all of us, and everyone has an important role to play in advancing it. Across Canada, there are thousands of men and boys joining the causes for gender equality, and we must continue to grow their ranks by calling men in to the movement and by having these important conversations with our sons. Men and boys are an important part of this conversation, not just as allies in the struggles for gender equality, but because they too are impacted by gender-based violence. We need positive role models to ensure a culture of respect, a culture that values every individual and every community. The 14 young women who died at École Polytechnique 32 years ago will always be in our thoughts, always in our hearts. They will live on as a constant reminder of what misogyny and hate can do. Mr. Speaker, everyone has the right to live free from violence, and we will continue to work with Canadians to end it in all its forms. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Dear colleagues, Mr. Speaker, on December 6th, 1989, 14 women were murdered in an act of terror at the École Polytechnique in Montreal just because they were women. I'm talking about Geneviève Bergeron, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Barbara Klusnik-Vidajewicz, Hélène Colgan, Maryse Leclerc, Maryse Lagagnère, Maude Havernick, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, and Annie Turcotte. I can't help but think about all the violence and horror that these women went through. We must remember.
Their 20s had their whole lives ahead of them, but hatred and misogyny shattered their dreams and stole their lives. On this day, we remember those women. We also commemorate women in Canada and around the world who have been victims of hate and violence in all its forms: domestic violence, harassment, and sexual assault. Ce 6 décembre 1989, la tuerie de Polytechnique a...
The Polytechnique massacre shook the entire country and wounded it deeply. That day, Canadians realized that gender equality was still far away. This tragic event showed us to what an extent progress and advance can be fragile. We must continue waging the struggle every day, and we must do so on behalf of the victims, their families, their colleagues, as well as all of the women who are still victims of violence. We still remember the victims of the Polytechnique massacre. It is a living memory in the person of young women who aren't afraid of bringing their dreams to reality and continuing to overcome obstacles every day. The memory of these victims live on in women who continue to graduate and take on professional careers, engineering careers, and so on. Their memory also lives on among the women here in this House today. Women who have decided to go into politics in order to protect the most vulnerable, in order to support just causes. It lives on among Indigenous women who are not afraid to criticize racism and prejudice, and who are working hard to build safe communities. Mr. Speaker, their memory lives on among those who are victim supporters. And their memory lives on among their parents, their family, their colleagues, and all of the activists who fight every day for a more egalitarian society. And their memory lives on in the Parliament of Ottawa, here in Ottawa. For the last 2 years, we have been faced with an unprecedented health crisis. In many families, the pandemic has made mental health worse. We must be there to support victims. We must also continue fighting the shadow pandemic. This shadow pandemic is the pandemic of the increase in violence against women and killings of women throughout the country. Women continue to be assaulted every day. This spring, the member for Lévis-Lobinière and Senator Boisvenu tabled a bill in order to better react in cases where men are accused of domestic violence. All of this counts in making our society more respectful, fair, and human.
The victims of the Polytechnic massacre is a reminder that we must not give up. 32 years ago, 14 women were murdered because they were women. But on this dark day, let us continue this fight in their names. We must unite, act, and replace words in action. Together, let's put an end to misogyny. Together, let's ensure that no one else is left in distress. And together, let us ensure that violence against women is never again tolerated, whether it's online, in schools, or in the workplace. Il est temps de mettre les victimes au centre de nos préoccupations.
It is time that we place victims at the very center of our concerns. Too many tragedies, too much violence. We must put an end to it. Today, Canadians and Quebecers will remember the victims of the Polytechnique massacre. This type of tragedy must never occur again. We owe it to the victims. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to celebrate the termination of a young woman, Willow Du, a student at the University of Alberta. She was decorated with the Order of the White Rose in memory of the Polytechnique victims. It is an order that is given to a Canadian female engineering student who plans to continue studying at the post-bachelor level. Like her mother before her, she has shown that women can make their dreams a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, what must be going on in the head of a man when he takes out a gun to kill a woman just because she's a woman? What must be going on in his head when he orders these young female strangers to line up against the wall just because they're women? For 32 years, we've been wondering what the answers to those questions are. The same questions and the same lack of answers. And the questions are just piling up. What must be happening today in the head of a man when he clenches his hands around the neck of a woman that he once loved? What must be going on in his head? How can he kill a woman? I don't understand. I can't understand what's going on in the minds of these men when we see in the news that there have been 18 murders of women in 2021. When a man sees that news, does he feel the same fear, shame, and anger as I do, as we do? Do these men also want to scream, cry, throw up? I believe that they do feel those things. I don't understand what has happened. The 14 women killed in 1989 at the École Polytechnique by a man, and 18 women killed by men in 2021. Things are getting better. Or are they? Does anyone think that they're really getting better? What lessons have we drawn from the École Polytechnique massacre? What have we learned? Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Maude Aviernik, Barbara Klusnik-Vidajewicz, Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte. How many times must we name you before things change? Because things are not changing. The deaths, the candlelight vigils, the commemorations keep going on. These lists of victims keep growing. Marley, Nancy, Miriam, Caroline, Nadège, Rebecca, Cataluc, Diane, Zuleika, Lisette, Nathalie, Elle, Andréane, Anna, Roman, and Elle, once again. Each of these names represents a tragedy. Each of these names reminds us of the sorrow and pain felt, and reminds us of our responsibility. When someone does things just once, well, it's about individual responsibility. We don't have to take on the burden of every individual tragedy, something that only happens once. But when something happens over and over and over, once, twice, 10 times, 18 times, and when the number keeps climbing, and we just have to keep waiting for the next time that it will tick upwards inexorably, every year, relentlessly, well then, the responsibility for those hundreds and thousands of individual actions is no longer an individual responsibility. It represents a collective responsibility. We owe something to these women. We bear a burden of debt, and we must remember that every December 6th. We are collectively responsible. In this Parliament, each and every one of us is individually responsible. We are responsible for taking action because we can. Not many people have that power, but we do. We have that power. I'm not some Pollyanna. I'm not saying that if this House takes action, there will be no more gender-based violence. I'm not that naive. But if we reduce access to weapons, if we better protect victims from their abusers, if we take women's condition in the army more seriously, as well as the situation of Indigenous women, if we buckle down, perhaps we will be able to save 1, 2, 10, or 18 women. Maybe not, but at least we would have really tried. I don't know what's going on in the mind of a man who takes out his gun to kill a woman just because she's a woman. But I know that we must limit access to weapons. I don't know what's going on in the mind of a violent man, but I know that we must do everything we can to make sure that if a woman feels threatened by him, we keep her safe. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that outside these doors, millions of men are reading the newspapers or watching TV and are feeling ashamed of these numbers, and that they're feeling afraid, knowing that other men are killing and hurting women just because they're women. I know that there are men out there who want to scream and yell and cry because of what's happened to their daughters, sisters, and mothers. I know that they're afraid for all women. Together, women and men, on behalf of the victims of Polytechnique and those who have died since, we must act. We can do it, and we must. Let us act. To the victims of Polytechnique, I say, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, and I believe on behalf of all parliamentarians in this House, we will not forget. We will not forget our debt and our responsibility to you. Let us act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it's been 32 years now since killing of women. 14 women were killed and 14 women were injured in the École Polytechnique massacre. The tragedy left communities, families, and friends in a state of profound sadness for the loss of loved ones because of this act of senseless violence.
Crime attacked the fundamental rights of women and girls everywhere, including our right to security, equality, and education, and shook Canada's conscience to the core. It was a day of reckoning, forcing the country to accept this crisis of violence that women are faced with far too often, absent of supports that have resulted from generations of systems that have chosen to turn a blind eye to this violence, a crisis of violence that continues to be perpetuated. As we gather here today, Mr. Speaker, to mourn the massacre at École Polytechnique, the crisis of violence against women and diverse gendered peoples continues. In 2020 alone, 160 women were murdered, which means that a woman is killed every other day on average, and girls younger than 11 years old experience the highest rate of homicides. Tragically, Mr. Speaker, rates of violence have increased even more since the pandemic, 400 times higher in some areas. Inaction costs lives. Almost 50% of femicides are committed by an intimate partner, and women are 5 times more likely to be killed by their intimate partner. And this experience of violence impacts all age groups, including half of all women who experience at least one incident of gender-based violence before the age of 16. 30% of women 15 or older who report experiencing a sexual assault at least once, and the over 6,000 women, Mr. Speaker, and children who sleep in shelters on any given night because it is not safe at home. And this epidemic of violence is even more pronounced when viewed through an intersectional lens, Mr. Speaker. Women with a disability are 3 times more likely to experience violent victimization compared to women living without a disability. Trans individuals are more likely to have experienced violence by the age of 15, and also more likely to experience inappropriate behaviors in public, online, and at work than cisgender individuals. And Indigenous women, Mr. Speaker, Indigenous women are killed 7 times the rate of that of non-Indigenous women. A recognized genocide against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit that has become so normalized, Mr. Speaker, that in this country, that when a young Gitxsan woman's door was violently torn down by the RCMP using an axe and a chainsaw, it barely made the news. So today I wish to honor all the women who lost their lives at École Polytechnique by calling on all members of this House to stop talking and immediately act. Gender equality is a human right, and failing to protect this fundamental right results in the loss of life. Precious lives. Our sisters, our mothers, aunties, our grandmothers, our daughters. Aux familles de celles et ceux
to the families of those who lost a loved one due to this tragic massacre, my colleagues in the NDP and I honor you today and every day. Geneviève Bergeron,
Coljean, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Denio, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maude Aviernic, Maurice Laganière, Maurice Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelche, Michel Richard, Anne St. Arnaud, Annie Turcotte, Barbara Kluznik-Vadajevich. Enough is enough. We remember you. We will remember you through our action. May you feel for all eternity the warm embrace of your ancestors. You are loved.
I believe the honourable member for Kitchener Centre is rising.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Of the House to deliver a reply on behalf of the Green Party.
Do we have 1 second? All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Yeah, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. Did we have another point of order on this side of the House? No? We're good? Point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to get clarification as on such a serious issue as this, that I would be surprised that Conservatives are playing partisan games when we're talking about the memorial that needs to be done and that every member should be part of. So I think there may have been a mistake from the member, but I think that she maybe asked the question again, because I think it shows a really abominable politicization of such a horrific.
We're starting to get into debate. I'm afraid the question was asked, and we can't ask it over and over again. but I want to thank the honourable member for his interjection. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following reports. The Canadian section of Parliamerica's 17th Parliamerica's Plenary Assembly, virtual sessions, November 16th and 27th, 2020, and the Canadian section of Parliamerica's 5th gathering of the Parliamerica's Parliamentary Network on Climate Change, virtual sessions, June 4th, 15th, and 25th, 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci, l'honorable.
I'd like to thank the honourable member. Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Forest Hills, Sherwood Forest.
Saskatchewan.
Fort Saskatchewan, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not a problem at all. I will endeavour to speak more frequently so that you know the constituency name, and perhaps at greater length, yes, as by popular demand. Mr. Speaker, I have a number of petitions to present to the House today. The first petition is with respect to the human rights situation in Russia. Petitioners note the passage of the Sergei Magnitsky Act in a previous parliament. They note concerns about serious corruption in Russia, including the attacks on Alexei Navalny, a Russian opposition leader, and over 10,000 people being detained during peaceful protests against the unlawful imprisonment of Alexei Navalny. The undersigned call on the Government of Canada to impose sanctions such as the Special Economic Measures Act and under the Sergei Magnitsky Law against individuals and entities that are involved in human rights violations in Russia, including those who are responsible for human rights violations, have been identified by anti-corruption and rights activists as enablers of the government, the Putin regime. It also calls on the government to offer asylum to Russian activists and dissidents who face political persecution for expressing their political views or attending peaceful protests, and to strengthen our work in defense of fundamental human rights, seeking the release of political prisoners in Russia. The second petition draws the attention of the House to challenges faced by small businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic, calls on the government to adopt the recommendations of the 2017 recommendations of the Alberta Jobs Task Force. The third petition calls on the government to support the expansion of carbon capture and storage technology as a critical force for responding to global carbon emissions, calls on the government to recognize the role of that technology and to support its use and deployment. Mr. Speaker, the next petition highlights concerns associated with the definition for conversion therapy that was used in Bill C6 in the last Parliament. Those concerns persist with respect to Bill C4. Petitioners call on the House of Commons to ban all practices designed to coerce or degrade persons into changing their sexual orientation or gender identity. It also calls on the government to ensure that the definition is accurate and reflects a correct definition of conversion therapy and doesn't ban, for instance, private conversations that would take place that are not related to conversion therapy. Mr. Speaker, the next petition speaks to the genocide of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. It calls on the House of Commons and the government to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and to use the Magnitsky Act to sanction those responsible for these heinous crimes committed against the Uyghur people. The next petition highlights the human rights situation in Afghanistan. This petition was certified prior to the fall to the Taliban, and obviously these human rights circumstances have gotten even worse. It particularly highlights the horrific abuse faced by the Sikh and Hindu minority community in Afghanistan. It calls on the Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to create a special program to help persecuted minorities. I wish that this had been done prior to the fall to the Taliban, Mr. Speaker. We would be in a very different position. The next petition highlights the human rights situation in Ethiopia, calls on the Canadian government to increase their engagement in defense of fundamental human rights in Ethiopia, highlights particular concern related to events in the Tigray region. Mr. Speaker, the next petition draws the attention to the ongoing residual negative impact associated with the National Energy Program, the scar that program put forward by Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau left on our part of the country. It therefore calls on this Prime Minister to issue an official apology for the National Energy Program and also to affirm the rights of provinces to develop, manage, and market their natural resources. Mr. Speaker, the final petition that I'm tabling today is with respect to Bill S-223. This bill has had a number of different names and numbers. It is the bill that seeks to make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. This bill has been in the works for over 15 years, a bill trying to address forced organ harvesting and trafficking. It's been put forward in every parliament that I've been a part of under the name 240, 204, and now it's been retabled in the Senate as S-223. Hoping against hope, Mr. Speaker, that this Parliament will finally be the one that gets it done, and I commend all of these petitions to the consideration of honourable members. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to table this petition today on behalf of residents from Cumberland, Courtenay, Parksville, and Port Alberni. Mr. Speaker, they're calling on the government to address the preventable opioid overdose crisis resulting from fentanyl poison sources. They cite, Mr. Speaker, that regulating to ensure safe sources with proper measures and bylaws will reduce the criminal element associated with street drugs, that the problematic substance use is a health issue and is not resolved through criminalizing personal possession and consumption, and decriminalization of personal possession is associated with dramatically reducing overdose deaths in the countries that have modernized their drug policy. Therefore, they're calling on the government to declare the current opioid overdose and fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency under the Emergencies Act in order to manage and resource it with the aim to reduce and eliminate preventable deaths. Secondly, to reform current drug policy, to decriminalize personal possession, and lastly, to create with urgency and immediacy a system to provide safe, unadulterated access to substances so that people who use substances and experimentally, recreationally, or chronically are not at imminent risk of overdose due to a contaminated source. I want to thank these constituents, Mr. Speaker, in light of this health emergency and the lives that are being lost in the communities in my riding.
Presenting petitions.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of 261 constituents in my riding, where they are calling on the government to enact just transition legislation that specifically aims at reducing emissions significantly, winding down fossil fuel subsidies and the industry generally speaking, create good, clean, green jobs that drives an inclusive workforce and development, further to expand the social safety net through new income supports, and pays for a transition by increasing taxes on the wealthiest and corporations and financing through a public national bank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present petition number 106-86748, wherein the petitioners call upon the House of Commons to commit to upholding the UN Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to action by immediately halting all existing and planned construction of the Coastal GasLink pipeline project on Wet'suwet'en territory, ordering the RCMP to dismantle their exclusion zone and stand down, schedule nation-to-nation talks between the Wet'suwet'en Nation and federal and provincial governments, and to prioritize the real implementation of UN DRIP. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The honourable member for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. I believe we have a point of privilege being raised by the honourable member for Yorkton Melville. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Under the Board of Internal Economy's decision on Tuesday, October 19th, 2021, it fell to you, Speaker, to ensure that decision was carried out in a manner that respected the inalienable rights of members to keep personal health information between them and their personal doctors private. I commend you in the way you did so. Clearly, this House sees you as fair in your decisions as the Speaker and affirmed that confidence by electing you to the chair for a second term. I thank the House of Commons Nurse, Human Resources, Health and Wellness, as well as the Sergeant-at-Arms for their highly professional, nonpartisan, reasonable, and accommodating to ensure the safety of all members of Parliament and those who serve in other capacities throughout the precinct. I assure you my intervention will be concise, as I have no desire to unfairly or unreasonably delay the business of this House. My question of privilege challenges the government's motion, passed in the House, that imposed inappropriate conditions on the House of Commons nurses' professional ability and independence from political interference in determining whether a medical exemption should be provided to a member of Parliament. The House of Commons nurse made medical decisions she, not politicians in this place, is professionally qualified to make, including being the one tasked to determine and follow up with parliamentarians who were in close contact with a member who contracted COVID, and we are all glad to see him return in good health. It is my deep belief that this action by the government to control outcomes sets a dangerous precedent. It enables political interference in what should be the objective decision-making of medical professionals serving us as parliamentarians. Furthermore, it opens the door to the further abuse of members' privileges at the whim of whatever political party or parties are in power. What other actions could governing parties take to place arbitrary limitations on members of Parliament if this self-awarded power to reduce or remove members' privileges continues to be allowed? I appreciate that you recognize my question of privilege as timely due to the motion being implemented with directives at a very late hour on Friday, November 26th. My ability to have the required documents properly processed by my personal physician could not take place until the following week. The House of Commons nurse and Human Resources needed time to consider my application in light of the government's change to the mandate. In addition, I thought it prudent to wait until your decision on the question of the BOIE's authority to set the requirements for medical exemptions was heard, and it affirmed the actions of the BOIE were outside of its jurisdiction. That being said, the government decided to move forward with a motion that mirrors the Board of Internal Economy's decision, while subjectively actually narrowing the acceptable reasons for medical exemptions that were already validated by the House of Commons nurse. I humbly request your review and to make a decision on my question of privilege and affirm the government's motion passed in the House does actually impose inappropriate conditions on the House of Commons nurses' professional medical authority and independence from political interference to determine whether a medical exemption should be provided to a member of Parliament. I thank you for this opportunity and certainly respect your deliberations and your decision. Thank you so much.
Thank the honourable member, and I'll be returning. I notice the honourable member for Timmins James Bay is rising on a point of order.
Yes, I'd like to rise on that point of order, Speaker, because this is about the rights of all members to a safe work environment. It is about the obligations that parliamentarians have to respect the law of Canada. The belief that some parliamentarians believe they are above the law of Canada is very troubling. If we look at the human rights rulings on privacy that have already been made, the right to someone to say that they can keep their medical information in a pandemic private supersedes the right of a workplace to have a safe environment. Those privacy rights do not trump. And I guess I used the word trump there, not deliberately, but it certainly has its effect. I would ask the Speaker to also consider the fact that we've had court rulings. The recent ATU ruling on the TTC, the recent Superior Court ruling in Quebec have been very clear about the need and the right of the employer, and that is us as the collective members of this House, not just to each other, but to the staff who work here, the cleaners. So this claim that the Conservatives believe that they have a privilege to ignore pandemic law, human rights rulings, the privacy rulings that have come down that have all been clear, that there's somehow a privilege in this House to override that and put people at risk, is an infringement upon my rights as a parliamentarian and my obligation to ensure that everyone in this House is kept safe. Mr. Speaker, this is bigger than us bickering, battering with the Conservatives and the Liberals and the Bloc. This is about what the message that we are sending to Canada right now, a message that the House of Commons, in order to preserve privileges of an elite group, the Conservative members, can override the pandemic standards, the rights of privacy that have to be balanced with the rights of safety. And I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, for you to consider what we've seen already coming down from the Human Rights Commission. And as for the issue of exemptions, it is not my business, and I understand that, to look at the exemptions of any member. But it is statistically ridiculous to suggest that a number of Conservatives can claim exemptions when we know what the medical exemptions are so minutely small that what we end up is that we have parliamentarians coming in and saying, I have a piece of paper that says I have an exemption. Well, if we have a number of those Conservatives doing that, that is a ridiculous situation, and it is unfair as well. And I'll close on this, Mr. Speaker. I have to share a lobby with Conservatives who walk around without their masks on. I am being put at risk by the fact that I don't know if any of them over there have these paper exemptions or whether they've been vaccinated. I don't need to know, but I need to know that the House will be there to protect my rights and for all the staff who have to deal with the Conservatives who walk around without masks on.
I believe the honourable member for Yorkton Melville has raised her hand, and then we'll go to the honourable member for Banff Airdrie. I'm just looking at this, and I believe I've got all the information I need to make a decision, and I'll come back to the House. But I'll let the honourable member for Yorkton Melville go ahead, and then Banff Airdrie, if they can be brief. Please, go ahead. The honourable member's on mute. If she can unmute her microphone.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to make one comment here that the member is missing. The very statements that he made indicate that he does not have respect for the role of the House of Commons nurse to do her job properly and to ensure that all members of this House, as I said, as well as all of those who work in the precinct, are safe and protected, including all of us. Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
The member for Banff Airdrie is rising on a point. I'll let him.
Yeah, I just very briefly to respond to some of the comments made by the member for Timmins James Bay. He made comments that are completely and utterly false. Those comments are absolutely baseless in any fact at all, and I just want to make it clear that Conservatives have and will continue to follow all the public health guidance in this place.
Yeah. I want to thank the honourable members for their input and their the privilege, point of privilege. I will return to the House with a ruling. I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statement, government orders will be extended by 28 minutes. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour, government orders, government bills commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Bow River. And as this is the first opportunity to address this chamber during debate, may I first express my appreciation to my fellow parliamentarians on selecting you, Mr. Speaker, as our Speaker. You've also selected an excellent group of parliamentarians to serve us in your stead. So again, thank you very much. Before I proceed with my points on Bill C3, please allow me to also thank the fine people of Red Deer Mountain View that have honored me with the privilege to serve as their representative once again here in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, none of us make it to this place on our own. And from that perspective, I wish not only to recognize the numerous volunteers and staff who have supported me, many throughout the 5 campaigns that I've been in, but also my devoted family who have stood steadfast beside me. Although serving my community is a tremendous honor, it can also take its toll on families, and I'm eternally grateful for their support. My wife Judy, our son Devin, and daughter Megan, our son-in-law Hanno, and our grandchildren Julian, Serena, and Conrad are indeed my inspiration for my service to my community. And I'd like to particularly highlight Julian, who's going to be turning 8 this month, and put on my proud grandfather's hat for a moment. Julian is one that has a skill that as a politician I wish I had. When he asks someone their name, whether it's a clerk at his store, people at a library, or every teacher and student in his school, he knows and remembers their names, and with that, everything that they would have spoken about in conversation. That ability would be every politician's dream. But throughout his journey in the healthcare world, he's never hesitated to put a smile on the face of those caring for him. He's bravely faced procedures that most would struggle with and has never complained. He can maneuver his electric wheelchair better than most truckers, and I've seen firsthand the impact his nurses and doctors have made on both his physical health and sense of security while in their care. It's been this journey that Julian has given me the greatest pause to reflect upon the legislation that we have before us. I have a passion for not only everyone that seeks help in our healthcare system, but for those amazing individuals that help us through some of the most difficult and turbulent times of our lives. Indeed, they continually go above and beyond any part of their job description so that we can feel safe in our most vulnerable moments. And my family, as most, is no stranger to all sides of the healthcare system. And because of this, I've looked intently at the legislation presented by the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General, legislation that enacts amendments to the Criminal Code of Canada, which would create offences around the intimidation, obstruction, and interference of healthcare workers. The commission of such offences against a healthcare provider or against someone seeking to obtain such health services are to be treated by the courts as an aggravating sentencing factor, thus giving the courts specific directions at the time of sentencing. Now, since the start of the pandemic, we've seen a more urgent need to protect those who care for our loved ones when they are defenseless in the face of illness. The stress that accumulates around healthcare professionals in the best of times is overwhelming, and we must have the full weight of the law behind us to stop the intimidation, obstruction, and interference as they work tirelessly to do their jobs. Working without the threat of intimidation should be the most basic of rights that we afford to the most valuable assets of our healthcare system. We need to thank our healthcare workers with actions, not words. And even though the changes C3 seeks to address within the Criminal Code are not a new problem, we must send this bill to committee for further study and modifications to try and better protect our healthcare workers and patients. And I'm aware that the Criminal Code already covers similar offenses like intimidation, harassment, assault, and incitement to violence. And since the courts already have authority and responsibility to assess the severity of the crime in sentencing, what are we really hoping to achieve? Believe me, there is no one that wishes to ensure the safety of and reduce the stress that our medical professionals may endure more than me. But will this legislative tool help? We won't know unless we can send it to committee to study it further and, if need be, amend. Recently, I was sent the stories of 40 healthcare workers from Central Alberta. And what stood out was the number of times the words stress, harassment, overworked, burnout, and anxiety were used as they spoke about their work environments. Madam Speaker, if the pandemic is to teach us anything, it's that we must look in depth at the giant holes we have in our system. holes that fail to protect the people who help us navigate our healthcare needs. More than ever, we see the importance of studying the protections already outlined in the Criminal Code and discussing the consequences around those harassing and vilifying both patients and workers. With respect to the need to protest, it can't come at the expense of our healthcare workers and patients. We can't allow threats and bullying to limit access for those both seeking and providing healthcare. We must study the bill at length and make sure we can strike a balance between our right to be heard and our right to be safe. Getting to know so many nurses, doctors, and staff motivated me to follow in my father's footsteps as the chairman of the Elnora General Hospital Board. I speak from both my heart and my experience when I express the need for this bill to be sent to committee, as it's crucial that unintended consequences of potential laws are investigated. There's always been an ongoing debate about omnibus legislation, and sadly this bill that we see is a shining example of how this process can sometimes be abused. But we can't let this technicality limit the wide-reaching potential this bill has and interfere with opportunities for debate and scrutiny. We must not lose sight of the one basic principle which ties together all of the proposed enactments, the principle that our healthcare professionals deserve more. I want to thank Sarah, a registered nurse providing care for patients in rural Alberta hospitals. She reached out to say how she did her very best throughout every single understaffed, underworked, stressful, mandated shift, even when supplied with inadequate PPE. We owe Sarah our very best for further scrutiny of Bill C-3. And although she wishes to remain anonymous, my gratitude goes out to a registered nurse of 22 years who currently works at Red Deer Regional Hospital Centre. She expressed how the last 18 months have been eye-opening, heartbreaking, and exhausting. Yet despite the difficult year, she's never wavered from her work at the labor and delivery unit. Not once did she put her fears and needs above those of her patients. Also to Suzanne, who told me that being hired as a social worker at the Red Deer Regional Hospital was one of the proudest moments in her life, and despite the unprecedented stress and anxiety she faces, she still loves her job as much as the first day that she started. These are the stories of the heroes we can honor and further study with on this bill. These are the voices that encourage me to stand here today and to speak. And as I mentioned earlier, I know from a profound personal place the importance of caring for those who care for us. We must ensure the safety of and reduce the stress and anxiety that our medical professionals endure. It's time to send C-3 to committee so that we can vet it at every possible stage. In closing, Madam Speaker, I once again thank you for your service and for allowing me to thank those people that are most special to me, and to thank you for letting me highlight those healthcare professionals who took the time to share their stories. I hope that as parliamentarians we can look for common sense solutions to the potential overreach and unintended consequences regarding places where medical services are provided. I also hope the well-being of all involved are taken into consideration so that our doctors and nurses can concentrate on the myriad of diseases and conditions that are taking their toll on the physical and mental health challenges facing society today. We must remember who we are fighting for and how they have never failed in fighting for us in our times of need. Healthcare workers may be human by birth, but they are heroes by choice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honorable député de... Oh, excuse, je l'avais sur...
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations once again for your appointment to the chair. I have been listening to discussions today. The Bloc Québécois supports the bill, of course. We always stand in support of workers. I have a question for my colleague. What does he feel about the current legislative projects that we have? We waited 65 days to get back to the House. Now it's December 6th, and we have so much to do. If you were listening if he was listening during question period, as I was, he knows that we have so much to do. Should we not then go quicker?
Mountain View.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and special thanks to the member that asked the question. And truly, the fact that the government decided that we would take a number of months off for the most expensive cabinet shuffle that we've had in a long time is rather frustrating, because there are so many things that we could have continued with and could have done. And there are many issues I would have thought that perhaps some of the bills that they would have come forward with would have been able to help us in a lot of different areas. But I'm happy to see that these particular motions have come. We have a chance to talk about them. The irony is, of course, that we don't have our committee set up yet, and our intent is to get to that as quickly as possible. Just another one of the unintended consequences of having an election.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for your speech. Madam Speaker, excuse me. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the member's Conservative Party has not pushed for or won anything for workers. In fact, the Liberals and Conservatives have consistently opposed paid sick leave. For almost 2 years, Conservatives did nothing to push for 10 days of paid sick leave. Madam Speaker, why did the Conservatives abandon workers when they needed help? And have they now seen the light in supporting 10 days of sick paid leave? Thank you.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to the member, thank you for the question. I know that this bill does set a floor for paid sick days, 10 days for those federally regulated private sectors, such as airlines, banks, telecoms, etc. We're looking at this, and it's something that, of course, we would need to have studied in committee. Whether it really affects a lot of people, I think this is one of the things that we have been told, and yes, it might make some difference, but you are then, I think the intent would be to push it back onto the plate of the provinces for them to have to worry about. And I think if we want to respect all levels of government, we should make sure that they are inside that discussion as well.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable friend and colleague's comments regarding the fact that it's ironic that the government that promised a number of elections ago to never introduce omnibus legislation is in fact introducing two very, very different types of issues being addressed within this bill. My question, however, for my colleague is this. The member from Kingston and the Islands earlier said that it was not important to address access to other critical infrastructure, things like pipelines, ports, maybe schools, other things like that. Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate to see that this bill doesn't go further, ensuring that Canadians can in fact have access not just to their workplace and healthcare, but to ensure that Canadians can feel safe going to other critical infrastructure needs across our country.
Answer from the member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my neighbour member, and I appreciate his question. And I think really one of the things that we need to be aware of, a part of the discussion, of course, is how do we pay for some of these things that we have, and of course I think that's where when we have the overall discussion of trying to keep our economy going, that comments such as he has mentioned are really to the point. But when it comes to what are we going to do in order to look at this particular circumstances, that's what we have in front of us. That's the thing that we're going to have to deal with today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor and always a privilege to rise in this House, and this is the first time that I've been able to do this in the 44th Parliament. And this being my first official speech, we all need to remember that there's 338 seats in this House, and every seat is a great seat. Other than yours, Madam Speaker, and that's special, and we understand that the Speaker has the exception and a different seat. But please allow me to give thanks to the many people that helped me earn the trust of the great people of the Bow River riding for my third time in particular my family, for their support. But allow me to indulge a little bit and share a little bit about some of the great things that I'm proud of in my riding. And there are 60 communities covering approximately 24,000 square kilometers, home to over 115,000 proud Albertans. Bow River is truly a pearl of the country because of the people in this riding. We're fortunate, for example, to have the largest irrigation districts in Canada here. Irrigation ag farms make up 4% of the arable land in Alberta, but they produce 28% of the Alberta ag GDP. It is an energy-rich area. One of the things when they built the railroads through in the early 1980s, and it's obviously in those times they would have campfires to cook their food, did a little digging. They found they had more fire than expected, not because of the wood, because there was a lack of wood in the Bow River riding, but the natural gas was so close to the surface, they had huge fires to cook with just by poking in the ground, which this riding is rich in natural resources. And when people talk about electric vehicles, the proponents need to understand that these type of vehicles, they have much more plastic than the current ones that we drive. Where is that plastic going to come from? Oh, natural resources. There's new technology investments in our riding. The largest solar farm is being built in this riding. There's carbon capture utilization and storage. There's drilling for helium, which my friend's rig is doing in my riding currently, and I will be visiting it soon to see how they're drilling for helium. Much better than having his rigs working in Texas. They're working here. But he's short of truck drivers, which is a challenge these days in my riding. But on the horizon, clean energy projects like hydrogen are coming. However, my riding has not been without strain, especially in the last few years. Urban Canadians need to understand where their food comes from. No, not just a grocery store. I have a very upscale farming operation that grows heritage carrots and tomatoes in my riding. And during the summer, they provide tours. And on one of those tours, they dig the carrots and give them to people to eat. And the owner of this property was really set back when this person said, "I've never eaten anything that's come out of the ground before." Well, food, ag producers, and natural resources are not located in urban Canada. The infrastructure, 60% in this country, the roads and bridges are in rural Canada, like the Bow River riding. Rural riding's infrastructure brings their production to urbans to consume and export. That's in the Bow River riding. This government and urban people need to understand this much better. The work we have done for the betterment of this nation has been thanked with demonization of Albertans, energy, and the castigation of our farmers and ranchers. During COP26, there was an academic that says, we shouldn't have cattle on the Great Prairies in North America. We should grow trees on it. You're kidding me. The buffalo mowed that prairie land for thousands of years. It grows prairie grass, and he thinks they can have trees on the prairies. It's a challenge when people do not understand the environment in my riding. Nevertheless, our people are steadfast in their pursuit of achievement, bold in their ambition, caring for their neighbors and friends, whom the largest populations like centers in Chestermere, Strathmore, Taborn Brooks, and to the smaller villages and hamlets like Milo, Lomond, and Patricia. And if you haven't been to the Patricia Bar, you should go. It's an experience in itself. I'm proud to call this exceptional riding home, to represent this riding in the House. Speaking of Bill C-3, oh yes, I'm getting to Bill C-3. I see my friend from Kingston and the Islands. Is he going to talk about Bill C-3? Well, yes, I'm going to. Madam Speaker, Bill C-3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and Canada Labour Code regarding the protest and medical leave. In 1935, the Alberta Health Insurance Act was the first Canadian health insurance act to provide public funding for medical services. That's right, in Alberta, 1935. It is considered as an early step towards the Medicare system, towards laying the groundwork for the 1969 Universal Health Insurance Program. The history of nursing in our province dates back to 1895, where programs to train nurses began close to the Bow River riding at the Medicine Hat General Hospital and at the Calgary General Hospital. The success of these training programs led to other Alberta hospitals to bring their own training programs. And by 1915, there were 10 programs in existence across the province of Alberta. These training programs prepared nurses to work in both hospital settings and private practices. Today, nursing is both a degree and diploma program offered in universities and post-secondary institutions across the country, providing specialized training for these careers that are so vital to our healthcare system. This brings us to the issue regarding this legislation. Canada's protection for the freedom of peaceful assembly is enshrined in our charter and in our in our legal status. In recent years, it seems though we've seen the lines between peaceful protest and riot being blurred. However, it is important to note that peaceful protest is a right. In the 1960s, having experienced some of those other challenges that we had in the 1960s, I remember being on Parliament Hill in 1967. It was a protest against the Vietnam War. But I was also not long after that in Detroit, where the riots basically destroyed much of that city, and some of it has never recovered since. And those were to do with the Vietnam War and civil rights issues in 1960, which I saw numerous times in the United States, where it generated from protests to riots. But speaking of nurses and doctors, my neighbor is a nurse who was just recently retired in the last month. And over the years, I've had the opportunity, I've had many conversations with this nurse. A fantastic person, great neighbor, but stories of working in the health system. And it was a challenge during COVID. This was a person who was in charge of the ER. And the challenges they've had in the ER before, in emergency care, and under COVID. And what they went through during this time, the challenges, and we had those conversations. And it was always interesting and gratifying to listen to her commitment for the patients in our community. My doctor, one of many who've come from South Africa, who I knew very well from the first day he came, Dr. Eric, as when they come from South Africa, he and his wife and small child, they had to leave South Africa with nothing, because South African country would not allow them to bring anything. Both sets of grandparents were left in South Africa. This doctor not only is mine, but it's been committed to the community and the service in the community. A rural GP doctor are incredible in the services they provide. And during COVID, there was a lot of stress and challenges. So, Madam Speaker, respect of law and having some moral high grounds would presume that protests should not be occurring in front of health buildings. You know, we heard it, we saw the pots, we saw lots of things being banged at different time of day. We saw the parades, we saw the banners, but we saw people getting restless and restless as they grew more restless during the pandemic, not knowing which way the rules were going. It was a frustrating time. But protesting in front of hospitals may prevent those who really need to access this critical piece of Canadian infrastructure from getting the care they need. This is a critical piece for me in the sense of what I would say. I trust my healthcare friends and neighbors, and in the election campaign forums, I spoke in anger against hospital and health protests. We do not have laws to protect, but I want to stand and say it again in this place. Do not protest at health facilities or against our healthcare workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I heard the member speak about a little bit about Bill C-3, but I was really intrigued about the comments he was making before that. The reason why I had my hands in my my face in my hands when he looked over at me was because I was thinking about the comment he made about how electric vehicles, of which I drive one, use a lot of plastic to make them. And indeed, that is the case. There's no doubt that a lot of petroleum products go into that process. But does the member not agree that with the incredible human ability, we might be able to strive to develop new technologies that don't require that petroleum? Or does he think that we are just inevitably forever stuck in this state of needing oil? Does he not think that perhaps we will be able to evolve our way out of this dependency?
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague from Kingston and the Islands, always appreciate his questions and his comments. One of the things that we've always talked about in the sense that industries transition, the guys with the buggies and the buggy whips, they transitioned. One of the things that we do know is natural resources will be used for decades. What I know in my riding and in my part of the country, those resources are huge in the amount of GDP they create for our country and for our citizens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The commentaire, l'honorable député de Drummond.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Drummond. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Bow River, who I was on the Heritage Committee with. I have a great deal of respect for him, even though we may disagree on certain points. Madam Speaker, my colleague mentioned that he trusts the health system, that he trusts professionals, his doctor, and he is against the idea of protesting anti-COVID measures in front of health institutions. So when it comes to his opinion about not preventing health professionals from doing their work, does that also apply to other types of care? For example, abortion clinics. Does he believe that when people are trying to access abortion clinics, health professionals should not be prevented from doing their work?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also appreciate my colleague. We served on the committee, and we had many different comments to make and many that we agreed on. And we share a common name, which is also a great to my colleague. You know, protests, as I've been involved, as I stated earlier, in protests. I know how to carry a placard, know how to carry a sign. And I think that is a critical charter right freedom that we have to be able to guarantee that people have to lawfully protest against things that they feel are not right for them. But they need to do it in a lawful way. I learned a long time ago that throwing rocks at windows and breaking things unlawfully does not further the cause that we need to do. We need to do it respectfully, like we have the debate in this particular forum here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief question, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to the member for your speech. I always appreciate the opportunity to learn more about the uniqueness of other ridings and the constituents' needs within those ridings. Unfortunately, people know that the Conservatives have always made life harder for working people. Constituents in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith still remember the Conservatives getting in the way of unemployed workers who need help. Can the member, Madam Speaker, name one single gain that his party has made for workers since the pandemic began? Thank you.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for learning more about constituents in our country. And I think that's a great thing in this particular forum, that we're able to learn about where our colleagues are from and about the life in their particular part of Canada, because it is a great country. So when she talks about what I do, in the sense, give you this. I was a negotiator for a union. I negotiated a lot of things for employees. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Here, here. Well said.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Nickel Belt. And before I begin my formal comments, Madam Speaker, I do want to say to the, through you to the member for Bow River, that indeed he does have a beautiful riding that he represents, and I've enjoyed many trips to his part of the country. It is indeed a beautiful part of Canada. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to discuss Bill C-3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code, which I am proud to support. As we continue the fight against COVID-19, this legislation is particularly important. It's important because it protects federally regulated workers when they get sick with 10 paid sick days. It's important because it serves to protect those who have served tirelessly and continue to do so in preserving and protecting the health of each and every one of us. Les modifications au Code criminel proposées dans ce projet de loi.
The proposed amendments to the criminal code in this bill are an unfortunate necessity given the behavior of a small number of Canadians who do not agree with public health measures implemented to protect Canadians' health and safety and to ensure that we're able to recover in future.
Canadians have shown tremendous appreciation, gratitude, kindness, and support for our healthcare workers, just as all members of this House have done and continue to do. And they, like us, believe in the right to peaceful protest. But those out there who have chosen violence and intimidation have put the mental and physical well-being of our healthcare workers at grave risk. I am certain, Madam Speaker, that many members of this House find it hard to fathom that at a time like this, during a pandemic, when healthcare workers have given everything, in some cases including their lives, for us, that anyone would threaten them or harass them as they try to care for us. I find it difficult to understand why anyone would seek to obstruct their fellow citizens from getting the vital treatment that they deserve, whether for critical emergency cases, cancer treatments, or for necessary surgery. My riding of Vancouver Granville is home to many of Vancouver's healthcare workers and hospitals, such as Vancouver General Hospital, BC Women's Hospital and Health Centre, and BC Children's Hospital. It is the epicenter of British Columbia's healthcare infrastructure. And those that work in the healthcare field, Madam Speaker, seek nothing more than the ability to do their jobs safely. This summer, our community, Vancouver Granville, was ground zero for anti-vaxxers and anti-maskers who harassed and threatened healthcare workers and patients at VGH. They endangered the safety of our exceptional healthcare workers by making threats, inciting others to violence, obstructing passage to healthcare facilities, and they intimidated patients from accessing vital healthcare services. In short, Madam Speaker, they decided to put themselves and their selfish views ahead of their fellow Canadians. This type of behavior is intolerable, particularly at a time when access to healthcare services is more essential than ever before. We cannot have our healthcare workers driven from their profession due to unsafe working conditions. Like many in this House, I have spoken to healthcare workers in my riding who have shared the unacceptable violence and harassment that they've experienced on the job. One nurse told me that she had never, in 23 years, feared for her life until this summer. Trying to get through a protest to her shift, she was jeered, she was called a sheep, she was called a traitor. She was coughed on, she was pushed, and she was physically prevented from entering VGH. And she told me that she didn't want to be made a hero. She just wanted to be able to do her job safely. Another healthcare worker, a recent immigrant to this country, said to me, "I thought in Canada we believed in science and in taking care of one another. That's what we escaped to come to Canada for a better life. I just can't believe what I'm seeing around me." Instead, he shared that he had been harassed verbally, that he'd been shoved while trying to help a doctor get through to the doors of the hospital, and that how many times his mask had been ripped off his face. These are the kinds of acts the existing criminal code and the proposed measures in Bill C-3 target. Madam Speaker, no Canadian should fear for their safety when seeking or providing healthcare services, especially those who have been on the front line of the COVID-19 pandemic. The incredible healthcare workers at VGH, at BC Women's and Children's, and at all facilities across Vancouver Granville and across Canada deserve our gratitude, our care, and our protection. While the pandemic is the immediate context of concern, these forms of harmful conduct in the healthcare sector are not new. Studies show that healthcare workers have experienced high rates of on-the-job violence long before the pandemic. We know this problem is widespread and well established, and the measures proposed in Bill C-3 aim to provide better protection for these workers and to secure safe access to their services by all of us who depend on them. Les mesures proposées.
The measures set out in the bill would strengthen existing protections in two main ways. First of all, by introducing two new specific offenses. The first new offense would protect healthcare workers from those who would bully them in the provision of their services. The second new offense would prohibit hindering or preventing any healthcare worker from or member of the public from accessing a hospital or healthcare building. This is the result of years of requests from the healthcare sector to protect their workers against offenses committed against them.
Concerns expressed by healthcare workers across the country. As we continue to address the evolving challenges of COVID-19, we need to support our healthcare workers by ensuring that they have an accessible and safe working environment free from harassment, intimidation, or violence. The COVID-19 pandemic has put a major strain on our healthcare system, and we must ensure that the people who work in this sector can continue to provide critical care and keep Canadians healthy and safe. And this is exactly what these criminal code amendments will do. Now, I'd be remiss not to mention again the other important piece of this bill, which will ensure that all federally regulated workers will have access to 10 paid sick days. Madam Speaker, no one should have to make the difficult decision between going to work sick and feeding their families. Paid sick leave will provide vital support to workers and their families and the health of our communities as we continue to face new challenges in the fight against COVID-19. Access to paid sick leave is crucial to our economic recovery and to strengthening the social safety net that Canadians rely on. Together, these measures will help Canadians as we come out of this pandemic. Madam Speaker, I know that all members of this House care deeply about our healthcare workers, and I ask that each and every member of this House do what we know is possible to come together across party lines to pass this important piece of legislation without delay. We have referred throughout this pandemic to our healthcare workers as heroes. Now let's do our part to protect them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, and I would like to say to the member, welcome to the House. It's wonderful that he has been able to join us. I just specifically on this, we've talked about this today, and one of the concerns that I have are for those people that are working with federal contracts to ensure that they too are covered by this. So I was wondering if the member could share with me, if a person was receiving a federal contract to go out and do work, would they still be protected?
The honourable member for Vancouver, Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for their question. I do not know the answer to that question, but I am sure that we will be able to come back to the honourable member with an answer. But I do think that if we are working together on this type of legislation, that we should be able to protect those workers as well.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member. Excuse me. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the first time I've stood up in the House, so hopefully you'll remember my name in the future. Bill C-3 is definitely promising. Obviously, healthcare workers have gone through, they've run the gauntlet to do their work during the pandemic. Now, unfortunately, the majority is falling victim to a minority who wants to be vigilantes, basically, want to control others. So you can't hold hostage a certain part of the population just because you don't agree with them. Thank you. The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the point that the honourable member makes is an important one. I think we are in a place right now where we do need to be thinking about those people who are taking care of us. Healthcare workers who have put themselves on the line tirelessly and constantly throughout the pandemic, and who have done so before and will continue to do after this pandemic. And so the more that we can do to ensure that they are protected in their places of work, the more that we can do to make sure that those that are coming to access those services feel safe and secure. That's our job, Madam Speaker, as parliamentarians. Our job is to make sure that Canadians are able to access those rights, that care to which they are entitled.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we're all deeply concerned about these attacks on healthcare workers, particularly the ones who've are already suffering through the pandemic because they've been on the front lines, and we've seen it certainly across the country at hospitals, against paramedics. But I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the fact that it now looks like the anti-vax extremists are shifting gears. And they're moving away from the hospitals. We saw a horrific incident this past weekend in Edmonton where they attacked a toy store where children were going. The idea of these brutes showing up at a toy store at Christmas time with their anti-vax conspiracy suggests to me that there's something more insidious taking place in terms of extremist behavior in Canada. And how do we as parliamentarians start addressing this if we protect our hospitals and our frontline workers and they decide to shift to schools or to toy stores? This is a serious, serious issue. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague for his comments.
The honourable member for Vancouver-Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his comment. He is absolutely right. This is becoming something insidious. During the last election, many of these very same protesters chose to attack our office. They harassed young people that were volunteering in the office. They intimidated people trying to come and access conversations with us. And so I do think that all of us need to do exactly what this member, the honourable member, has said. We need to recognize that this is a very serious and very real problem that is going to require all of us to come together, regardless of the party that we belong to say with a firm voice that it is unacceptable to harass people in this way. It is unacceptable, particularly when we're talking about our healthcare workers. It is unacceptable when it comes to giving children a hard time. It is just unacceptable as Canadians for us to think that in this day and age, that we would stand to obstruct people from doing the thing that they are trying to do, which is to help Canadians stay healthy.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised at the hour of adjournment.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove, Infrastructure. And the honourable member for Fort McMurray-Cold Lake, the Economy.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Official Languages. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to congratulate you. It's also a pleasure for me today to speak about Bill C-3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code at second reading. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the incredible people of Nickel Belt for putting their trust in me for the third time with this 44th Parliament. I'd also like to thank my wife, Lynn, for her unconditional support. It's not always easy being the husband or wife of a member of Parliament. I'd also like and to support our hard work in the community. I'd also like to thank my mother, my family, and my many volunteers, including my staff, Rebecca, Ann, Kaylee, Sherry, Sabrina, and Stephanie, for their support. So it's an honor for me to follow in my father's footsteps as the member for Nickel Belt, and also to continue my work as a member of Parliament and with my new challenges as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Official Languages.
Reform to the Criminal Code that respond to the issues that we have come in the forefront of the pandemic-19. This bill seeks to enhance the protection to healthcare workers and those who need their services at a critical time in Canada. I firmly believe that the proposed reform shows restraint in dealing with the very difficult circumstances that we have here arisen, particularly due to the small minority of COVID-19 related deniers and individuals engaging in serious and harmful conduct during anti-vaccination protests targeting the health sector and, as indicated earlier, retail sectors and other sectors. I am proud of the way that this government has dealt with this issue. Bill C-3 proposes reforms that are targeted in nature and demonstrate the utmost respect for our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom. But today, I would like to speak about the events that we all have witnessed, and that had led us to this important reform in the criminal law. I will also speak to why our government's commitment to enact these reforms is crucial to protecting not only our health care workers, but each and every Canadian who is in need of health services. Currently, the Criminal Code provides a wide range of general responses to threats, intimidation, and other forms of violence directed at all persons. However, I believe that new explicit offenses are critical in order to send a clear message that such conduct is not ever appropriate. We have all seen what has been reported in the media, stories about healthcare workers being targeted directly, threatened over social media platforms, including Twitter, because of their work in promoting public health measures and treating those fallen ill to the pandemic. Healthcare facilities across the country were specifically targeted last summer and early fall, with images and reports of some ambulance being crowded, healthcare professionals being confronted with accessing their workplaces, as well as patients needing police escort to access certain facilities. And in a November 5th tweet by Anthony Dale, president of the Ontario Hospital Association, he reported one hospital CEO receiving death threats because of their implementation of a mandatory vaccination policy. Other physicians and medical associations are reporting death threats against healthcare professionals. I am deeply troubled by these accounts. Vaccine misinformation has unfortunately caused many to distrust and attack the medical community. Examples are popping up in nearby my riding of Nickel Belt and other parts of Northern Ontario. Recently, Dr. Gretchen Rody from Latchford, a small community in Northern Ontario, a family physician, was victimized online, at home, and reported by a growing anti-vaccination movement. Dr. Rody has given in to these pressures and has decided to close her practice, leaving many in the community without adequate care. A chilling reminder of the challenges faced by our healthcare providers. The Ontario Medical Association, OMA, and the Canadian Medical Association, CMA, has recently said abuse and harassment of doctors during the pandemic has grown and is growing and is unacceptable.
Another worrisome trend is that parents and children are being bullied and threatened at vaccination clinics. Recently in North Bay on November 28th, a woman brought her 7-year-old son, who had recently become eligible for a COVID-19 vaccine shot. On their way in and out of the clinic, she said that they were confronted with a torrent of verbal abuse coming from anti-vaccination demonstrators. These protesters went so far as to yell at her that she was committing genocide, and they shouted misinformation about the vaccine to a 7-year-old child. This has to stop. I know that members of this House support the right to demonstrate, but we must all agree that that is not the appropriate way or place to do so. It's truly unacceptable.
I believe all Canadians accept that we have differences of opinion. Very few Canadians accept this behavior towards health workers and people trying to obtain health care services. And while the Charter protects the right to express opinions and conduct peaceful protests, it does not protect against violence, forms of speech, and activity. I am confident this bill reflects the rights and freedoms enshrined in the Charter by ensuring that activity that is purely for the purpose of communicating a message and that remains peaceful is not criminalized. Madam Speaker, we must ensure that every Canadian can safely get vaccinated, especially children who are now eligible to get vaccinated in our country. Every Canadian also deserves to have safe access to essential health services and not fear being attacked or intimidated as they make their way to the hospital or a vaccination clinic. This bill is a federal leadership of all of us to ensure that our healthcare heroes can safely do their jobs free of obstruction, intimidation, and threats. I would like to touch on another matter that is important to me and many in this country. We cannot forget the significant struggles and hardship that women have faced, both legally and practically, in accessing abortion services. Many of those challenges continue as women encounter barriers in accessing abortion services, including aggressive, intimidating, disturbing, and even violent anti-abortion protest activity. Abortion services providers, their families, have also been subject to similar conduct in Canada during its history. The bill is implying to health services in general, and the amendments will support and protect women in making their decision for their own bodies without obstruction, intimidation, or fear. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the bill would also prohibit hindering access to healthcare facilities. No one should be prevented from accessing healthcare.
Bill C3 are imperative and given greater protection to those who undertake to care to Canadians during their most dear time of need. There is no doubt that Bill C3 proposes reform that is carefully crafted and responsive to the harms faced by the health sector in Canada. For those reasons, Madam Speaker, I urge all of us to support Bill C3.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for, I don't know why all of a sudden I'm drawing like Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech by my colleague in the party opposite. So he talked about how this bill very, very clearly articulates some of the challenges that exist. But on Friday, November 26th, the Minister of Justice said that the challenges this bill tries to address are not a new problem. That's a quote. But as I read through this bill and some of the challenges that it does attempt to address, terminology like, quote, minor disturbances, certainly I have some concerns, Madam Speaker, around whether or not there's a lack of clarity.
Seems to be somebody who is online virtually that has their microphone on, and I would ask those online to be very mindful of whether or not their microphone or their videos are on. Perfect. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, brief ending to his question.
I have no doubt that member was passionately suggesting he has the same question that I do. But I have some concerns about how terminology like, quote, minor disturbances might be widely interpreted. It's a term that could be very subjective. I'm wondering if this member has any comments about that term and maybe some of the other challenges where in committee this terminology might be able to be tightened up.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question and also for the work that he's done on the health side. The question about terminology in this bill, and that's why we have to get this bill to committee so that we can look at specific concerns about certain terminology. When we look at some legal terminology, this is why it's important to get this through the House, and I'm looking forward at committee level to ensure that we review some of these terminology, we make it right, and we work together to make sure that this legislation passes.
Commentaire honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate my colleague across the way on his appointment as Parliamentary Secretary to Official Languages. We at the Bloc Québécois will keep him very busy and help keep him on task. Now, this bill, how much does it really change? We are adding some offences to the criminal code, which already seem to exist. What we are doing is toughening the sentences and punishments for offences. And in C-75, there was a bill, in C-75, 100 criminal offences were reclassified to, in fact, make sentences lighter. How does the Liberal government explain that it is changing course? Are they just following the trends of the day, or have they had an epiphany about appropriate sentences? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague and look forward to working on official languages together. As Parliamentary Secretary, I look forward to helping with official languages everywhere in Canada. To answer this question, when it comes to C3 and the classification and terminology, well, this bill moves this issue forward. It does make changes specifically relevant to healthcare. There are changes for sentencing and judges, and I look forward to working with my colleague on committee to see how we can improve this bill. In committee, the bill will be improved and tightened up in order to best protect healthcare workers. Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Honourable colleague, recognizing Dr. Gretchen Rohde, who gave up her practice because of the harassment. I called her before the story broke. I couldn't believe how tired and dispirited she was. This is a woman who's gone through child soldier roadblocks in Africa to get medical supplies, a doctor who would take the freighter canoes up Lake Temagami, someone who's never been tired or intimidated and loves the North. I want to ask my colleague what he thinks is happening when in small towns like ours, this kind of disinformation and extremism is causing such damage to frontline medical workers like Dr. Rohde, like the paramedics, like nurses who are just so tired of what they've faced throughout the pandemic.
Bref réponse du secrétaire.
A brief reply from the Parliamentary Secretary for Official Languages.
Honourable Member for the question, and also for the work that he does in all of Northern Ontario, and that important question. I don't have a specific answer other than I know people have anxiety, people are concerned. Social media plays a role with hate, misinformation that we have to address. In smaller areas, maybe rural towns, the relying on social media is probably more prevalent, but we have to find ways together at the federal, provincial, municipal level to ensure that we look at that misinformation that's being shared through social media. Merci.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. One of the first privileges we have when rising in these opening weeks of a new Parliament session is to be granted the opportunity to acknowledge the honor that has been bestowed upon us by our respective constituents as either newly elected or re-elected members of Parliament. So with your indulgence, allow me to begin my intervention, as many of us already have, with a brief reflection on the deep gratitude that I owe to the people of Hamilton Centre, who have put their trust in me to return to this 44th Parliament to continue the important work of ensuring that the working class values of Hamilton Centre continue to be well represented here in this House of Commons.
Sorry, looks like there's no interpretation at this point. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, I don't know whether perhaps the colleague is not wearing the recommended mandatory headset, the House of Commons recommended headset. That might be what the issue is for interpretation, but we don't have any interpretation right now. Yes, well, I did look into this. The sound quality is a bit different.
If it's the headset that the honourable member is using, it does sound different from this end. And so there was a problem with the interpretation. I'm not sure if the honourable member wants to adjust his mic, maybe plug and unplug in to see if the computer is picking up the right microphone. And if not, I don't know if the honourable member has a House of Commons mic.
or softer in volume.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you at this point. Very, we can hear you, but very, very low. The volume is very low.
How about now? How about now?
Okay, I think that's getting better. Let's try it. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
I do have one more option, Madam Speaker, if that becomes the case, but I'll try with this as it may.
No, the sound is not good enough. Does the honourable member have a House of Commons headset?
Hamilton here did not have a second headset here in the riding.
Okay.
I brought it up to my office.
So sorry, I'm not sure if the honourable member is speaking to me. Again, the volume is very low at this point. Where is it?
Is it still very low?
The issue is with I've got a couple points of order I'm going to take for 1 second here. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I understand the frustration that that the member is going through. So now correct me if I'm wrong, but I would simply make the suggestion and would ask for unanimous consent that maybe he switch places with the next speaker, so that would give him 15 minutes or so to work with IT in order to figure out the challenges that exist. So I would ask for unanimous consent to have that, with, of course, the agreement of that member, so that he could sort out that technical difficulty and address it accordingly.
Something that I was thinking about as well, except that I do want to just double check a couple of things. I do have another point of order before I go back to the honourable member for Hamilton Centre. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And if we're not able to sort out the technical problems for the member from Hamilton Centre, we do have the member from Courtenay Alberni who would be prepared to take his place and give the speech. And we, of course, would not agree to passing on the NDP slot for this important debate.
I'll remind the member that what was mentioned a few minutes ago was to allow the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Alberta, Cold Lake to take that spot for now until we try to iron this out, and then the other member, then the NDP would have their spot. My understanding is that can the honourable member check his microphone to see if it is selected on his computer? Is it selected? Okay, so we're going to try one more time, and if it doesn't work, then we will have to move over, and the other member will need to make sure he has a House of Commons headset. So the other member for Hamilton Centre, we give it one more shot.
I do appreciate your indulgence, and I appreciate the honourable member from the Conservative side who suggested that we might have some time. But if this doesn't work, then I'm happy to. How about now?
No. So the honourable member will have to get a House of Commons headset. I know that they were handed out, and I'm not sure if his headset has just been left behind. Therefore, the honourable member. So I have a point of order here. The honourable member for from Don Valley East.
Can you explain what the problem is? Because I can hear him perfectly.
The problem is with translation. Yes. So again, so we do have the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby that was getting up again for a point of order, so I will entertain that point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would suggest, as the member from Hamilton Centre does his work to try to get a better level of sound, that we simply move to the member from Courtenay Alberni.
Okay, the honourable member. So because of where the time slot is at this point, I will go to the member for Courtenay Alberni, and the honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake is the next speaker up after that. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your indulgence. And, Madam Speaker, I just want to clarify the time that I have left on my speech, if I could. Okay, thank you. Well, I'm really honored to rise today, Madam Speaker, to talk about this important bill, Bill C-3. It's great to see both the Liberal Party and it sounds like the Conservative Party coming around to see the importance of paid sick leave. Now, Madam Speaker, you know, I've talked about this in the House quite significantly, and so is our party. In fact, our leader raised this 22 times, Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic. Here we are 20 months in. The top medical health professionals in our country decided that, of course, outside of social distancing and washing our hands, the top two things that we could do to stop the spread of the virus, to combat COVID-19, is to get vaccinated and for governments to implement paid sick days, which is really great to see that everybody's coming together, hopefully, today to do that, to protect workers, Madam Speaker, so that people aren't spreading the virus. And, Madam Speaker, we talk about people going to work, knowingly showing symptoms of COVID-19 or unsure or whether they should go to work or not. And, many of these people, maybe their spouse has lost their job because of COVID-19 or unable to work. They're the sole breadwinner in their home. They're scraping by to get by even at the best of times. Whatever their circumstances, Madam Speaker, they're worried about how they're going to pay their bills. Like most Canadians, 50% of Canadians were within 2 weeks of solvency, Madam Speaker, prior to the pandemic. So we can think about how many families were scared, just terrified, at the beginning of the pandemic and throughout this pandemic, about missing any work at all and how they were going to pay for their bills and feed their families. So, Madam Speaker, paid sick days has been absolutely critical. And one thing, we haven't talked a lot about here, and as the former critic, and I was really honored, Madam Speaker, to be the small business and tourism critic for the federal NDP for the last 6 years, was to stand up and fight for small business. And we don't talk about how important sick paid days are, not just for workers, but actually for the employer, for small business. So I was always mystified, Madam Speaker, when Conservatives wouldn't support paid sick leave, because they say that they're strong defenders of the economy, strong defenders of small business. I know Liberals are always patting themselves on the back throughout the pandemic on the things that, the important needs of small business. But, throughout the pandemic, whether it be the CERB, Madam Speaker, we had to fight to make sure that small businesses could be included to collect CERB. Initially, they weren't even going to be allowed to collect CERB. Proprietors were going to be disallowed to collect CERB. Then, initially people were going to get $1,000, $1,200, Madam Speaker. We were able to, put pressure on the government so that people could get $2,000, Madam Speaker. We brought forward the idea of a commercial rent assistance program. Of course, they bungled it initially. They made sure that it was set up and designed so you had to have a mortgage, Madam Speaker, a mortgage to be able to apply for rent support. And it was landlord-driven instead of tenant-driven, Madam Speaker. I mean, completely broken program. Of course, we found out that, that there was some Liberal insiders that were delivering the program, from the government. And we're glad to put pressure on the government to fix that broken commercial rent program. The idea that we brought to them, my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby and I brought to the government. Glad to see that they finally fixed it. But when it comes to paid sick days, Madam Speaker, people were going to work, unsure of whether they had the virus or not, terrified, and what we didn't have is the government, all governments having their backs, making sure that we had people stay at home, instead of bringing COVID-19 to the workplace and maybe possibly infecting a coworker. Now, whether it's, in the private sector, in government, it's extremely costly when people get sick and when people, spread the virus in the workplace. So you think it would make economic sense, actually, to provide a social safety net so that people that were sick were staying home, not spreading the virus in their workplace, not ending up closing businesses throughout our country, not shutting down services to Canadians if there were government services. So we don't talk enough about, Madam Speaker, not just the workers, but the impact on businesses and the economy. So that's a really important argument about why this is absolutely critical. Now, Madam Speaker, as much as we appreciate this legislation, there's flaws in this legislation that are apparent. You have to work, Madam Speaker, for 11 months to get access to the 10 paid sick days. And we know that the government's notorious, this Liberal government that said that they were going to, restore the cuts to the federal public services that the Conservatives made. I mean, we can look to Veterans Affairs, a great example. where they gutted a third of Veterans Affairs, the Conservatives, under the Harper government, Madam Speaker. And the backlog, as a result, for veterans that have been injured, serving our country, Madam Speaker, has grown to over 40,000. Liberals said they're going to fix it. What did they do? They outsourced. They brought people back in on temporary contracts instead of hiring people and sending a message to veterans that they're committed to them in the long term. That we're going to make sure that we're going to end the backlog forever. We're not going to just outsource for temporary jobs. So, notorious. Liberals do this all the time, Madam Speaker. They're outsourcing throughout the government, and this is creating a huge problem because what's happening is you've got contract flipping going on. So, what we want to make sure that, that this practice, obviously we don't want this practice to continue. We want them to hire people, make sure they've got job security, they've got benefits that they can rely on, that the people that they're serving, like veterans, can count on the services being delivered to them, Madam Speaker. But we want to make sure that, that the government's open to amendments, that all federal sub-jurisdictional workers have access to the 10 paid sick days. We want to make sure that that's really, it's really important that we cover that. The other thing we haven't talked about is women being disproportionately impacted. So a lot of the outsourcing, a lot of the temp jobs, as we know in our country, women have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. The social services have failed people across Canada. The lack of childcare, as we know, has been a huge impact, Madam Speaker. CBC reported that 100,000 working-age women have completely left the workplace since COVID-19. That's 10 times that of men. So, Madam Speaker, when we talk about every employee has to work every month to achieve a paid sick day, this is disproportionately going to impact women if it takes 11 months to actually accumulate that. So I really hope that the government will consider amending that, because we know that people that have been working on a job, they need that safe social that security, but also we don't want them coming to work sick. We don't want them spreading the virus. We're in the fourth wave right now, Madam Speaker, with the Omicron virus spreading quickly. We don't know what that's going to look like. We want to make sure that we've got, workers protected right throughout. And, we also saw like the fractured healthcare system that we're in, Madam Speaker, throughout the pandemic. And I could speak all day about the things that we saw that were highlighted in the pandemic. But when it comes to paid sick days, this is absolutely critical. And it's really important. This is a victory today for healthcare workers, for workers across this country and professionals. And we're going to continue to ensure that workers across this country have support from us as parliamentarians. But I do question, Madam Speaker, why it took so long. Why Liberals and Conservatives sat on their hands against the medical health professional advice. And you've heard me talk a lot about the government failing to listen to medical health professionals, like in the opioid crisis, Madam Speaker. The medical health professionals have made very clear and sound recommendations. Even their own, Madam Speaker, their own officials are saying decriminalize, provide a safe supply. But the government hasn't done that. So they don't listen to their health professionals when it comes to sick days. They don't come to it when it comes to the other crisis that's happening that's taking more lives than we've seen in generations, Madam Speaker. So I'm hoping that the government will act swiftly and start listening to their health professionals when it comes to developing policy and act with much more urgency in the future. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. A lot has been said today about the need for such legislation, and given the fact that it's come out of the rise of this anti-vax movement and people who are so dead set against the realities of what's going on in our country right now. And I got to be honest, I can't help but think that some of it has to do with the fact that there are so many people out there that are willing to play footsies, so to speak, with those that purport these conspiracy theories and that suggest that their liberties are being taken advantage of. Does this member, I'm curious if this member can comment on what he sees as a leadership role when it comes to the anti-vax movement. How important is it for members of this House to stand up and say what is right and what is wrong, and how important it is to lead by example.
The honourable member Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the question from my friend from Kingston. I mean, the reality is we need people to get vaccinated, not just to protect each other, but, you know, for example, in this place, thinking about all the staff, the security, the pages, the people, the clerks that are here. I mean, it's our duty to protect each other. One part I really like about this legislation, and that's about protecting healthcare workers at their workplace so that people aren't protesting outside of the workplace of healthcare workers, but also their patients, and ensuring people get safe access to the hospitals or where they need health services, Madam Speaker. So it's absolutely critical that we stand up and defend each other and making sure that people are getting vaccinated and that we're ensuring that we're protecting healthcare workers along the way. And I appreciate the point that he made. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Oh, I'm sorry. Abitibi Bay James, Nunavut EU. I'm sorry, I couldn't see because of where you were sitting. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He mentioned that this bill is not completely adequate, so I'd like to hear more from him about the incentives that could be improved in it.
Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate her asking that question. It's a good question, and there is a number of improvements. We want to ensure that workers don't have to wait 11 months to access 10 paid sick days. Like I said, it's going to disproportionately impact women, for sure, and workers that have been outsourced. Ensuring that workers have access for their first day of sick leave after a continuous period of employment of at least 30 days. Well, the goal of unduly delaying access to the first day of sick leave isn't okay, Madam Speaker, and they need to relax the requirement to provide a medical certificate so as not to discourage the applications for sick leave. This has been supported by medical health professionals, so I think we need to listen to medical health professionals, Madam Speaker. We keep not listening. The Liberals continue to not listen to medical health professionals in a timely fashion, and it's costing lives. And if we really, truly, if they're meaning to table this legislation and see that it's going to actually benefit those that it's targeting, they need to make sure they're listening to health professionals, and they need to do it in an expedient way.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to thank the Honourable Member from Courtenay Alberni for his intervention. And I wanted to ask if he was open to elaborating specifically on the point around women's participation in the workforce and paid sick days. If you'd like to elaborate on an amendment that he thinks would improve the legislation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to congratulate my colleague. I haven't had a chance to do that in this House, and thank him for the question. And, you know, I think that I've articulated fairly clearly that, you know, women have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. Often temp work, again, women are disproportionately more doing temp work and being outsourced. And that being said, they're going to be recycled through this, and they're going to miss the opportunity to get 10 paid sick days if they don't work for 11 months straight. So we need to amend it so that workers aren't having to wait 11 months so that they can do the right thing should they have signs and symptoms of COVID-19 or be exposed to it. They shouldn't have to wait 6 months. We can't afford it, actually, as a society, and their workplace can't afford it. And certainly no one wants to go to work and infect one of their colleagues, potentially with COVID-19.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I remember very clearly a couple weeks into September, about a week before the election, when we saw protests happening at our hospitals and healthcare centers across this country. And I remember sitting there as a brand new mom and a federal candidate thinking how scary that would be if I was going into labor and trying to get to the hospital and to find it blockaded by protesters. And I know many watched in horror as these protests happened all across the country. In Alberta, we saw those protests happen at two of our major hospitals, the Royal Alexandra in Edmonton and the Foothills Hospital in Calgary. And I'm very proud to say that we didn't have any of those protests, luckily, in my riding of Fort McMurray Cold Lake at our amazing health centers and hospitals. But they very easily could have. And it was one of the things that I was really proud in our campaign. The Conservative campaign plan actually had a protection in place for Canada's Critical Infrastructure Protection Act that would have prevented any protesters but that were blocking infrastructure like hospitals, roadways, rail lines, or pipelines. And as some of the members in this House have already pointed out in the phase of this debate, these protests are evolving. While a few months ago the protests were happening at hospitals, we saw this weekend protests in West Edmonton Mall. We don't really know what the next place for these protests will be, and while I believe all members of this House, or at least all members on this side of the House, support the idea of peaceful protests and understand that this is a fundamental right here in Canada to be able to peacefully protest. Many of these protests, unfortunately, have gotten very violent. And it's those violent protests that are the problem. And I remember watching as the traffic was being directed around the Royal Alex and the Foothills Hospital, and watching on the news and watching as police officers were allowing ambulances to get in and trying to get in that space. And I can't imagine what it would have meant had I had a family member trying to access one of those hospitals at that point in time and being delayed in trying to get there. And so I think there is overall agreement over this, but I do think that this is a little bit too narrow, because we are only protecting in certain small locations. But there is one thing I do think that is critically important to do, and it's to thank our healthcare workers. Our healthcare workers have stepped up. They have gotten us through this pandemic by having their smiling faces, through their masks, protecting us, serving us to the best of their ability, often working extra shifts to make sure that all patients got the very best of care. I'm generally someone that's quite healthy, and I don't generally go to hospitals, but having been pregnant this last year, I've probably gone to the hospital more often than I've been in probably the 10 years prior. And I must say, I was very grateful that each and every time I got to go to the hospital, I was greeted by friendly, amazing healthcare workers that really did step up. And I think that is one of the big pieces. And I know in my hometown of Fort McMurray, we saw countless acts of kindness towards our healthcare center, the Northern Lights Regional Health Center. We saw at the very beginning of the pandemic, flooding hit the community of Fort McMurray, and hundreds of people stepped up and they filled sandbags and they protected the hospital from flood damage. And we saw people putting the needs of the many well ahead. And it was spectacular to watch that. We also had some pretty unexpected healthcare heroes that stepped up and helped us in a way that really hit close to the heart of so many, myself included. And we actually had help come from away. We had a team of 7 spectacular healthcare workers, 2 doctors, 4 nurses, and 1 nurse practitioner that flew to Fort McMurray to help us in our surge capacity all the way from Newfoundland and Labrador. And we welcomed them with open arms. We did everything we possibly could as a community to make sure that these healthcare professionals knew that they were supported and welcomed in our community. And I think that there needs to be more done in general to show our thanks. I remember in the campaign chatting with a constituent of mine, Brian. And Brian had been telling me that he had decided that he was going to show his support for our healthcare workers. And him and his company bought hundreds of donuts from Tim Hortons on the day of National Truth and Reconciliation. And they brought those donuts to our hospital to thank our nurses and our doctors. And he said that it was a double win because the money went towards amazing charitable organizations to help further truth and reconciliation. But it also showed a tangible way of thanking our nurses and our healthcare professionals. And I think that those little acts, like the act that Brian did, need to be done more often. We need to be showing kindness and compassion and showing that level of respect. I know for myself, I'm blessed to have some amazing friends that are nurses that work at our hospital, and they are always there. I know that many of them have given up their evenings or weekends, have taken on extra shifts, and they do that gladly because they're there to serve. I think of one particular friend, Katie, and all of the amazing work that she's done going from team to make sure that our healthcare center, that our hospital actually had all of the nurses in the right places at the right time with the right training. I think about the nursing students that got to come and join our hospital before finishing all of their schooling so that they could help in our time of need. And it's those kinds of things that really is important. And I think it's really one of those pieces where the compassion, the kindness, that needs to be shown. And so often when these protests were happening and they turned quite violent, that respect and kindness wasn't being witnessed. And so it's one of the things, Madam Speaker, that I think is critically important to make sure that we're finding those balances and to make sure that the peaceful protests can happen, but I don't think that a hospital or a healthcare center is necessarily the best place to have protests of any form, to be perfectly clear. Most people that are going to the hospital aren't going to the hospital because they're choosing to go there, minus perhaps our healthcare workers. Most people are going because they're in some kind of duress or distress and would probably rather not be at the hospital. And so seeing those protests probably doesn't make their lives that much easier. And so I'm very curious to see this bill. It is, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, a bit of an omnibus bill. It clashes together many pieces, and I do think that bringing this bill to committee to be able to explore all of the different pieces to make sure that the intent of the bill, and I've heard some great speakers on the other side explain some of the rationale behind this bill, but I really do think that this is a bill that would benefit from further exploration in committee stage so that we can actually ensure that we are always putting forward the best possible legislation for all Canadians that is going to serve Canada as a whole. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions or commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague, and by the way, congratulations through you to her on being a new mother. And I understand that she was previously in the Alberta legislature, and welcome to this House. You know, when we talk about you know, what fuels these individuals who are engaging in, you know, harassment type activities in front of hospitals and whatnot, I can't help but think that there are certain elements to some of you know, the roles that leadership play in this. And so I can't help but think of the new caucus that's been formed in the Conservative Party, the Liberty Caucus, and I'm wondering if, you know, what her thoughts are on how a caucus like that, you know, and what they tend to promote might fuel the rage and the frustration. I hear some heckling there, but fuel that rage and frustration that a lot of these people are, you know, using when they're participating in these activities.
Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his question. I think it was very misplaced, but I will thank him nonetheless. I think that our caucus has shown a great deal of leadership, as have all members of this House, in really following all of the rules and acting with that leadership space. I know for myself, I was previously a member of the provincial legislature in Alberta, and I shared something that, some of my personal medical history while I was pregnant. I actually went and got my first dose of the vaccine when I was 20 weeks pregnant. And I very proudly did so because I thought that it was important for women across the province of Alberta, as well as across the country, to see that their leaders were making those decisions based on medical advice that I had received from my healthcare team. I made that decision, and I encouraged others to talk to their doctors. And so that's one of the things that I think is really important, to make sure that everyone is taking that time.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's hard to say if our Conservative colleagues are for or against this bill, unless I missed something, but there are some contradictions here. If you look at the Anglophone media, you often see that the Conservatives are saying that there's no point to amending the criminal code. Then in the French media, sometimes you see the member for Mégantic l'Érable talking about the fact that in their platform it says that there cannot be protests at key infrastructure locations like hospitals or pipelines. But we haven't really heard from the Conservatives about the issue of the 10 days of paid sick leave. We haven't heard from them about that policy issue. If my colleague could tell us more about those issues, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Coldlake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et merci pour la question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Something that was in the Conservative platform during the last election was about protecting critical infrastructure. It was a plan to protect infrastructure like hospitals, pipelines, as well as roads and rail lines. That was something that was quite popular as an idea. And it's something that's been done in multiple provinces around the country, including my province, Alberta. Thank you.
Questions, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
As I've mentioned earlier today about the lack of health services, just another example of that is there are 3 communities in Nunavut, Igloolik, Johaven, and Sanikiluaq. Each of those populations being over 1,000 people in each of their communities. So having access to healthcare, and also congratulations to the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake for being elected. The services that I've been talking about and the paid sick leave are all very important. And for what I'm trying to listen for is how difficult it might be for paid sick leave days, and it's very similar to what the other member just asked about paid sick leave. Does the member agree that it's time for a 10-day paid sick leave for our workers? Thank you.
A very short answer from the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question, and congratulations to her on winning in Nunavut. I think that she's raised a very important question in regards to this bill, and it's a question that I think that we really need to take to committee to be able to study further, to see some of those answers. We haven't been able to have members from the other side of the House give us any clarification as to whether this piece would actually apply to contractors or other federally mandated and regulated employers. So I think that that's important.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I'm here to talk about the government's proposal to amend the criminal code to criminalize certain behavior that I believe most Canadians already thought was against the law. But before I get into talking about Bill C-3, I want to take the opportunity to thank the fine people of Langley-Aldergrove for endorsing me for a second term. It's a great honor to have been re-elected, and I've promised them that I will be a clear voice for them in this Parliament. I want to thank my wife Inga and my extended family for the ongoing support, and all the many, many volunteers that helped me through the campaign and made my success a reality. Politics is a team sport. So moving on to Bill C-3, which is an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code. I'm going to focus on the Criminal Code aspect of that, and it will make harassing healthcare workers illegal if the intent is to prevent them from doing the work of serving the public. So, as I said, many people think that this is already against the law, and there are provisions in the Criminal Code that the police and prosecutors could rely on to prevent this type of antisocial behavior. But one thing that we have learned through the pandemic, and that is that we must value our healthcare workers. They are an essential part of the fully proper functioning of our society, of our communities. We owe them a debt of gratitude. Everybody in this house knows a healthcare worker or is related to somebody who is a frontline healthcare worker or is a neighbor to one. I have two family members, a daughter and a daughter-in-law. One is a care aide in a senior's home, and another is a nurse in a hospital. Every day they go to work. They're eager and happy to serve their patients to the best of their abilities, sometimes in very stressful situations, sometimes in situations of understaffing or having to be moved from one ward to another on pretty short notice, sometimes on having to work extended shifts because of a shortage of healthcare workers. Sometimes they have to work in the COVID ward. I think not only of the healthcare workers, but also their family members who share in the risks and the stresses and strains in healthcare. So this law is a step in the right direction. It is a gesture in support of our healthcare workers. But, Madam Speaker, a real, more constructive and substantive way to support our healthcare workers is by hiring more nurses. The shortage of nurses is a long-term problem that we've known about long before the COVID pandemic, but it's been exacerbated by that. I met with members of the Canadian Nurses Union, and I have a quote here from their publication. They state, many risk factors for burnout have been exacerbated during the pandemic, including increased patient acuity, understaffing, increased overtime, reassignment to unfamiliar roles. It goes on to say that prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, severe burnout was typically found in 20 to 40% of healthcare workers. In spring of 2020, that is at the commencement of the pandemic, that increased to 30 to 40%. And by the spring of 2021, a year ago, that was more like 60%. They go on to say that job vacancies for registered nurses have the largest increase of all occupations over a 2-year period. So this is what's happening to our healthcare workers. There's a shortage of them, and that shortage is increasing stresses and strains. So, Madam Speaker, the best thing that we could do for our healthcare workers is to hire more healthcare workers. I asked the people with whom I met whether there is a shortage of people who want to be in the nursing industry, and I'm told, no, absolutely no. There are many, many applications to universities and to nursing schools across the country, but not enough seats in these nursing schools. I'm thinking of Trinity Western University in my riding, whose nursing school has a very good reputation across the country, around the world. They would love to open up more chairs. There's nursing schools around the world. That's what we need to do. We need to increase the supply of nurses. Now back to C3. I'm happy to see, listening to the debate, that there seems to be a consensus developing that we are all in support of this. I'm happy to hear that we want to support our healthcare workers, but I'm hoping that there's also a consensus forming around the right of protest. This is a long-standing democratic right in our society, the right, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, freedom to protest, but it needs to be done in a balanced way. No rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms are absolute. They are always subject to such reasonable limitations as defined in law and as demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society. So the question for the committee will be to determine whether or not we have found that right balance in Bill C3. It's an open question. The effective paragraph in the bill says, quote, no person is guilty of an offense under the relevant subsection by reason only that they attend at or near or approach a place referred to in that subsection for the purpose of obtaining or communicating information. So we're allowed to have information pickets. I agree with that. I think everybody in this House is going to agree with that. The right of protest does not extend to interfering with the proper functioning of society. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? I'm sorry. Okay, good, thank you. I'm going to just pivot over to something that was in the Conservative platform in the last election. And reference has been made to it by several of the previous Conservative speakers. We are proposing to introduce a Critical Infrastructure Protection Act. Now, that was to prevent protesters from interfering with infrastructure projects, whether they're hospital construction or transit construction or pipeline construction. Yes, we have a right of protest. No, we do not have a right to interfere with legal projects, which Canadians have determined are essential for our society. So I'm very pleased that we're introducing this Bill C-3 because not only will it protect healthcare workers, it'll also set a good precedent for us going forward. And I look forward to an opportunity at some point to introduce something like what the Conservatives were proposing, a Critical Infrastructure Protection Act. And the work that this committee is going to do, that Parliament is doing right now, around C3, I think is going to be precedent-setting for legislation going forward that is going to regulate how protesting is to be done. Peaceful protesting, yes. Getting in the way of society's functioning, no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member made reference to our healthcare workers, and I think it goes without saying in terms of just how much we appreciate collectively on how our healthcare workers and providers have stepped up to the plate. Many years ago, I used to be a healthcare critic in the province of Manitoba. And what we had found was that for many healthcare workers, it's more than just the demand of getting more nurses into the profession. It's the way in which human resources often allocate staffing years and things of that nature at different institutions. And I raise that because I'm wondering what the member thinks in terms of the Standing Committee of Health, looking at this as a possible study in terms of going forward. You know, how healthcare workers and how can Canada provide some leadership, some national leadership on the whole healthcare resource file with a special focus on nurses.
For Cloverdale Aldergrove.
I want to thank the member opposite for that very important question. It starts with having enough people in the workforce. Right now there's a shortage of healthcare workers. We're focusing particularly on nurses. We need to solve that problem. We need to get enough people in the workforce, working in hospitals, working in the many other fields where nurses serve their patients and keep Canadians safe. That's where we need to start. And I would certainly be open to any suggestions about how hospital administrators allocate those resources, but the resources need to be there first. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a hard time understanding what's going on. People are talking about the need to transfer health funding, and when I hear my colleague talking about what can be done to recruit, there's a shortage of skilled labor, and we need to maintain and respect the work of nurses. But the solution we've seen is to increase health transfers and give the jurisdictions responsible the means to do their job. There have been demonstrations, and we've heard a lot about, during the election campaign, a lot of talk about this, but what happened? Well, in Quebec, we took the bull by the horns, and in September 2021, the National Assembly took direct action against demonstrators. So the solution is to increase health transfers and give the jurisdictions, i.e. the provinces and Quebec, the authority to respect our healthcare workers. What does the member think of that?
Good. Thank you. Thank you for that question. Gives me an opportunity to talk about about jurisdiction and Canadian constitutional law. I'm not talking about the federal government taking over jurisdiction. Of course, we're going to work with the provinces. Healthcare is a provincial matter. So I would say that federal government needs to work with the provinces to find the best way to increase healthcare resources. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for your speech. Since the pandemic, we saw the NDP ask the Prime Minister 22 times to fix the old version of the paid sick leave so that more workers could access it. 22 times. Constituents in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith have had to choose between their health and paying rent. This is a choice that nobody should have to make. Conservatives and Liberals have also voted against making life-saving medications more affordable through pharmacare. Madam Speaker, can the members share when they will start putting the health and wellness of workers and families first? And will my colleagues support the much-needed 10 paid sick days for workers? Thank you.
Well, Member for Cloverdale, Aldergrove.
Good. Thank you for that question. As other speakers have said, this is something that needs to go to committee to be studied. We don't have a lot of detail about what the government's plans are in that regard. I do know that many unionized workers working in federally regulated industries have paid sick leave in their contracts, and I believe in the sanctity of contract. But I would certainly be willing to look at gaps where further assistance is required. But that's for the committee to look into. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure and an honor to speak with you and the Chair, and I congratulate you on your appearance here before this House. I support, in short, Madam Speaker, this bill going to second reading and moving on to committee. Like my colleague for Langley Aldergrove, I will be focusing, after a few brief comments, on the proposed criminal code amendments. With that said, Canada's Conservatives, and I believe that our recent platform on this point really bore it out, is that we will continue to be the voice for working Canadians, especially those who've been left behind by the current government. As I said earlier, I will now move on to what is very important in my riding and is important in a number of ridings, and that is the implication of Bill C-3 when it comes to healthcare workers. I have a riding, and it's a pleasure to appear here on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, because our riding is very geographically diverse, and places like 100 Mile House that would have a small hospital, or places like Barrier, Clearwater, places like that, they're often underserviced, Madam Speaker. And it's important that we recognize and protect not only the contribution that those people make who are healthcare workers in that area, but also to recognize the tremendous importance that they do have. In my own experience during the election, we had a protest at Royal Inland Hospital that I drove through. As I say, during the election, two of the fellow candidates, the candidate for the Liberal Party and the candidate for the Green Party, both had partners that were critical healthcare workers. So this was something that was very close to my heart and close to my mind during the election. And it really emphasized the strain that the pandemic has placed on healthcare workers. And I want to emphasize here that time and again, and to my colleagues in the House, I commend what our frontline healthcare workers have done. We've seen them step up, and I know that at the beginning we would hear the bells ring. People would go outside and they would frequently ring the bells every single night as a commemoration to the healthcare workers. And slowly those things started to disappear, and we would have, I believe it was nightly, all first responders, police, sheriff, ambulances do a procession again, then it went to weekly. So it could be very easy to forget the sacrifices that have been made by our frontline healthcare workers. And I want to appreciate them as Member of Parliament for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, and simply as a citizen of Canada, I appreciate all the work that they have done. A number of people in my riding, Madam Speaker, have really risen to the occasion in this time. For instance, workers in specific facilities with outbreaks, seniors' homes, and Royal Inland Hospital in Kamloops. Nurses in 100 Mile House who stayed in hotel rooms in order to protect their families, Madam Speaker. Volunteers who ran immunization clinics so smoothly. People like Dr. Shane Barkley and Laura Bantock who lobbied for and obtained a testing center in Sun Peaks, which is vital to our community, vital to our tourism, and vital to the fabric and the recreation in Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. It's really critical that we see tourism thrive in a place like Sun Peaks, and eradicating the pandemic from Sun Peaks is obviously of critical importance. With that, Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure that people don't have to travel to Kamloops to have a safer place to work, worship, and play. The criminal code at this point, Madam Speaker, offers protections to a number of groups. And there are already provisions with respect to threatening and intimidating. But what Bill C-3 does is go one step further. And it's important, and even these discussions, this Hansard that is created is important. And it's important to reflect what this House believes, because as somebody who practiced law for a number of years and who spoke about sentencing on these types of issues, it's important that what we say here reflect the consensus and reflect the issues that are before this House. The criminal code already reflects that it is an aggravating feature to threaten certain groups or assault certain groups or intimidate certain groups. So I think about Section 270 of the criminal code, which is assaulting a peace officer. It's an offense to assault anybody, but this Parliament has said that when you assault a peace officer, then you have gone one step further. And the offense is recognized with a greater level of seriousness for obvious reasons. Same thing with children. There are offenses that relate specifically to children to reflect the seriousness of committing an offense against a child. Similarly, when it comes to intimidation and obstruction of justice, there are offenses that protect justice system participants, reporters, and people who are carrying out their justice system practice. So with that, with what I've already said, healthcare workers are integral to the functioning of our society. It's already been noted the strains that they're under by various colleagues on both sides of the House, so I won't repeat them. However, I do wish to note that it's very important that we do protect these groups. With that, Madam Speaker, I am in favor of studying these issues further at committee, and I am therefore speaking in support of this bill going to committee. Thank you.
Comments, questions, or commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. During the course of the debate today, Madam Speaker, we've heard at least a couple Conservative colleagues talk about or try to draw a parallel between the protests that are happening outside of hospitals with those that occur along pipelines. I'm wondering if this member thinks that when this does get to committee, that we should be looking at how this, if we should be drawing that comparison and trying to further the legislation to include looking at protests along pipelines.
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. Canada relies on infrastructure. At this point, what is before this House is the protection of healthcare workers. That's what's before us now. But I certainly would be in favor of looking at legislation that protects any critical infrastructure, not just pipelines. Infrastructure is critical to Canadians just as healthcare is. So I'm in favor of any protection that extends, or any legislation that extends protection to our system functioning smoothly. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
First of all, it's my first opportunity to congratulate the member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou for your election. I was noticing that his speech was silent on the amendments to the Canada Labour Code, yet he spoke passionately about the importance of health professionals. In my writing, according to Statistics Canada, Nunavut has the lowest ratio compared to Canada for national averages of doctors to residents, which is 85 doctors per 100,000 people. Because of the many issues that we have facing healthcare in Nunavut, I am particularly interested in what the member has to what the member's position is on ensuring that accessing or allowing medical certification is relaxed. Bill C-3 talks about the requirement for medical certification, and I'd like to hear what his position is on relaxing the provisions set out in Bill C-3. Hoyanami.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
I apologize. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from Nunavut for her very thoughtful question. I live in a riding where there is a significant doctor shortage, and it's nowhere near the shortage that my colleague from Nunavut mentioned. So with that, I support anything that is going to get more people into healthcare facilities. This is something that I'm open to discussing at committee so that we can dive into it more, and hopefully we can all come to a consensus so that there can be more doctors, more nurses, helpful, because simply put, we're just not churning out enough doctors and medical practitioners. Thank you.
Honorable Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very surprised to hear a colleague talk about looking for solutions to help regions which have a shortage of healthcare workers. Well, you know, there is a very simple solution, and that is that healthcare is a provincial jurisdiction. It's Quebec's jurisdiction, and so we repeat the request, oft-made request, that the federal government unconditionally increase federal health transfers so that provinces can manage recruitment of healthcare professionals. Provinces would also then be able to ensure that they have the right amount of staff. So, does my colleague agree that the government should commit to increasing federal health transfers unconditionally as requested by Quebec and provinces?
Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This was actually a part of our Conservative platform, actually, was an increase in health transfers. And as my colleague from Langley Aldergrove pointed out, this is a jurisdictional issue that healthcare is provided by the provinces. The federal government does provide funding for that. As set out in our platform in the most recent election, we were all for increasing health transfers to the provinces, given our aging population and the need for ongoing care.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot. My God.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is certainly an honour and a privilege to once again rise and enter into debate into this place. Now, Madam Speaker, if you would indulge me to share a few thank yous and a few thoughts prior to getting into the substance that we're here to debate today, which is the Liberals' new Bill C-3. First, Madam Speaker, it truly is an honour to serve, and along with that, there's some thanks that I need to pass along. First, of course, I need to thank my wife, Danielle. She has stood through what has been a very, very interesting first term in Parliament. And of course, when we had that discussion about whether or not I would let my name stand again, she was very, very supportive. And we hope that we can see a return to at least some level of normalcy as we move forward. But to my wife, Danielle, I love you. And to my boys, Matthew, Emerson, and Winston, I love you guys. And I'm so thankful for the support that you give, even though sometimes it's a little hard to understand, as it's 5-3 and soon to be 6 months. I'm so thankful for that love and support. And thank you. And of course, Madam Speaker, I would thank my staff, my campaign team, my EDA, all those that help make an election happen. And Madam Speaker, I'd also like to take a moment to thank, in what was undoubtedly a difficult election in many, many ways, I'd like to thank those other candidates who ran and showed up. There was one party that notably didn't even show up in this last election, and that was a travesty for democracy in East Central Alberta. But Madam Speaker, anyone who puts their name on the ballot deserves thanks and respect, and they have that for those who ran in Battle River Crowfoot. And of course, all those poll workers, the local individuals that helped make sure that an election could happen, that an election that I would suggest, and I'll get into this in a moment, that maybe nobody really wanted except the Prime Minister who sits across the way. But Madam Speaker, they also deserve our thanks. Madam Speaker, and of course, I am deeply grateful to the people of Battle River Crowfoot for once again sending me to be your voice in our nation's capital, to ensure that the interests of rural East Central Alberta are heard. And Madam Speaker, that is certainly what I plan to do. Now, if I could, again, Madam Speaker, share a few thoughts, a few observances from the election. I found it very, very interesting how not just 2-3 months prior to the Prime Minister's itinerary coming out saying there was a visit to the newly appointed Governor General's residence, that I couldn't help but think that he'd be going back on his word. Now, that won't surprise many within this place and many Canadians, that the Prime Minister, that we can't take the Prime Minister's word all that seriously. As a fourth wave, the signs were already there, yet he put his personal political interest before the lives of Canadians. Madam Speaker, that is a shame, and something that literally put his political interests before the lives of Canadians. Madam Speaker, that is, well, there's some unparliamentary language that comes to mind, but I'll spare that. Madam Speaker, over the course of the summer and of course during the election, I had the chance to speak with a whole bunch of constituents who brought up a myriad of concerns. One was a man by the name of John Dillon, and he brought forward something that I told him that I would share in this place. I'd spoke with as well during the previous election, but I was reminded when I went to his door again, this 40-year Air Force veteran. He asked a question about why parliamentarians, why politicians get preferred treatment over men and women, the men and women who wear our nation's uniform. Why it takes him decades to qualify for his pension, while it takes a politician 6 years. And we continued to talk over the course of a fairly extended period of time, Madam Speaker, about some of the frustrations that he has, about the hypocrisy and the frustration with the political status quo in this country. Madam Speaker, I know 10 minutes is not a lot of time, and I hope to get to as much as possible, but I also spoke to constituents who were frustrated beyond beliefs on all sides of the political spectrum about how divisive and polarized politics are in this country. Madam Speaker, the number of times where I would encourage constituents I was speaking with to make sure that they looked a little bit beyond Facebook in terms of making sure that we were having dialogue. And certainly there's politics and partisanship in this House, and that's okay. But Madam Speaker, we also need to make sure that we are always working for the best interests of Canadians. Madam Speaker, the concerns around Western alienation are very, very real. And I talk to many people who have given up hope on Canada. Madam Speaker, it is heartbreaking as I spoke with many constituents, more than I can count, about those who would suggest that an independent path forward was their only option. And Madam Speaker, as I pled with them and we spoke about the issues and talked about how it's not too late to give up hope on this country in spite of the many frustrations. Agriculture, as we saw rumors that the Liberals would be mandating a reduction in fertilizer, taking away what could very well take away the livelihoods of farmers in my constituency. We heard rumors about further activism when it comes to the oil and gas sector and whatnot, which turned out, Madam Speaker, to be more than accurate when A, the Prime Minister appoints a criminal activist as his environment minister, and B, goes to COP26 and decides that the only justice in a transition is to put my people, my constituents, out of work. Madam Speaker, that is shameful. Madam Speaker, from COVID challenges to the challenges with our economy, it's Canadians that are paying the price. And I certainly look forward to being able to stand up for their interests.
Hear, hear.
So, Madam Speaker, now on to the substance of C3. Here, Madam Speaker, it's interesting that you see an issue that Conservatives have actually talked a fair bit about, and provinces have actually taken action on, and that's access to critical infrastructure. Now, Madam Speaker, I think that almost all Canadians would agree that a healthcare professional going to work or a patient needing care should not be denied access to a hospital. Madam Speaker, that's simply, I would hope, common sense, although as I'm reminded often by including my father that common sense seems to be not so common anymore. But Madam Speaker, what I find interesting is that in the midst of this debate being part of this two-part bill, and I'll get into that in a second, that we have it's in the political interests of this Liberal government to now bring forward something that they saw a political opening for. Whereas Conservatives had actually called for this sort of action when critical infrastructure had been placed at risk. Supply chains had been put at risk in the past, and a number of Conservative governments across the country have actually taken action to ensure that the critical infrastructure is protected. Madam Speaker, I would suggest that is a good thing, and certainly something, although I do have a few concerns about some of the ambiguous wording, and I found it interesting that the Liberals are quick to defend the appropriate balance that needs to be had to ensure freedom of speech, but also to ensure safety of healthcare workers. And I'm glad that there are some Liberals that are encouraging that discussion to take place, because certainly when it doesn't fit their political best interests, they'll try to shout down any freedom of expression that they can. And Madam Speaker, it is, so as this bill, I would suspect, goes to committee, it certainly is one of those issues that we need to keep at the front of our minds. Madam Speaker, to jump into part two, and I would just say, though, before I get into the substance of part two of this bill, I think that it's interesting that you have what is kind of a mini piece of omnibus legislation. You have two very, very different subjects that are addressed within this one bill. And Madam Speaker, I would suggest that this goes against certainly the spirit of if not directly against what the Liberals promised back when they ran for election first in 2015. Madam Speaker, two very, very distinct issues, and I would be certainly encouraged if the Liberals were willing to send it to the two different committees where this could be addressed. When it comes specifically to the issue of the paid sick leave aspect of this, there's some very, very basic questions that I certainly have. How many people does this affect? You would think that if you're planning on implementing paid sick leave to all federally regulated industries within this country, Madam Speaker, that there would be the very simple, that question would be one of the first that you would answer. Yet I have yet to hear a Liberal member articulate what the answer to that question is. Madam Speaker, there is some further ambiguity about what this actually applies to in terms of contractors or simply federally regulated services. But if a contractor works in a federally regulated service, but that service itself is not regulated, what is the application? Madam Speaker, that's quite frankly why it's concerning that these two very distinct issues are put together in one bill. Whereas had they been separate, I think that we'd have had a great, it would have been certainly more.
It's time for questions and comments, but before we go there, I'd like to remind the honourable member to perhaps think before accusing certain members of this House of certain things. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll stay away from what it is that the member might be trying to impute within his comments, but rather to say that, within the legislation, we have the 10 days paid sick leave. And no doubt there's a number of questions and thoughts in regards to it, and we're hopeful that it'll go to committee where those questions and answers will be posed and responded to. I think it's important that we recognize that the Ottawa does play a strong national leadership role on it. Take a look at the province of British Columbia, where I understand NDP BC now is proposing 5-day paid leave. And my question to the member is, does he not recognize or see the value in Ottawa implementing legislation such as this and in the positive role and impact it could have on other jurisdictions?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I would simply say this. If that member can clearly articulate some of the questions that I've expressed about this particular part of the legislation, and if he was willing to see it split up and sent to both committees to be studied, he's absolutely right. Ottawa plays a role. But I also hear daily from constituents who are quite frankly sick and tired of hearing an Ottawa knows best strategy about all aspects of public policy within this country. And Madam Speaker, there certainly is a great deal of frustration with how this Liberal government has it seems to only call for a Team Canada approach when they've failed. And I am fearful that that's exactly what we're starting to see as this legislation goes through the process. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's been a lot of talk about urgency and taking important action. There was a lot of talk about that during the elections. Then we waited 65 days to get back to the House. I'd like to hear my colleague about C3. There were so many promises made during the election. Does my colleague feel that now, when there is so much urgent work to do, that this is the right time?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my colleague from the Bloc is absolutely right. In fact, Madam Speaker, I find it tragically ironic that the day of the election was meant to be the day that this House was supposed to be back in session. Madam Speaker, that is weeks upon weeks upon weeks, let alone the administration required to set up committees and whatnot, that see us not even at this point with only a few committees being set up currently, and Madam Speaker, months, I would suggest, of delays. In addition to, of course, the prorogation that the Prime Minister promised he would never do and all of that sort of thing, but they'll say that's simply old news, and it was different because they're Liberals. Madam Speaker, delays have cost Canadians and probably cost Canadians lives. And I would suggest that Canadians demand leadership, and they certainly haven't seen it from that Liberal government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, especially for recognizing his own family. I think it's really important to recognize the service of public people serving in public life. Madam Speaker, he talked about urgency and he talked about people's lives being lost. I mean, medical health professionals, again, they've cited people need to get vaccinated and governments need to implement paid sick leave. But we haven't heard from the Conservatives, where they're at when it comes to paid sick leave, whether they support it or not. Are they are they going to stand up for workers? Or are they going to let them continue to go to work sick and make that difficult choice? And when it comes to vaccines, I guess the question to them too, we still haven't got a clear answer on that either.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, Madam Speaker, I find it very, very troubling you would have the Liberals' coalition partners in the NDP playing into the divisive vaccine politics that we saw during the election that caused a level of division and, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, mistrust when it comes to such an important issue. Something that should have been the definition of not being political, Madam Speaker. That government decided that it was more important to play politics than to do what was right for Canadians. When it comes to the reality that is faced by so many Canadians, including workers, making sure, I find it rich, Madam Speaker, that it would be the NDP that stand up and say that they support workers when there are thousands of workers within my constituency that are having their livelihoods shut out because of the activism of a Liberal NDP coalition. Madam Speaker, Canadians demand, in fact, more Canadians decided that Conservatives would be the better option than any other party in this country when it comes to a plan that would get our economy working again, Madam Speaker. And it's unfortunate that the Liberals would rather play politics and put people out of work than stand up for what's best for Canadians.
During debate, the Honourable Member for Barrie Insel. The Honourable Member for Saanich-Gulf Islands on a point of order.
Yes, Madam Chair, I was listening attentively to my honourable friend from Battle River Crowfoot, but I thought I heard him say something very unparliamentary. I didn't interrupt the course of questions and commentary because I wasn't sure I'd heard it. But I wanted to ask you, Madam Speaker, to check the record. If our honourable colleague referred to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change as a criminal, then it does violate our rules. It is not only inaccurate, it's spurious. And I would, if it's possible at this point to get a ruling, if you as Speaker heard that, it certainly is unparliamentary.
I thank the honourable member for the point of order, and I did actually call on the member right after his speech on the subject. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, if I said anything that wasn't true, certainly I do unreservedly apologize.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise on Bill C3 this evening, and I think it's a very important piece of legislation that requires the attention of not just Parliament but also committee scrutiny. Let me begin by saying, Madam Speaker, that I believe that Bill C3 should have been split into two separate bills. We're dealing with two separate issues here, one as it relates to healthcare workers and protests outside of health facilities, the other as it relates to federally regulated sick days and the provision of 10 days for federally regulated workers. So I'm hopeful that when this does get to committee, that it is going to get the type of scrutiny that it deserves. Let me also say, Madam Speaker, that we are so fortunate in Central Ontario to have an incredible regional health facility. The Royal Victoria Hospital is world-class in its ability to provide care, and not just acute care, but all kinds of care, Madam Speaker, led by Janice Scott, who is the CEO of the hospital. She recently announced her retirement next year, and I wish her all the best. She certainly has seen the transition of the Royal Victoria Hospital from the 17 years that she's been there into this world-class facility. In fact, just recently, Madam Speaker, I was fortunate that we were able to be down in Innisfil to talk about the expansion of the Royal Victoria Health Centre into the southern tier of our municipalities of Barrie and Innisfil, and it's expected by the time it's fully functional that it could service up to 250,000 people a year. This is an important part of our community. It's an important part of Central Ontario, all of the regions of Central Ontario, and does a great service to our communities. And I will say also, Madam Speaker, that many of the people that work there I consider friends of mine, doctors, nurses, great people who do terrific work and have really been there on the front lines since this pandemic has started, with great adversity, great anxiety. I can't imagine at the height of the COVID-19 situation, these nurses and these doctors and all of those who work in this healthcare facility having to worry about not just looking after the patients that were coming into the facility to be looked after, but also the thought and that anxiety that goes with those thoughts of how am I going to protect myself and protect my family. And I heard many stories, Madam Speaker, of healthcare workers that were going home, were changing in the garage. They had moved their washer and dryer in their home into the garage so that they would limit the risk of potentially transmitting COVID-19 to their family members. And when vaccines came, it was a sense of relief for many of these healthcare workers. The challenge was in the beginning, and I recall having a discussion with the then Minister of Health. In fact, I would call it an emergency meeting, at a point where our community was running out of vaccines, not just for healthcare workers, but also for long-term care facilities. And you talk about anxiousness. Many of these healthcare workers who were in the process of getting their second vaccine actually were told that their appointments had been canceled and that it would have to be put off. So I called the health minister to ask her on an emergency basis if we could get the vaccines that were needed within our community, not just for these healthcare workers, but also for the long-term care providers as well. And I will say as well, let's not just look at the healthcare workers and the work that they've done and how they should be free of intimidation and harassment in their workplace, but also let's also acknowledge the long-term care workers as well and those within those long-term care facilities, because they had equally anxious times during the height of COVID-19. Now, I want to focus on a couple of things, Madam Speaker, not the least of which is the divisive rhetoric that has gone on And we certainly saw this at the height of the election campaign when there were not just protests in front of healthcare facilities, but there were also protests on the political front as well. And of course, we saw some of those protests play out on the nightly news. We certainly saw them in healthcare facilities. I happen to believe, Madam Speaker, that every healthcare worker should be free of any form of harassment, particularly when they're going in to do the job, as I said earlier. But how did we get here, Madam Speaker? This divisive rhetoric, the fact that we're now in a position where we are talking about implementing legislation to protect healthcare workers when we've never been in this point before. We've had, obviously, you've heard, Madam Speaker, through other speakers today, we've got criminal legislation on the books in terms of dealing with protests, and much of which is dealt with at the local level. But you know, this divisiveness that has gone on, and I certainly saw it through the election campaign. There has been, you know, misinformation. And I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that there hasn't been enough information on the part of government to provide people with making an informed decision on the issue of vaccines. Now, I happen to think that everybody should be vaccinated, Madam Speaker. I'm certainly vaccinated. In fact, I've got my booster shot scheduled for December 19th. So vaccines are an important tool in the toolbox in ensuring that people are safe. But there are many people out there, Madam Speaker. There's almost 5 million Canadians over the age of 12 who haven't received a vaccine at this point, and for various reasons. You know, I've been dealing with this in my office where people have been calling up, and they're not anti-vaxxers. They're just concerned about the health and the potential risks associated with vaccines because perhaps they don't have enough information to make an informed consent. And this is where the role of government comes in, to provide as much information as we can to people so that they make the right decision to get vaccinated. And many of them right now are in a position, Madam Speaker, where they're at risk of their lives and livelihoods being lost, actually being able to provide for their family. You know, a year ago when we didn't have vaccines, Madam Speaker, we had lots of other tools in the toolbox. We were talking about rapid testing, physical distancing, wearing your mask, washing your hands. And rapid testing has seemed to fall off a cliff right now in order and to have the ability to accommodate those people who perhaps still have that vaccine hesitancy from not getting a vaccine. And I think it's an important tool in the toolbox that we need to be using, Madam Speaker. And I want to bring up, and I talked to him about this recently, someone in my riding who his entire family is vaccinated at this point, but he still has that hesitancy. But he's been told recently by his employer, after working there for 25 years, and I'm using this example among many that I've received, Madam Speaker, he's been told by his employer that as of November 1st, of this past November 1st, he would have lost his job because he was unvaccinated. He's actually been extended now to January 29th, and the reason why he was extended is because his company is entering into a very busy Christmas period. So they can't afford that loss of employment. So in the meantime, what they've told him was that we're going to rapid test you throughout that whole process. And so he's living with the backdrop of losing his employment. And quite frankly, he's scared. He's scared because he's got family and he's got grandchildren as well, Madam Speaker. And so that reasonable accommodation that I spoke about still needs to happen today. When it comes to making sure that we're reasonably accommodating those individuals who, at this point, have vaccine hesitancy. And we can, Madam Speaker, do a much better job at educating and encouraging people to get vaccinated. And so the other part of this legislation, Madam Speaker, relates to the federal regulation on sick days and providing up to 10 sick days. And I would agree with my honorable colleagues that, you know, there should never be a choice between going into work and being sick, and making sure that we can accommodate those people who are in the unfortunate position of making that decision needs to be addressed as well, Madam Speaker. And I know that as it relates to federally regulated industries, And having this requirement, there are many collective agreements that cover sick leave, but there are a small percentage of those that don't. And so I think those collective agreements can speak for themselves when dealing with this issue. But I'll be interested to see when this goes to committee, just what we're hearing from all of the stakeholders as it relates to these sick days. But I will say, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, that there is still a tremendous amount of anxiety that exists within this country, among everyone, whether you're vaccinated or not. And I think we have to tone down the divisive rhetoric. I think we have to make sure that we, in all cases, unequivocally are supporting our healthcare workers who are doing such tremendous work to keep us safe. But we also have to tone down that rhetoric and make sure that we educate those people that it is important to be vaccinated in order to deal with this crisis. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member asked the question, how did we get here? And he seemed to imply that the reason why there's a lot of misinformation out there has to do with the lack of ability or the lack of desire for the government to share information. And I'll be the first to say that I think that information sharing is critical and we should always do as much as we possibly can. But he seems to have glossed over completely the fact that there are a lot of people out there that are providing misinformation, that are questioning the science, with all due respect. And he gave a very reasonable speech today, and I'm so glad that he got vaccinated and that he's getting ready for his booster shot. But there's so many people within his own caucus that feed this misinformation. I'm just wondering, I'm just wondering, Madam Speaker, if he has had the opportunity to turn and look inward and have these conversations with some of these members that, quite frankly, are in his caucus and spreading.
Can we please give the members the opportunity to ask the questions, and the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil with an answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my point about this divisive rhetoric, I mean, there is no greater example than what we just saw. And I'll go even further, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister has fed into this divisiveness. And it has been actually, Madam Speaker, that he's fed into this, because if you recall, Madam Speaker, back earlier this year, the Prime Minister came out and said that there is no requirement for mandatory vaccines, and then the day before he calls an unnecessary election, he says that there will be a requirement for mandatory vaccines. You know, one thing I found out in my life, Madam Speaker, that the more you push people, the more they lean back. And instead of this divisive rhetoric that we just saw a perfect example of, why aren't we working with people to better educate them, to encourage them even more? And if they still are hesitant, why aren't we accommodating them? Why aren't we accommodating them even more, Madam Speaker? Thank you.
Honorable Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am also slightly baffled by my colleague's remarks, especially about what we should do with people who are still vaccine hesitant. I am pro-dialogue, and I believe that we must talk, we must educate people, etc. However, there are scientifically demonstrated methods to fight COVID-19: masking, vaccination, and ventilation systems. The COVID-19 vaccine, Madam Speaker, is the most highly tested vaccine in the history of vaccination. Billions of doses have been administered. The numbers from the scientific community, clear scientific data shows that this is an effective vaccine against COVID-19. At this stage, then, Madam Speaker, I don't see what further evidence can be provided to people who are still hesitant. I wonder if it's even worth it at this point. So what does my colleague think we should do about people who will never accept the vaccine and are putting us at risk?
Madam Speaker, and I think I made it very clear in my speech this afternoon just how important vaccines are. And certainly it was important for me in terms of my community, in terms of my family, and I believe in the efficacy of vaccines. But the difficulty lies in the fact that there are still people who are unconvinced. And I don't know what their reasons are, Madam Speaker. I use Scott as an example. His whole family is vaccinated, and yet he's still a little concerned from a health standpoint. So why aren't we encouraging those people with more information, encouraging them, Madam Speaker, to get vaccinated with proper information instead of this divisive rhetoric? And that's the point I'm making, Madam Speaker. There's too much divisiveness. Let's work to encourage people to get vaccinated. That should be the role of leaders in this country.
Member for Nunavut.
I think it's been clear now that my whole focus of my line of questioning has been to find ways to ease the burden on the health system. Nunavut has 3 main regions. The Qitilmut is one of them. With the Qitilmut, Cambridge Bay is the regional hub. Outlying those communities are Kugalchuk, Kugluktuk, Talukchuak, and Johaven. They all rely on visiting doctors. There's no full-time doctors available to them. They do have available to them on-call physicians that are available by phone to assist the nurses. Now, this bill, the Canada Labour Code amendments, gives the employer the power to require the employee to provide a medical certificate for any paid sick leave, regardless of the number of days that.
I apologies, but I do have to give the honourable member the chance to reply, and we've already over time. I'm really sorry. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for a very important question. There have been various growth ways that medical assistance has been provided. We've certainly seen that through COVID, where we've seen more online or phone call assessments. Those things have played a very important role throughout COVID. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
8, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great honour, as always, to stand in this House representing the people of Timmins James Bay, and to be here in the House tonight as we from all parties attempt to pass legislation on what is coming close to the 2nd anniversary of the pandemic. If someone had said to me in March 2020 that we would be in the House debating the need to get 10 days paid sick leave, or to have laws in place to stop the harassment and threats of medical professionals by people who are our neighbors, I would have said it was simply impossible. And I think what COVID has taught us, and COVID is a very hard teacher, but COVID has been very clear from the get-go. This is something bigger than something that was within our human imagination. A generation of ours has never seen anything like this. Madam Speaker, throughout COVID, I find myself going back to Albert Camus, The Plague. I've been reading it and rereading it. You know, he says, our townsfolk were like everybody else, wrapped up in themselves. They disbelieved in pestilences, because a pestilence isn't a thing made to man's measure. Therefore, we tell ourselves that pestilence is a mere bogey of the mind, a bad dream that will pass away. But it doesn't always pass away. And from one bad dream to another, it is the people who pass away, especially those who've taken no precautions. When we're talking about the need to have 10 days paid sick leave 2 years into a pandemic, I feel like we found ourselves in some kind of dark dystopian Groundhog Day. That what we're repeating again and again are the same mistakes and still having difficulty learning the lessons of a pandemic. Because the pandemic doesn't care whether we believe in it or not. The pandemic doesn't care if it's fair. And the pandemic certainly doesn't care about the short-term goals of various political leaders like Jason Kenney, who decided to announce that this last summer was going to be the greatest summer ever because he was simply going to ignore health protocols in order to make his party look good. And he plunged Alberta into medical chaos and caused the deaths of too many innocent people. I think of Doug Ford, who, as people were dying in the warehouses in Peel, Brampton, in the 401, 905 area, he was not willing to put paid sick leave in. And in fact, he recently said he believed that, come January, there would be no need for vaccine mandates. A man who's still refusing to learn lessons. And we know here the culpability of the Canadian government in fighting at the WTO against the right of the global south to create vaccines. Did anyone think that Omicron wouldn't happen? That we would allow ourselves first wave and second wave boosters, that we would protect ourselves, but we would not ensure adequate vaccination in other parts of the globe, and that suddenly, somehow, the pandemic wouldn't go there and come back. So now we're dealing with Omicron. I think that the line from Camus is that he says that we have learned that the pandemic has made us all share the same collective fate. It's a hard lesson we're learning. And I remember in the first wave how we were all rose up and how hopeful, and people took up hobbies and people were going to get themselves physically fit. And Camus says, at first, the fact of being cut off from the outside world was accepted with more or less good grace, much as people would have put up with any other temporary inconvenience and interrupted only a few of their habits. But now they had abruptly become aware that they were undergoing a sort of incarceration. And I think in the isolation and difficulties, the vast majority of people carried on. This morning when I walked through the snowstorms in Ottawa, I saw almost every single person wearing a mask. The vast majority of people have taken up what they know is going to be a difficult and maybe a long-term issue. And sure, they complain. They have a right to complain, but they carry on. We know in the first wave and second wave, the people who phoned our offices daily, that we tried to help them, to give them answers, to keep businesses going, people who had legitimate fears. Fears about the future of their business. Fears about health care. Fears about all the disinformation and falsehoods that were being fed, and those were all legitimate questions because we were dealing with something bigger than ourselves. But, Madam Speaker, I found by the fourth wave that things had shifted. They had shifted to a sullen tiredness on the vast majority of people, but in a small minority. They had gone to a different place. A kind of radicalized sense of self-isolation and self-entitlement. A belief that somehow the government and the medical institutions and their neighbors were all against their right to go and do what they'd always wanted to do, and they weren't doing their share, so the rest of the population were doing theirs. And then we started seeing these terrible images that somehow compared the mass murder of the Jewish families in Ukraine with the fact that Buddy couldn't go to Eastside Mario's because he refused to get a vaccine. And then they began to turn on frontline medical workers, talking to paramedics who said to me, what is it about us? Paramedics who are out there in the middle of the night on the highways at accidents, who are going in during the opioid deaths, who are on the front lines in the hospitals. Why are they being targeted? The fact that in my region, a doctor who was harassed and gave up her practice. There's something deeply wrong that we have to come here at this point. And there's something wrong in the fact that it's finally, after 2 years, we recognize the fundamental medical principle that if you are feeling sick, you shouldn't go to work. It is the most common sense way, but to stop the spread, particularly now of Omicron. But the fact that we have to have a law to protect workers from harassment is deeply concerning. And I will say that we will stand up for the medical workers and we will bring that law in. But in doing that, let us not forget and let us not diminish the fact that there is incredible fortitude among the Canadian people. I was very disheartened to hear my Conservative colleague talk about how we had to accommodate people who deny science. people who deny the need to have a collective responsibility for their neighbors, that we have to be accommodating them, as opposed to saying, no, we stand for the right of people to go to work and be safe. That when you go to work, you go to school, that you go to the hospital, that you can come home at the end of the day, even in these hard and uncertain times, because you know that your government is taking every step possible. So that is part of what we're here to do tonight. We need to address the need to change the TRIP waiver. Canada has to stop being a laggard on the international stage. It has to show leadership. We are, as Camus says, all collectively in the same boat when it comes to the pandemic. But, Madam Speaker, I would like to end quoting Camus again, because what isolation has taught me is the power of family, the power of community, and certainly for me, the power of live music, which I hope comes back. Because the people in the village that Camus writes about said they now know there is one thing that we can always yearn for and sometimes attain. It is human love. And he said that out of the plague that affected the people in his town, that he realized that there was so much more to admire in people than to despise. And finally, and I find this so powerful because I am so tired and disheartened and hurt by what COVID has done to the fabric of our communities and our sense of confidence and our ability to see each other. The Camus says that what's true of all the evils in the world is true of plague as well, because it helps people rise above themselves. I urge my colleagues, as we are in the fourth wave or the beginning of a fifth wave, I don't know how many waves, that we are not out of this. This pandemic is with us now, but we do not have to give into it. We do not have to give it into fear. We do not have to give into stupidity. That there are smart ways. It's the only way that we can take on COVID and restore that sense of human community and that bond that keeps us together. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank and compliment my friend from Timmins James Bay for an absolutely excellent speech that makes a number of really important points. I wish I had time to delve into all of them. I hope he'll forgive me for using the opportunity of asking him a question to make it very clear, because there have been a lot of allusions to today's debate that somehow equates nonviolent civil disobedience against pipeline construction, which is an effort to protect human health and to save our planet, which is why I was arrested in that activity, and harassing healthcare workers. I'd like to ask him if he doesn't agree that the equivalency is around the kind of protest, and that no protest should be in any way threatening or violent to any kind of worker. That's where we draw the line. It's not about whether it's infrastructure or a hospital. It's about the activity of the protesters. And for some reason, anti-vax protesters have been allowed to conduct themselves in ways that were appalling, while Indigenous protesters are violently arrested.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that excellent question, because I found it deeply concerning that my Conservative colleagues throughout this discussion, where we are all supposed to, I think, coming to terms with the need to protect healthcare workers, have continually insinuated that there's something reasonable about anti-vaxxers and that we should accommodate them when we have threats being made against children at toy stores, and then equating that with the right of protest of Indigenous people. The right of Indigenous people to defend their lands and their territories is a fundamental principle that we have to stand up for in this House, and I will always stand up in this House and say the rights of Indigenous people to defend their territories is a fundamental universal principle, whether or not the Conservatives and some of their anti-vax supporters like that or not.
Some comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, there's two aspects to the bill. I agree with many of the words the member has said about our healthcare workers and the whole idea of the protests and how revolting it is to see how our healthcare workers and providers stepped up to the plate and the type of treatment that some feel that they are entitled to provide. My question is more so in respect to the other aspect of the bill, and that is is with the paid sick days. The NDP have implied that they have some concerns in regards to it. Can he give any indication whether, from his perspective, if there are some specific amendments that they already have in mind? What are the concerns that the member would have with regards to that aspect of the bill, assuming that the member does support the bill in principle?
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for the excellent question. Certainly, I think the deepest concern we had is that our leader pushed the Prime Minister 20-some times in the House on the need to have 10 days paid sick leave as the first and second and third waves were hammering people, and we saw such massive deaths in the particularly in the for-profit long-term care system. We saw no action. It wasn't until the election was called that the Prime Minister suddenly had that come-to-God moment where he realized, please re-elect me and I will bring in something that we had been asking for all along. I'm glad that we're bringing it in now. I'm glad that we'll get to committee to make sure that it works. But I think of all the people in long-term care who could have used this when the government refused to act.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Battle River. Oh, okay. Sorry, Ms. Rood is. Sorry? Lambton, Middlesex, yes.
Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. Thank you,
Lambton,
Madam Speaker, and thank you to my
yes.
colleague for his great speech. And I just want to take an opportunity to thank all of the healthcare workers that are in my riding and our frontline workers who have been working so diligently through the pandemic over the last almost 2 years now. And on Friday, I actually had the opportunity to be in the town of Wallaceburg in my riding, where the Chatham-Kent Health Alliance has announced that we're going to be building a new hospital in the riding. And so it was very exciting to see great healthcare coming into the riding to replace the old infrastructure. Just wondering if the member opposite shares the same sentiment that I have of thanking healthcare workers and making sure that we protect critical infrastructure, whether it's hospitals or beyond, and if he thinks that we should take this bill to committee so that we can study that to make sure that we're protecting all critical infrastructure.
Well, Member for Timmins, James Bay, 15 seconds.
Thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague for thanking the healthcare workers in her region. Let's always remember the incredible work they're doing in Parry Sound, where the paramedics are going door to door right now to help people. They're doing home visits. That's how we step up in Canada, and we have to be there for all our healthcare workers and all our frontline workers in every capacity to protect them from the kind of harassment that's ongoing.
In debate, the Honourable Member for Sturgeon Park River, Sturgeon River Parkland. The Honourable Member will have about 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and debate this important motion. I want to break it down because it really should be two bills. I mean, we're dealing with a criminal code matter and also a paid sick leave matter. And I did listen with some amusement when a Liberal MP stood up and said, well, these bills should be connected because, you know, we're talking about protecting hospitals on the one hand, but people also get sick, so they need sick leave. So really, it should just be one bill. And, you know, by that justification, maybe we only need one bill in this House for the whole session because everything deals with money. So it's just one bill that's needed. So that's an aside, Madam Speaker. You know, this legislation is important. And I'll start off from the outset by saying that our doctors, our nurses, the clerks, all of the staff at hospitals work incredibly hard. And I have a lot of family. Both my grandmothers were nurses. My father is a nurse. And, you know, having a safe workplace is something I think that is a right for all people. And we saw during the last election a great deal of rhetoric in this country over the issue of vaccines. And this rhetoric led to unacceptable activities where people crossed the line from peacefully protesting whatever their viewpoint was on a subject, which we do have a constitutionally right protected in this country. And I was pleased to see language in the bill that emphasized that Canadians do have a right to peacefully protest. They do have a right to, you know, bring placards to events to state what they believe. That's a fundamental right in this country. But when you are harassing healthcare workers, intimidating healthcare workers, and in some cases, we saw that healthcare workers were assaulted. I mean, that is really crossing the line. And so it's critically important. I mean, we do have criminal code laws that deal with this thing, but it's critically important that, you know, this legislation sends a strong message that this is unacceptable activity. And I would just say, you know, thankfully we haven't seen these protests continue in recent days and recent weeks since the election ended. But if people feel the need to come forcefully protest, I invite them to come to my office because I'm a politician and we're here in this House and this is where we make those decisions. It's not the nurses and the doctors that make the decisions, it's the politicians. So whatever my stance is on the subject, you come to my office. You can protest in my office. I'll invite you any day. I'll argue with you. I'll debate with you. And, you know, that's what democracy is all about. So I say come to my office, leave the healthcare workers alone. So that's a really important part of this bill. But we also have to talk about, you know, unnecessary rhetoric leading into this thing. And that's, we just need to lower the rhetoric on this situation so that we can bring Canadians together again. We had a divisive election. You know, this pandemic crisis is causing people to suffer from mental health issues. It's been talked about by all members in this House. And I think we need a lot more understanding. And a lot of times when I listen to the government, it seems like they're kind of they're not understanding or not recognizing the fact that they say in this House all the time that there is a mental health crisis, you know, that there are people that are feeling left out, there are people that are feeling lonely, there are people that have lost their jobs because of this pandemic, and there's not a lot of understanding coming from this government. And it doesn't mean that I agree with the stances that people take, but when we have a government that's raising the rhetoric, that's demonizing individuals, it's no surprise that we see unacceptable activity like this happen. So I would just say we need to talk about uniting Canadians again, and I know our Conservative side, we're focused on uniting Canadians. You know, the second part of this bill is talking about paid sick leave. And I thought it was interesting because, you know, we've heard a lot about 10 days of paid sick leave in this House, and I was perusing through the internet. And the wonderful thing about the internet is that, you know, once something's on there, it really never goes away. And so I was looking, and the first time I could find that the government was talking about paid sick leave was May 26th, 2020. And for those of you that weren't here, that was shortly after, a couple of months after, you know, Friday the 13th, March 13th. I remember that day I was giving an SO31. And that's when the Prime Minister's wife contracted COVID. And that sort of woke everyone up in this House that, you know, this pandemic was a really serious thing. It was starting to hit us, and we needed to take action. There was a lot of scrambling. You know, people didn't understand what was going on. And it was just a couple months later that it was recognized, and, you know, the NDP fought for this, and they said that we need 10 days of paid sick leave in Canada because people feel like they need to go to work, but they might be sick with COVID, and we don't want these people going to work and spreading that sickness around. It was also around the same time that we were talking about bringing in virtual parliament. And the NDP stood up very strongly and said, you know what, we're not going to approve this virtual parliament unless this Liberal government supports 10 days of paid sick leave. Well, here we are, well over a year later, and an entirely different parliament later, and we're debating this piece of legislation, and it's literally just one page. Like, how difficult was it for the government to come up with this legislation? In the May 26 article, the government said that they were going to implement this without delay. Well, it's been over a year and a half. We've had an election. We've had 2 throne speeches, and this government has still not implemented the legislation. We're just targeting it now. They were saying, oh, well, we had to work with the provinces about this. Well, I don't really see anything in this legislation that indicated why it took the government over a year to negotiate with the provinces to get 10 days of paid sick leave, and now we've got this one-page document that isn't even important enough to the government to warrant its own legislative number. It has to be grouped in with the Criminal Code amendment. So obviously, you know, it wasn't that complicated. So why did it take this government over a year to implement paid sick leave? I just think it's a bit ridiculous when we're talking about it May 26th. Now we're here, what is it, like December 6th, 2021? It's been an election, 2 speeches from the throne, and now Canadians are just finally seeing action. We're talking about this in the House. And thank you.
I have to interrupt the honourable member, who will have 4 minutes to complete his speech. The next, you will get responses on the next one. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. En conséquence, la question est la suivante.
Consequently, that the House do adjourn. The Honourable Member Victoria.
Madam Speaker, the last few weeks have seen devastating flooding in British Columbia. After a summer of extreme heat and climate fires, the climate crisis is here. It is real, and this is just the beginning. Canadians are already feeling the impacts. They want to see concrete action to address this emergency with the urgency that is required. But this Liberal government continues to delay. Canada remains the highest emitter per capita and the 10th largest historical emitting country. And since the Liberals formed government in 2015, Canada has become the worst performer of all G7 nations. The Environment Commissioner has released a series of scathing reports on Canada's inaction, saying, and I quote, "We can't continue to go from failure to failure. We need action and results, not just more targets and plans." And the Liberal government is not on track to achieve the targets they have committed to. The Commissioner looked at the Liberals' Emissions Reduction Fund, and despite its name, he found that this Emissions Reduction Fund is not actually reducing emissions at all. The Liberals are using faulty greenhouse gas emissions estimates to fund the oil and gas sector, putting at risk not only our emissions reduction targets, but also the health of all Canadians. 2 out of 3 companies stated in their application that the program would allow them to increase production levels, leading to increased emissions. And more than half of the total claimed reductions had already been accounted for under federal methane regulations. Any funding aimed at the oil and gas sector, at oil and gas companies, should at least, at bare minimum, be tied to delivering emissions reductions. Otherwise, they are undermining the effort to fight the climate crisis, to meet our climate targets. They are fueling the climate crisis. Not only did this government not link this funding to actual emissions reductions, but they didn't even make sure they were getting value for money to help maintain employment or attracting investments, the other aims of the program. Simply put, the Liberals are not showing the climate leadership that they've repeatedly told Canadians they can expect. The Prime Minister likes to talk about how his plan gets an A, that his promises get top marks. But the sad truth is that this Prime Minister doesn't follow through on his promises. And when you miss every single climate target, you delay climate action in the middle of a climate crisis, you get an F. You are failing. Canadians cannot wait any longer while the Liberals drag their feet. Canada will not meet our climate targets if the government continues to subsidize oil and gas rather than investing in a credible plan for workers in a clean economy. So why is this government continuing to give billions of dollars to big oil and gas? When will they stop dragging their feet on laying out a credible green jobs plan? When will they stop dragging their feet on investing in climate solutions? When will they take action that matches the scale and urgency of the crisis? And when will we finally have a government that not only acknowledges we're in a climate crisis, but one that acts like it?
L'Honorable Ministre, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I took off my glasses instead of taking off my mask. I would like to thank the honourable member and my vis-a-vis for the NDP for this important questions. I beg to differ on many of the assumptions that she's made, but let me speak specifically to the issue of fossil fuel subsidies to say to this House and to the member, through you, Madam Speaker, that Canada remains committed to phasing out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, as was committed by G20 countries in Pittsburgh in 2009, and that we've committed to do so 2 years earlier than our G20 partners. So these countries have committed to do this by 2025, and we will be doing this by 2023. To support Canada's efforts to fulfill its commitment, we've committed to undergo a peer review of those subsidies under the G20 process. Argentina will be doing that on behalf of Canada. And once the process is completed, the results will be communicated in a transparent and timely manner. Canada has already made significant progress towards meeting its commitment to phasing out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. Since 2007, the government has taken actions to phase out 8 tax measures supporting the fossil fuel sector. But beyond Canada's commitment to phasing out fossil fuel subsidies, the government also believes that creating good, well-paying jobs in the low-carbon economy and ensuring that workers have the right tools and skills essentials to building a sustainable and prosperous future for Canada is a priority. And simply put, Madam Speaker, we can't achieve climate action and the transition to a low-carbon economy without putting people first. To empower workers and communities through the transition, we must address the immediate challenges of jobs and economic growth in a way that establishes the foundation for long-term economic, social, and environmental sustainability. The Government of Canada is delivering on this commitment by, number one, continuing to support workers and communities impacted by the phase-out of coal, and we are launching engagement on just transition legislation to ensure that workers and communities will thrive in a carbon-constrained world. And number two, we're making significant investments in skills training to ensure workers are able to succeed in a low-carbon economy. The measures detailed in Budget 2021 are expected to deliver almost 500,000 new training and work opportunities for Canadians. Canada cannot reach net zero emission by 2050 without the participation, know-how, and innovation ideas of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, when confronted with the failure of the Emissions Reduction Fund to reduce emissions, the Minister of Natural Resources said the program did not qualify as the kind of fossil fuel subsidy that the government has promised to eliminate by the end of 2023. That's despite 27 of the first 40 projects funded by the program claiming that they would be increasing production. If handing out taxpayer money to oil and gas companies with no strings attached, no assurances of reduced emissions, if this doesn't count as a subsidy, can the minister explain what does?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me reassure through you, the honourable member, what the commitment that our government is doing is to phase out fossil fuel subsidies that are aimed at increasing the production of said fossil fuels. And going forward, we will support every industrial sector, every sector of our economy to decarbonize, Madam Speaker. We will be helping the cement sector, we will be helping the aluminum sector and the auto sector, and we will also be helping the oil and gas sector to decarbonize and reduce their emissions so that Canada can reach its net zero target and obviously our 2030 target. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week I had a question of the Minister for Emergency Preparedness about the recent flooding in the Fraser Valley, and in particular in Abbotsford, which touches on my riding. And I pointed out in my question that the Sumas Prairie diking system needs repair. We've known that for a long time. That is not new news, and we knew that the price tag would be roughly $500 million, which seems like a big amount of money. But the cost of repair, if there was a flood, would be significantly higher. Well, our worst nightmare came to pass a couple of weeks ago. I was happy to hear that the Minister for Emergency Preparedness say that, yes, there will be money. The federal government sees a responsibility there. So I hope you brought his checkbook today, because I have a specific ask. But a little bit of background first. Sumas Prairie actually used to be Sumas Lake. It's a wetlands area. It was subject to annual flooding twice a year, spring freshet, and in the fall, the heavy rains like we saw. But about 100 years, we diked it off. We put in canals. We put in big pumping stations. We pumped it dry. It's very fertile farmland. There's another area of Abbotsford which I'm sure the minister is aware of because he visited there recently. It's called the Matsqui District. It's also low-lying land, subject to annual flooding, but there's a diking system there. It held back the water this time around, so that's a good thing because it's holding back the mighty Fraser. And when that breaks, we've got a really, really big problem. I met with Mayor Braun on the weekend, together with my colleague, the member for Abbotsford, and we asked him, Mayor Braun, I'm going to be meeting with the Minister for Emergency Preparedness. What specifically do we need? And he said, we need money. Those two diking systems still need to be repaired. $500 million roughly for each of them. They need to be seismically upgraded. It's a lot of money, I recognize that. So that's what we're asking for, some money. But there's a second question, which is more complicated. And that is, we need to negotiate with the United States of America because the Nooksack River, which runs solely within the state of Washington and Whatcom County, also contributed in a very significant way to the flooding this time. This also is a problem that we've known for many, many years. I read a report just recently that talked about the complexity of it. It is complex. It is the harder question. It is a harder problem to solve. I wonder what the Minister for Emergency Preparedness says about that. First, money. Number two, negotiate with the United States. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my friend from Langley Aldergrove for his question and his collaboration on this. This is a really important issue. And he's absolutely correct. I've recently traveled to Abbotsford. It's not the first time I've been to Abbotsford, not the first time I've met with Mayor Braun, but I am aware of the extraordinary impact that the recent flooding events have had on that community and many other parts of the lower mainland of BC. And the communities thereby impacted. I regret to tell him I didn't bring a checkbook with me today, but I have some other good news, and that I think will be more responsive to his inquiry. Madam Speaker, when this terrible event began to happen, and I was in regular contact with the BC government about this event, and like in the earliest hours, we had the Canadian Armed Forces in responding, and in order to provide some really critically important later, with the Canadian Armed Forces, 650 of them arrived in the Abbotsford area and have helped with diking and repair and sandbagging. I've actually gone there and witnessed the exceptional work they were doing, and they were doing it alongside the people of the community that were being impacted. And frankly, it made me, as I'm sure it does to my friend from Langley Aldergrove, proud to be a Canadian, to watch how people responded in these very difficult times. But Madam Speaker, I would acknowledge that there is certainly an important work that needs to be done. You know, one of the things that we have seen over the past several years is an increase in the amount of money that the Government of Canada has been expending on disaster financial assistance through the arrangements that we have with the provinces and territories in response to flooding events. And in fact, Madam Speaker, some of the analysis shows that we can expect that, as a direct result of climate change, to rise exponentially to 5 times its current level of expenditure. And it's so important that we invest significantly in disaster mitigation and adaptation in all of those areas to ensure that we have resilient infrastructure. And the diking system to which my friend refers is a very important part of that. As I'm sure he is also aware, the diking system was initially the responsibility of the provincial government. They downloaded it to the municipality. What Mayor Braun shared with me, as I suspect shared with my friend, is that a municipality, because they draw their resources from property taxes, was unable to make the investments and do the work that was necessary. I spoke to the Premier of British Columbia. He said that was a mistake. And we have also undertaken, we've set up a joint committee between the province and the territories, and I'm insisting that the municipalities be involved in it as well, so that we will invest federal dollars in accompanying provincial dollars and working with the municipality to repair those dikes to ensure that we build a greater resilience for that community. Building back is not good enough. We need to build back better. And I know that's sometimes an overused phrase, Madam Speaker, but we recognize the importance of investing in that. Last year in our budget 2021, we committed $1.4 million to the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. We know where those dollars are going to need to be spent. And although there's no checkbook today, I want to assure my friend that we'll be there with the people of British Columbia. That's a very important community in this country. The farming work that goes on there, we've seen the resilience of those people. We need to make sure that their community is resilient as well.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good. Well, thank you. So $1.4 million for a study is important, of course, but we're talking $1 billion. If you didn't bring the checkbook today, will it be in the budget? This is absolutely essential. This is existential to the Fraser Valley. The minister also didn't make any reference to negotiating a treaty with the United States, the Nooksack River, and the Columbia River, right through the International Joint Commission. Very important. We cannot do this alone. We need our American allies with us on this. Comments about that, please.
Minister.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, Madam Speaker, because perhaps I did not make myself clearer in my articulation, but actually what we put in Budget 2021 was $1.4 billion for the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, not for a study, but to begin to do some of the important work. But I will also tell you, certainly in Lower Mainland BC, in Abbotsford, but in many places right across the country. We know that work needs to be done. And let me also acknowledge that in parts of the United States, and the United States in many ways has been ahead of us on this, that they've been investing in creating a more resilient infrastructure and to deal with the potential of disasters in their communities. But it is work that is ongoing in collaboration between our two countries. We recognize, water does not respect international boundaries. It doesn't flow north or south. It flows downhill. And when the Nooksack River overflows its banks, that water tends to head right up the Sumas Plain and clearly was a part of, not solely responsible for the flooding that took place, but a part of it. We'll work with the government of the United States and Washington State, with the BC government and with the communities impacted to make a difference.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to rise here today, as I don't feel like I had a satisfactory answer from the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development when I asked my question originally. Because not only does a childcare deal not kick in for about 5 years, according to the government's own plans, it is completely separate from the issue of inflation. And yes, childcare costs are high, but it isn't why the cost of gas, home heating, groceries, diapers, and pretty much everything else is going up faster than it probably should be. In fact, I would expect that the rising prices across the entire economy will in turn probably get worse as government spending continues to increase. And quite frankly, childcare providers will have additional costs put on them if inflation continues to increase. They have to buy groceries for the children. They have to heat their facilities. There are many additional expenditures that will go on to those childcare providers, and I'm very curious how they will be able to make ends meet. And lowering childcare costs is incredibly important for families that have children. And have children that are in need of care. But let's face some very important facts here. That's a very small percentage of the population. It won't help people that have no children, and it won't help families that have older children. It won't help seniors. It won't help the family with the stay-at-home mom. It won't help the family with the stay-at-home dad. And it won't help a family that works shift work and their children need overnight care. So there's so many families that are being left behind by those answers, and I really do want to hear what this government is doing with the very real issue that is inflation. I have families coming to me and sharing their concerns about making their bills and making ends meet this month. And so while it is wonderful to hear that there are some plans in place that will help some families, this doesn't help the senior down the street who is really struggling with the fact that groceries have gone up exponentially in the last little while. It is not helping the families that are struggling today. And so I really want to hear an answer from this government as to how they plan to address this very real concern around inflation.
The Honourable Minister.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I mean, we recognize that inflation is certainly a challenge that families and indeed all Canadians and in fact almost everyone around the world is grappling with right now. One thing that I do think is important is understanding the basic premise around inflation, and it's not that this is a uniquely Canadian issue. In fact, it is happening right around the world. In fact, it's caused by challenges with regards to the supply chain, by rising demand, by the fact that we are hopefully coming out of, although continue to be in, one of the worst global health crises that we have ever seen. And so there are a lot of reasons why we are in this challenging situation. But one thing that is abundantly clear is that this government has been there for Canadians both before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and will be there after the pandemic. In fact, one of the very first things that we did when we came into office was bring forward the Canada Child Benefit, which meant we weren't sending checks to millionaires like the previous Conservative government, but sending them to families who needed it most. And what we did as well before the 2019 election is that we actually indexed the Canada Child Benefit to inflation because we knew how important it was for families to make ends meet. And I can tell you that I've heard from countless constituents and families across the country in the difference that the Canada Child Benefit has made for their families, whether it meant that they were buying groceries or able to afford diapers in a world that they weren't able to before. And when it comes to seniors, Madam Speaker, it's one of the reasons why we lowered the age for eligibility for old age security from 67 to 65. Let us not forget that the previous Conservative government would have put millions of Canadian seniors into poverty with that policy change. And that was one of the very first things that we did when we were elected in 2015. In the pandemic, we also issued a one-time payment for all OAS recipients to help them with the additional costs that they had. And we also issued another payment for families that receive the Canada Child Benefit, understanding that costs were going up. So, Madam Speaker, this government has been there for Canadians of all ages, of all backgrounds, of all persuasions, of all families, no matter how old their children are. And we'll continue to do that. But let me just talk a little bit about childcare, if you'll allow me, because childcare is good for kids and it's good for families. And having affordable daycare is something that is actually going to help families deal with the rising costs of everything else around them. But it's also going to help the economy writ large. Let me just give you one statistic: 240,000. That's the number of women that will likely enter the workforce because we're making childcare more affordable. So that means that we're going to be helping address some of the labor shortages, but it also means that families are going to be able to have both, or if it's a single parent, working and hopefully earning a better income as well. You know, Madam Speaker, these are good things for kids, for families, and the economy writ large. And maybe finally, let me just talk about, the supports that we provided through the pandemic, because my honorable colleague and members of her caucus, the Conservative Party, continue to talk about money into the economy as if it was a bad thing. Madam Speaker, at the height of the pandemic, 9 million Canadians were on the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. Let's just imagine if we hadn't have done that. What would poverty in this country look like? No, this was very important. We were there for Canadians and will continue to be there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the minister at the beginning of her speech talked about the fact that inflation was a worldwide problem. And yes, it is a worldwide problem. However, it is worse in Canada than almost any country around the world. And I think that is really important to see and to note, because quite frankly, we need to make sure that what we are doing is actually taking care of all Canadians. And the concern that I brought up around inflation is a real concern that is facing many families. I've had seniors ask me, and in fact, when I shared the clip on my social media, I had seniors reach out to me and send me personal messages, very concerned that the question was important and it was dismissed by the minister, and that the real concerns about inflation and the cost of groceries going up weren't being addressed. I live in northern Canada. I live in northern Alberta, and groceries do cost more expensive.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one thing that I won't do and our government won't do is we're not going to pit different age groups of Canadians against each other. That's exactly why we know that supporting young families through affordable childcare is not just good for young families, it's good for the entire economy. It's why we know that increasing old age security and the guaranteed income supplement, again, is not just good for seniors, it's good for the entire economy. Madam Speaker, when it comes to lifting Canadians out of poverty, we will be for them no matter what their age, no matter what their background, because it's good for all of us.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.